Semua pencapaian ini hanyalah permulaan kerana bakat MLBB di seluruh dunia akan memulakan perjalanan ke puncak. Ya, tekaan anda tepat. M3 akan berlangsung pada akhir tahun 2021 di mana pasukan hebat dari wilayah MPL di samping pemenang kelayakan wilayah bukan MPL akan bertanding di satu lokasi. Ia adalah jalan panjang bergelombang menuju M3. Pasukan mana yang akan mendapat tiket untuk menjadi salah satu daripada 16 pasukan dan menamatkan perlumbaan to the top.
Sweet dreams. I'm here to bring on beautiful dreams. Do you mind if I enter your dreams? Sweet dreams. Spread the magic and happiness to everyone. Everything looks more colorful in dreams. All you need is a little magic to dream a wonderful dream.
What's up hero? Selamat datang ke arena, siap sedia darah perwira, masa untuk buktikan pada dunia 5 versus 5 semangat berkobar kibar bendera.
Kita juara, kita MVP, strict SOP, AFK, stealing bug feeders, RIP, toxic mentality, ban, BYE.
Oh that? I see macam berlian, so fly, dance like a swan, but I'm the one. Lawan bersama kita gapai impian, satu demi satu kita slay.
Killer combo, kuasa dua Hayabusa Kagura, bagai bulan yang bersinar, we are gonna make it.
Get you on a roll, better bow down.
Blood, sweat, tears, gonna give it all.
Double kill, triple kill, maniac. Unstoppable, monster kill, godlike.
Legendary.
Double kill,
mengalah. Bang bang semangat makin membara. Bang bang satu visi lima wira. Share the fun ciptakan legenda. Bang bang hero tak pernah mengalah. Bang bang semangat makin membara. Bang bang satu visi lima wira. Share the fun ciptakan legenda. Savage killer, langsung ku mula menggila. Shadow power lebih bisa bila berlima. Benta dalam poket jumpa lord macam tiket. Push rank celagi gig glorious betik itu kami. We stronger, we better, we faster. Looking sharp macam Harper Commander. Bawa semangat 300 gladiator. Pagi sampai malam sampai pagi masih lagi.
Ada alpha, jaga-jaga ada alpha new. Musuh baru jangan lego, always on your toes. 5 on 5, jangan sampai hilang nyawa bro.
Hero kami OP, jangan cabar OG. Kami atur strategi, penuh konsentrasi.
Always ready, always sure, always steady. Kami datang, kami lihat kami.
Double kill, triple kill, maniac.
Savage,
Unstoppable, monster kill, godlike.
legendary,
Double kill, triple kill, maniac.
savage. Welcome to MobileLegend.
Bang bang, hero tak pernah mengalah. Bang bang, semangat makin membara. Bang bang, satu visi lima wira. Share the fun, ciptakan legenda. Bang bang, hero tak pernah mengalah. Bang bang, semangat makin membara. Bang bang, satu visi lima wira. Share the fun, ciptakan legenda.
2021 telah menjadi satu tahun yang hebat untuk Mobile Legends Bang Bang dan jutaan terima kasih kepada semua komuniti MLBB di seluruh dunia atas sokongan dan semangat anda. Sekarang, mari kita lihat apa yang telah kita capai setakat ini dan apa lagi yang anda boleh jangkakan tahun ini. Mari kita mulakan dengan kejuaraan dunia M2 yang berlangsung pada bulan Januari tahun ini, di mana pemain dari 8 negara merentas dunia ke Singapura menjalani kuarantin di samping protokol keselamatan yang ketat demi merealisasikan kejohanan offline ketika dilanda wabak.
Welcome to M2 World Championships live from Singapore.
M2 menjadi kejohanan rasmi Mobile Legends Bang Bang yang paling banyak ditonton. Lebih daripada 3 juta penonton menyaksikannya secara langsung, menjadikannya salah satu kejohanan terkenal di dunia esports. Piala Mobile Legends Bang Bang Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2021 yang baru berakhir
Welcome to MSC 2021.
mempunyai puncak 2.2 juta penonton, hampir 10 kali lebih banyak daripada MSC lalu. Selain itu, Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League di seluruh rantau ini memecah rekod dengan MPL Indonesia menarik penonton seramai 1.8 juta penonton. Di seberang lautan, MPL Filipina merekod lebih dari 1.4 juta penonton. Sementara MPL Malaysia dan Singapura, kedua-duanya memperoleh jumlah penonton yang tinggi. Secara kolektif, MLB kini menjadi salah satu esports yang paling banyak ditonton di dunia dan komuniti semakin membesar. Terima kasih kepada semua peminat MLBB. Keluarga MPL semakin bertambah. Kami bakal melancarkan MPL Brazil pada bulan Jun dan MPL Kemboja pada bulan Julai. Tidak lupa juga MPL Filipina baru saja beralih ke Liga Franchise untuk musim ke-8 yang akan datang. Semua pencapaian ini hanyalah permulaan kerana bakat MLBB di seluruh dunia akan memulakan perjalanan ke puncak. Ya, tekaan anda tepat. M3 akan berlangsung pada akhir tahun 2021 di mana pasukan hebat dari wilayah MPL di samping pemenang kelayakan wilayah bukan MPL akan bertanding di satu lokasi. Ia adalah jalan panjang bergelombang menuju M3. Pasukan mana yang akan mendapat tiket untuk menjadi salah satu daripada 16 pasukan dan menamatkan perlumbaan to the top.
Sweet dreams. I'm here to bring on beautiful dreams. Do you mind if I after your dreams? Sweet dreams! Sweet dreams! Spread the magic and happiness to everyone! Everything looks more colorful in dreams. All you need is a little magic to dream a wonderful dream.
Hero, selamat datang ke arena. Siap sedia, darah berwira. Masa untuk buktikan pada dunia. 5 versus 5, semangat berkobar, kibar bendera.
Kita juara, kita MVP. Strict SOP, AFK, still in above feeders. RIP, toxic mentality, ban BYE.
Oh that, I see macam berlian. So fly, dance like a swan, but I'm the one. Lawan bersama, kita gapai impian. Satu demi satu kita slay.
Killer combo, kuasa dua Hayabusa Kagura. Bagai bulan yang bersinar, we are gonna make it.
Get you on a roll, better bow down.
Blood, sweat, tears, gonna give it all.
Double kill, triple kill, maniac. Unstoppable, monster kill, godlike.
Legendary.
Double kill, triple kill, maniac.
Welcome to MobileLegend.
Bang bang, hero tak pernah mengalah. Bang bang, semangat makin membara. Bang bang, satu visi 5 wira. Share the fun, ciptakan legenda. Bang bang, hero tak pernah mengalah. Bang bang, semangat makin membara. Bang bang, satu visi 5 wira. Share the fun, ciptakan legenda. Savage killer, laserku mula menggila. Shadow power lebih bisa bila berlima. Benta dalam poket jumpa lord macam tiket. Push rank celah gigi glorious betik itu kami. We stronger, we better, we faster. Looking sharp macam Harper Commander. Bawa semangat 300 gladiator. Pagi sampai malam sampai pagi masih lagi.
Ada alpha, jaga-jaga ada alpha new. Musuh baru jangan lego, always on your toes. 5 on 5, jangan sampai hilang nyawa bro.
Hero kami OP, jangan cabar OG. Kami atur strategi, penuh konsentrasi. Always ready, always sure, always steady. Kami datang, kami lihat kami.
Double kill, triple kill, maniac. Unstoppable, monster kill, godlike.
Legendary.
Double kill, triple kill, maniac.
MobileLegend. Bang bang hero tak pernah mengalah. Bang bang semangat makin membara. Bang bang satu visi 5 wira. Share your fun, ciptakan legenda. Bang bang hero tak pernah mengalah. Bang bang semangat makin membara. Bang bang satu visi 5 wira. Share your fun, ciptakan legenda.
2021 telah menjadi satu tahun yang hebat untuk Mobile Legends Bang Bang dan jutaan terima kasih kepada semua komuniti MLBB di seluruh dunia atas sokongan dan semangat anda. Sekarang, mari kita lihat apa yang telah kita capai setakat ini dan apa lagi yang anda boleh jangkakan tahun ini. Mari kita mulakan dengan kejuaraan dunia M2 yang berlangsung pada bulan Januari tahun ini, di mana pemain dari 8 negara merentas dunia ke Singapura menjalani kuarantin di samping protokol keselamatan yang ketat demi merealisasikan kejohanan offline ketika dilanda wabak.
Welcome to M2 World Championships live from Singapore.
M2 menjadi kejohanan rasmi Mobile Legends Bang Bang yang paling banyak ditonton. Lebih daripada 3 juta penonton menyaksikannya secara langsung, menjadikannya salah satu kejohanan terkenal di dunia esports. Piala Mobile Legends Bang Bang Asia Tenggara atau MSC 2021 yang baru berakhir
Welcome to MSC 2021.
mempunyai puncak 2.2 juta penonton, hampir 10 kali lebih banyak daripada MSC lalu. Selain itu, Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League di seluruh rantau ini memecah rekod dengan MPL Indonesia menarik penonton seramai 1.8 juta penonton. Di seberang lautan, MPL Filipina merekod lebih dari 1.4 juta penonton. Sementara MPL Malaysia dan Singapura, kedua-duanya memperoleh jumlah penonton yang tinggi. Secara kolektif, MLB kini menjadi salah satu esports yang paling banyak ditonton di dunia dan komuniti semakin membesar. Terima kasih kepada semua peminat MLBB. Keluarga MPL semakin bertambah. Kami bakal melancarkan MPL Brazil pada bulan Jun dan MPL Kemboja pada bulan Julai. Tidak lupa juga MPL Filipina baru saja beralih ke Liga Franchise untuk musim ke-8 yang akan datang. Semua pencapaian ini hanyalah permulaan kerana bakat MLBB di seluruh dunia akan memulakan perjalanan ke puncak. Ya, tekaan anda tepat. M3 akan berlangsung pada akhir tahun 2021 di mana pasukan hebat dari wilayah MPL di samping pemenang kelayakan wilayah bukan MPL akan bertanding di satu lokasi. Dia adalah jalan panjang bergelombang menuju M3. Pasukan mana yang akan mendapat tiket untuk menjadi salah satu daripada 16 pasukan dan menamatkan perlumbaan to the top.
Sweet dreams. I'm here to bring on beautiful dreams. Do you mind if I enter your dreams? Sweet dreams. Spread the magic and happiness to everyone. Everything looks more colorful in dreams. All you need is a little magic to dream a wonderful dream.
Hello, Ejen khas MPL Malaysia. Ajim motosikal tak sabar nak up rank. Main ranked kat Epic memang terlalu toxic. Reporting for duty. Juara bertahan RSG Malaysia menentang TODAK naib juara season lepas. Dengar suara perlawanan tadi pasti akan sangat menarik dan sengit kan? Nampaknya tanpa perlindungan ibu, prestasi RSG Malaysia semakin kurang. Ada alien, makhluk asing dalam tim masih losing streak. Dengan ini, match ini sebenarnya sangat berat sebelah. Tetapi, mungkin ini semua adalah part of the plan oleh RSG Malaysia. Maybe mereka sengaja kalah sebelum ini untuk pancing ikan-ikan TODAK. Jadi, bolehkah pasukan RSG Malaysia tunjukkan final form mereka sebelum playoffs hari ini? Ataupun mereka masih akan dilanggar oleh tim TODAK? Itu saja laporan khas saya, Ejen khas MPL Malaysia, #TODAK langgar, #respect all fear none, #tak tahu nak cakap apa lagi. Signing out.
It's a bright new day for the MPL Malaysia. Season 8 is powered by Munton, powered up with KFC, official freshness partner by Rexona Men, official digital telco Udo, celebrate moments with Nescafe, partners in esports, TikTok, WeTV, Secret Lab, and esports charts. Welcome back, everybody, to the English broadcast of the MPL MY. We're starting off the final weekday number 2 with RSG versus TODAK, SUHAZ Esports versus Geek Fam, SMG, and Team BOSSKURR to finish out and round out the day. The biggest teams are here to solidify their positions in the upper brackets, while the rest will be looking for their tournament lives to qualify for the playoffs. Welcome, everybody, to another day of the final week of the MPL. My name is Gideon Q. This is Sadafa. You can follow us respectively at the Fatal 5-Way or at Sadafa if you enjoy the cast. Now, we've got a lot of exciting things to talk about today. We're going to be going a little fast, a little turbo, but let us know what's going to be happening today.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are tuning in, you will of course know that this is week 8 of the regular season, the final week before playoffs. Let's have a look at the watchouts for the matches today, starting off with our first match, RSG versus TODAK.
Throwback to Season 7 Grand Finals match where we saw RSG win over TODAK and being crowned the champions. This time around, can RSG stop the bleeding out to win them over once more?
RSG are certainly looking to be quite the detrimental position right now, considering that they are indeed the defending champions of MPL MY. On the other hand, TODAK, which ended up getting second place thanks to Tim in the previous season, looking a lot stronger now. So we could see very well a rise up, a revenge match by TODAK here to prove that they are the ones in the better position this time. Although, I'm pretty sure RSG aren't going to be letting go of their clutches on that throne just yet.
Grudge match to keep our eyes open for, but the upcoming matchup is going to be SUHAZ Esports versus Geek Fam. Geek Fam's last match of the regular season. They need this win to solidify their spot in the upper brackets, but who will take this match today?
Ooh, this is gonna be quite the spicy one here. Now that we are in the final week of MPL MY, we already know some teams are guaranteed in the upper bracket. Some teams are probably going to go home. However, both SUHAZ as well as Geek Fam find themselves sort of in the midpoint of their respective groups, which means that they're gonna be clawing desperately for any final points they can get in order to secure a more comfortable position in the upper bracket. As we mentioned here, this is going to be Geek Fam's very last match in the regular season, so it means all that much more.
Remember, the playoffs is going to be a double elimination format. Being in the upper brackets will make a significant difference. Let's look at match 3. It's Team SMG will be going up against Team BOSSKURR, because BOSSKURR, they need this win to give them a bigger chance to get to the playoffs. However, can Mom plus the Sonic combo make Team BOSSKURR's playoff dreams come true?
As the playoffs approach, things become that much more intense between all the teams. The competition is going to reach its peak, and teams are going to ensure that they're not going to drop down any of these precious few points that they can get at the end of the season. But as you mentioned, Team SMG, Team BOSSKURR, both teams that have had ups and downs in their performance. Team SMG looking a little better now, but Team BOSSKURR are a team that have been known to pull out some very interesting situations, and we certainly cannot count them out from the victory this time.
Yep, especially with Mom on the roster, it's hard to say that things aren't going to change for the better, but let's look at the current MVP rankings. At number 1, we have Link Asa. At number 2, we have Chibi. At number 3, once again, taking Chiku guys' spot, it's going to be Zyme Senpai. After yesterday's performance, he has knocked himself back up into 3rd place.
Indeed, indeed. Zyme Senpai going to once again be reprising his position in 3rd place of the MVP rankings. So we're going to be seeing him up there once again. However, the top 2 have remained strong thus far. Link, Eza, and Chibi basically have not shifted in their position throughout half the regular season. Their performance has been top form. I'm pretty sure they're going to be remaining up there until the end of this week as well. But MVP for this, it's not necessarily going to matter once you get to the playoffs.
Yeah, it really isn't. Let's look at the player stats here for the starting lineup from RSG. It's the championship lineup. It's going to be Loliel's, Kaiserjean, Izanami, Lexia, and Zakis.
You know that RSG means serious business when they're bringing out their top game, their A team. Loliel's, Kaiserjean, Izanami, Lexia, and Zakis. This is, as Gideon mentioned, the championship team of MPL MY Season 7. You can tell that they have pretty good scores. Their heroes are all pretty meta, but as we all know, RSG, their performance until now has not been quite up to par. In comparison though, TODAK has certainly been on quite the performance.
Starting off TODAK's lineup, it's going to be Momo, Formaze, Moon, Chiku guys, and Yums. Oh my goodness, they're bringing back Formaze this time around. Ajik is going to be sitting out, and the same goes for Moy. Yums has proven himself to be the support of the team, and let's see if this is going to be enough for this grudge match.
In response to RSG bringing out their A-team, TODAK has brought theirs as well. Ajik, his performance so far in TODAK has been pretty good, but it's difficult to compare it to the flashy mechanical prowess of Formaze, who is once again reprising his position on the main lineup of Team TODAK. Looks like they're interested in bringing their top form as well, and we're going to be seeing quite the bloody match between these two sides.
Absolutely. See, the scary thing about the lineup from TODAK is now that Ajik is not going to be part of this starting 5, is Chiku going into the jungle or is he going into the gold lane? Because Formaze usually goes into the gold lane, but as we've seen based on Season 7, there are times where they start swapping the roles.
Indeed, indeed. That's going to be something to keep an eye on. But something else to see is what we, the talents, have predicted as to the victor of this match. And it looks like most of us are going to be believing in the victory for TODAK, except for Adin.
I don't know. If yesterday told me anything, Adin was, his powers are strong. Let me tell you this, his powers are real strong. And I mean, he almost changed the outcome of the EBLZ matchup yesterday as well, when he was one of the only 2 people to solidify themselves as an EBLZ believer. But let's see what the audience believes. Who is going to be winning this matchup today? Oh, large majority going over to TODAK. Real nice numbers overall, but RSG fans still holding strong at the 31% mark. Let's see if things are going to change as the games start to begin.
Very interesting to actually see the bars on 3 platforms being the exact same, all in favor of TODAK here. So it looks like, obviously, TODAK has a lot of fans. They're a team that has clawed their way into the hearts of many MPL viewers, many MPL fans. And while RSG, the defending champions, were very popular to begin off with, looks like they veered off a little bit thanks to their unfortunate performance recently. Looks like what they need is a power-up.
You guys at home, I know you're going to be hungry. After yesterday, we had 3 full games, all going to the full best of 3s. You don't want to be hungry watching these matches or get distracted, especially there are the final weeks and the final matches you will get to see at the end of this weekend. So use the promo code POWERUP as quick as you can to get yourself the Power Up bundle. And don't forget to use the code MVP if you want to start considering other options if the variety is not enough for you.
Indeed, there's lots of variety at KFC, but this is a promo code that's gonna get you the best of basically all worlds here. If you're looking for some crispy KFC goodness, there is no better place than to start by using this code and supporting KFC as well as MPL by taking a seat up next to your screen with some very nice snacks.
But if you guys are thinking, we gotta go to KFC, it's time to double down, because it is back with the Singer Double Down and the Cheezilla Double Down. I gotta make sure I say this correctly, because my goodness, the Double Down, it's meat on cheese on meat. The Cheezilla is gonna be covering, making sure that all those carbs, get that out of the way. We just want the good stuff.
I think there's probably a lot of you out there who are fans of the KFC Double Down burgers. Do we call them burgers? It's a bit hard to say, but it doesn't matter because they taste absolutely incredible. I personally am a big fan, so I'm looking forward to getting some of this myself. But if you guys haven't yet, make sure you guys click on the share button below the stream here, because if we're able to hit certain share milestones, as you guys can see at the bottom of the screen right now, you guys will be getting some very nice in-game rewards.
And these are cumulative rewards. It doesn't mean that if you miss out on them, don't worry, the codes are still going to be there. Whether it be 1,000, 2,000, or 5,000, you guys can start beefing up your alternate accounts from the get-go. But with 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock here, the teams are ready to start the draft and ready to get this game on the road. What are we going to expect, honestly, from either one of these teams? TODAK, I can't even begin to think what Formaze is going to bring to the table.
The thing is, with the recent patch update that just came out a couple weeks ago, we can see that the meta has really started shifting. In the first 6 weeks of MPL MY, all of a sudden, a lot of these more orthodox lineups are no longer quite as meta as they used to be. We're seeing more teams pick up different heroes, different compositions. We're seeing marksmen in the gold lane become more popular. We're seeing dual core styles become more popular. When you tack that onto the fact that TODAK as a team was already known to be incredibly unpredictable from the start, it does make our jobs a lot more difficult. But hey, makes for a more interesting viewing experience.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the power of TODAK and the way that you take their creativity to another level. And the fact is, they are a highly executional team. They've got some great coordination and they know how to scramble. But RSG recently in the coming weeks haven't been doing too well. They are on a 6-game losing streak. It is unfortunately not the best they've ever been. If there is a time to turn things around, it's now.
Now, RSG luckily will be able to benefit from the fact that in their group, EBLZ has confirmed to be the team getting eliminated before the playoffs. So irregardless of how badly they perform these later weeks in the regular season, RSG will still be going over to the playoffs. But obviously, as the defending champions of Season 7, you don't want to have that sort of thing said about you. You don't want to be the team that ends up going to the playoffs because your peers just happen to be performing worse. No, RSG wants to prove that they deserve that spot, and they're going to do it by taking down TODAK.
All right, just the quick bans already starting to begin. RSG MY on the blue side, TODAK on the red. It's going to be Phoveus and Hayabusa starting things off. I didn't get to get your opinions about the new revamped heroes. This time, they are going to be allowed to play. The only 2 bans for this week is going to be Florin as well as recently Beatrix.
Indeed, the new revamped heroes. This is going to be the first week that we see them. We've already seen some teams pick them up. Hayabusa, the Lancelot, the Kagura. We haven't seen Odette yet. Still very interested to see whether or not any teams will try them out. But I'd say that many of the changes have been beneficial in some cases. But there's definitely been some detrimental effects in terms of how the heroes are
Your
played
team
and how
is
well they
banning.
perform. You can definitely tell that a lot of players who are used to these heroes as well have become a little less accustomed to their style and need to adjust.
I think the adjustments aren't too bad, especially when it comes down to Lancelot as well as Hayabusa. They relatively work the same. It's a lot more of quality of life and visual graphics updates. However, Kagura being one of the bigger changes here, and the same goes for Odette. Odette we haven't seen into the meta for a very, very long time. This might be her time, so let's see what it's going to be as RSG MY bans out their Jawhead.
All right. So with a few of the bans coming out, so far we haven't seen anything that too directly indicates what either side is going to do. RSG getting rid of the Phobias, they do lean towards more assassin type heroes, high mobility heroes, so it's just
Your team
pretty
is
obvious that
banning.
they would want to get rid of that. I think TODAK does realize this as well, since they are going to be playing with Lexia, which means they are going to lean more towards these assassin type junglers, the Ling, the Lancelot, and Lancelot has been performing very well ever since the revamp, so it looks like TODAK just doesn't want to give that over.
I mean, even Lexia has been having outstanding performances pre-revamp as well, on top of the fact that Hayabusa is going to be one of his signature heroes. Although I will say the fact that TODAK is going to be banning out two of these priority junglers targeting Lexia does kind of open up the draft a little bit more. Paquito, wide open. Matilda hasn't been touched. Esmeralda, which we saw on Friday getting banned out a lot more than I would have expected, also up for grabs.
I'm gonna make a small prediction here for the side of
Your
TODAK.
team
Now that
is banning.
Formaze is going to be on the team, many people would assume that the automatic response is that Chiku is going to be playing in the jungle. However, I kind of think that's not the case. I think Chiku is still going to be playing in the gold lane, and Formaze is going to be playing an assassin type jungler. Not confirmed, but it seems more likely because Chiku seems to be a lot happier and having a lot more fun playing these marksmen in the gold lane now, especially since a lot of these heroes were recently buffed.
That is true, and I do kind of agree with your suspicion here, because it's strange that they're bringing out Formaze and taking out Geek, which does tell me that it's between the gold or the jungle lane that's going to get affected by these changes, especially since the roster... We don't know. We don't know for sure whether Formaze, what exactly has he been practicing this entire time? What can this secret weapon do? TODAK, they take away the Ruby, so that just means Paquito wide out in the open, Matilda wide out in the open, Esmeralda, as well as Selena and Barats. So many priority picks wide open for RCMY and TODAK to start snatching up.
RSG should take Paquito here. I think it's just a very obvious choice for the strongest hero that is available. However, looks
Your
like they're
team
going to
is
lean
picking.
towards the Benedetta instead, which does leave Paquito open for the side of TODAK. I think RSG let this through on purpose, because TODAK aren't a team that really heavily emphasize on getting that Paquito in the side lane. However,
team is
they will
picking.
indeed lock that in for themselves.
Was it a smart idea? I feel like even Kaiserjin will be able to make plays with this Paquito. The Benedetta feels like it's a denial pick for Formaze specifically, because he does have outstanding performances on his Benedetta. His
True.
mechanics are so sharp, it is to be feared, and that's fair, but they're giving up Paquito as well as Matilda.
Yeah, that's a dangerous thing here. Wonder what RSGMY has under the trunk. There's definitely a plan here. I do agree that the Benedetta ban is to sort of negate Formaze here, because again, that's something we kind of forget since we haven't seen Formaze in a while. This is his signature hero. He is the Benedetta player of MPL MY. RSGMY going to be picking that hero up first, just as a bit of a respect ban as well as pick for themselves.
Your
Gonna be
team is
locking in their
picking.
next two picks here with the Lunox and the Alice.
A bit odd, a bit odd. The fact that they've gone for the Lunox, are they expecting TODAK to play Esmeralda as a potential counter pick? Then again, TODAK could still go for a double core strategy, although the Alice, picking Alice blind here is what scares me, right? Because even though Beatrix is not going to be able to be played this week,
Your team
the
is
fact is
banning.
she is going to be weak against two laners. Having a double core with a support paired up with it, Alice is never going to be able to get any pressure. TODAK,
Yeah.
lock in the Selena.
Yeah, this is a curious decision by
Your
RSGMY
team
right
is
now.
banning.
I like the Selena pick from TODAK. That's gonna lock in their early game. We know that Moon is quite a wizard with this hero. Those abyssal arrows are going to be finding their marks most of the time. With the second phase of bans coming out, TODAK get rid of the Barats. Certainly makes sense. They don't want to give RSG a way to sort of sandbag the side lanes, and it's a pretty good matchup into the Paquito as well. But again, highlighting the Lunox and Alice picks, I agree with you here, Gideon. I feel like this is not the hero pair that should have been drafted at this point. Even if they wanted to go for him, they're not exactly contested picks in the current meta. So I feel like RSGMY could have waited a little bit longer and made it a little safer for these heroes before drafting them.
Your team is
Let's just see
banned.
how they're going to kind of maneuver around this. They ban out the Natan here. There's still plenty of cores that TODAK could go for. So Natan, I can understand. He's got some great wave clear. He's able to poke people out. Brody is also another notable pick
Your
to keep
team
in
is
mind.
banned.
Balmon gets banned out as well. Get rid of the sandbags. Don't allow Kaiserjin to keep Paquito in the lane.
Yeah, TODAK are definitely drafting around this Paquito right now. They've been able to secure a very aggressive and strong side laner for themselves. The usual response would be to draft these more durable, sustained damage heroes like the Barats and Ballman to sort of make sure that the Paquito isn't able to be effective as he wants to. TODAK eliminating that means that they are indeed respecting RSGMY. They want to be on their A game here. As long as they can play around the space that this Paquito creates, TODAK will be able to put themselves in a very comfortable position for their cores, which as of now, they have not
Your
yet
team
revealed.
is
So they're
picking.
keeping that quite under wraps.
Well, let's see how under wraps it's going to be with TODAK having the first pick of the second phase. They could lock in the Brody, but is there anything else they want to keep in mind? They've got a decently harassing mid lane pair of the Selena as well as the Matilda. I don't expect them to actually go for the traditional 1-1-1-2 where they're having the support babysit the gold laner this time round. So I'm guessing TODAK wants something like Brody. Yi Shin gets picked up first.
Yi Shin, curious choice here. This is not a hero that typically would be prioritized by TODAK. All things considered, it seems more suited to be in Chiku's hero pool as compared to Formaze, which might mean that Chiku is going into the jungle after all. But again, this is the thing about TODAK. We cannot say for sure what's going to happen until we see that final pick. In response, RSGMY now have a choice. This Benedetta can indeed still be flexed. It can go into the side lane, but we might see Alexia jungle Benedetta as well.
Well, that's a good shout. That's a really good shout. 10 more seconds before we find out. TODAK with the Yi Shin, right? I think it's going to go into the gold lane. We've seen teams do it before where Yi Shin just sits in the lane and then uses his ult whenever the team needs help. RSGMY pair their final pickings here with Popo and Koopa to try and push back against the aggression of their mid lane and having the Granger for fast clears.
I like the Granger pick here. It's gonna be a very solid marksman jungler for RSG, but personally, I don't really agree with the Popol and Koopa, because with the recent changes to the hero, Popol and Koopa has been modified in such a way where it's much more effective to play him as a marksman rather than the more typical tank support in the mid lane, which a lot of teams are still doing, and which is what I expect RSG to be doing with this pick as well. It means that Popol and Koopa is a lot less tanky in comparison to before, and when you have a Matilda and Selena to contend with, the Popol and Koopa is going to have a little bit of difficulty getting that lane priority.
Well, I think even if Popol and Koopa is going to struggle with lane priority, as an overall team comp, it's great to kind of slow them down. Oh, all right. So it looks like it's going to be the Lapu Lapu here. Chiku going into the jungle. I could be wrong about this. Formace is going to be picking up the Lapu Lapu. We don't see Lapu Lapu in the jungle, so that means Chiku is guaranteed to go into the jungle, I hope.
Okay, yeah, this is definitely a Chiku jungle here. There's no reason for them to do otherwise. When the Paquito was in Formaze's hands for a moment, I was wondering if he might play Paquito jungle, but nope, it will be Momo playing on the Paquito here. So, let's have a look at the lineups on both sides. RSG still going with something a little bit orthodox. However, will orthodox work now that the meta has shifted towards more of a multi-core style? And will Loliel still be able to perform on the Alice when compared to TODAK, which have definitely definitely drafted strong side lanes, strong scaling, strong early game as well. They want to play together, but are certainly capable of holding their own in 1v1 and 2v2 skirmishes. Who's gonna come out on top?
Well, let's find out here. We're starting off week 8, day number 2, RSG versus TODAK. RSG on the blue side, TODAK on the red side. The show is about to begin. Zaka's getting some good harassment onto Moon so far as Yums tries to help speed up the clear with Chiku guys, utilizing using the Abyssal traps to hopefully make the difference in the clear.
Ooh, we got something interesting here. I thought Moon was going to be playing on the Selena, but no, he's going to be on the Matilda, and instead, Yums will be playing on Selena instead. So we're gonna see whether or not his Abyssal Arrow prowess will match up to that of his peer here. Meanwhile, KaiserJin eyeing the jungle. Looks like he won't be able to steal it from Chiku, and now he is in a lot of trouble. Will he be able to escape from the clutches of Yums and Momo? The final jab does secure the first blood.
Very risky plays coming in from the side of KaiserJin. He should have been more aware because, again, he knew for a fact that they didn't use their retribution during their purple buff clear. Now, first blood bounty courtesy of TODAK. Take it while you can, and also check out the Cheezilla as well as the double down. Scan the QR code. Start ordering yourselves one now. Top side looking like it's getting pressured hard.
Indeed. TODAK gonna be slightly ahead in terms of net worth here. Yums going to see if he can do a bit of invading on Lexia. He's in a lot of trouble. Mountain Shocker has already been dropped down. The purple buff, who got it? I actually don't see who got the purple buff, but they do manage to kill Lexia. So that is going to be quite the loss to RSGMY.
That's what we're talking about. The mid lane harass is great. Izanami doesn't exactly have the most effective wave clear, but TODAK, they don't care about wave clearing. They just want to slow down the enemy jungler when they have the rotation. Now Momo now getting attacked here by Izanami and KaiserJin. A clean rotation for the side of RSG to reply to the aggression that TODAK has applied through the mid lane.
This early game aggression is what the game is going to be about here, as Zaka's gonna scout out Moon in the bush, trying to create space for Chiku to be able to take the turtle. Already at half HP, KaiserJin is in position. However, they do not have their retribution with them. Lexia is one level behind thanks to that earlier gank, so he's not going to be taking the risk of contesting this objective.
Loliels tries to proxy the wave, but now is falling in victim. Vormaze flickers forward to make sure that he does not miss the land splitter and catches off Loliels.
That is the mechanical prowess of Vormaze right there, as the Abyssal Arrow from Yums finds its mark onto Zakas. Izanami looking to respond here. Oh, the Darkening completely executes Yums out of the equation, but the Circling Eagle gonna catch up to Izanami, who is able to pop the Brilliance very quickly to escape.
That was a great play coming in from Izanami. He knew for a fact that the Abyssal Arrow was coming, already landed, and Yums was definitely gonna jump on his target, so he sets up the Darkening just in time to close the distance, knowing he already used his flicker early on to get the kill on towards Lexia. Now Lexia, he's not having the best of times. His purple buff is getting taken away. Death Sonata coming up. Vormaze needs to land last player, gets it on top of Lexia, but it doesn't really matter. The damage has been done. He's trying to get on out. Gliding Winds is working out. Aegis is going to keep him alive. Lolios will need to land this flowing blood, but it's too late. Vormaze is out.
My goodness, Vormaze actually escapes from that. Well played to Moon, and the Aegis coming in clutch in order to keep the Lapu alive. RSGMY getting invaded non-stop. TODAK making some very good textbook invades into the enemy jungle. However, that does mean that they're gonna be losing a little bit of pressure on the side lanes. So RSGMY not too far behind in terms of network.
Yeah, the skirmishes have been pretty effective for the side of TODAK overall. They've slowed down Lexia. They've done their job. Chiku is 2 levels up and already has the War Axe working together with him. Lexia just playing the catch-up game as Loliels needs to make sure he scales.
Ooh, Vormaze is gonna be popping the Bravest Warrior up top. Unfortunately, not gonna hit Loliels there, but he's definitely not gonna be looking for a kill as of right now. Just looking to distract the enemy Alice, while the rest of his team sets up for the turtle, which has just spawned.
Yep. So far, this game has been going relatively okay for RSG MY, but they understand that they're not playing for the earlier stages of the game. They have to wait for the later. Now Izanami already with the darkening on towards Momo, but it's too late as Chiku already snags the turtle away. Lolios on the top side did not rotate, but TODAK with full 5 members, they know for a fact that they cannot do anything. They're gonna have to sacrifice it, but oh! More Formays coming in with the raging slashes, misses the last one. Izanami flickers just in time. It's gonna be Lapu Lapu for mid-tier 1. It is a huge win for TODAK.
Yep, obviously losing 4 maze there is not ideal, but the mid-tier 1 tower is going to open up the map massively, and when TODAK has already been applying this much pressure onto RSG MY, that's just gonna make it a lot easier for them to continue doing so. 4 maze trading his life there, unfortunate, but gonna be totally worth it if TODAK can continue taking advantage of this space.
Yep, they want to deny as many buffs as possible. KaiserJin doing a really good job getting some damage onto Mu, but you can see that Momo is trying to match him as quickly as possible using his jabs to close that distance. He sees KaiserJin, and now it's going to be a 2v1. Momo knows that he is superior in KaiserJin in terms of damage and 1v1 potential, but not with the jungler nearby. He doesn't want to lose too much health.
Momo has always been a very aggressive side lane player. He usually plays on tanks, so you usually expect him to do a lot less damage. He just wants to get information and set up for his team. But now, on the Paquito, wow, the Electro final blow popped by KaiserJin there, completely whiffing.
Yeah, that, interesting decision-making overall, but Izanami now by himself with the help of KaiserJin by his side. Momo has to hold this lane as soon as possible, but here comes backup Yums and a Moon coming in. The Abyssal Arrow needs to hit. No, it does not. Izanami manages to get the Brilliance off on time, but Lolio's getting attacked on the top side. Zaka's already dying to the help of Chiku and 4 maze. 4 maze so far already using his own flicker. Let's see how bottom side ends up.
KaiserJin gonna have to use his ultimate to get away from the combined power of Moon as well as Momo, but the Circling Eagle gonna force him to stay under his tower. Luckily, he should be able to find the space to escape. However, we can already see that Moon is rotating over to the mid lane as they find Lexia once again, and the Raging Slash secures the kill onto Zakas as well as he gets the stun onto Izanami. A beautiful play by TODAK as they get 3 kills for nothing.
Oh, quick follow-up there, Yums. It's all about the Abyssal Arrows. That Abyssal Arrow lands. Lapu Lapu is gonna pick you off for free. Oh, KaiserJin wasn't able to dodge in time. However, no punishment just yet. TODAK so far very happy with their performance. 3K gold lead. They have a full item already completed. Calamity Reaper as well. Lexia can't get onto his orange buff as Momo looks to finish him off. Double jabs to secure the kill. Izanami, he's already got the darkening. He knows he's got Momo in his tracks. Abyssal Arrow landing onto Zakas. They might turn this around. Oh, Moon! Momo is still there. Yums lands another one on towards the Alpha Wolf himself as Lolios tries to clean this up. They trade 1 for 2. TODAK comes up on top. KaiserJin!
Ooh, TODAK just taking trades. They lose Momo down below, but look at the amount of time he wasted from the team. Lolios jumping on top of Yums to get the kill. Izanami finishes him off with the darkening. But Chiku looking very comfortable right now as he's right in the back line. Oh my goodness, the damage onto Lolios as Moon unfortunately ends up dropping, not realizing just how many members of RSG were present.
Chiku may have baited his teammate out there. A little sad to see, but hey, you know, at the end of the day, TODAK is still ahead by 3K. They're doing a very good job at securing these smaller fights and making sure that Lexia is falling further and further behind. And I think that's starting to become an issue because we're already at the 8-minute mark, right? Now, 4 maze getting locked out. He's trying to get on out of there. He turns back around, secures one. And can he get a second one? Oh my goodness, he does with the help of Yums to wall off the enemies, and they land the Abyssal Arrow. Zakas trying to get on out as Moon uses the Circling Eagle, closing the distance, pulling in the team. Lexia left by himself as Momo cuts him off. TODAK now snowballing out of control.
RSG MY finding themselves drowning under the tidal waves of the continuous assaults from TODAK just over and over again. 4 maze in his first game back on the main lineup of TODAK after a couple of weeks of absence is playing masterfully, immediately jumping back with an absolutely no fear 1v4, knowing that his team has his back.
He is the embodiment of the bravest warrior. It's not his ult. It is going to be him himself dishing out this damage. Formaze won't stop now. He's never going to be stopping. And even when Lolios is here to say hello to sustain through the wave, it's going to be Formaze with Momo, who takes and makes the difference. Raging Slash coming on out as Izanami turns the tables onto Momo's head. Formaze may have been enough too much. He has been more than he can chew. And even Chiku falls victim to it as Moon is not close enough to pulling him in with the guiding winds. Abyssal Arrow, oh, strangely enough, did not connect there. Disappears into the brush, but Kaiser Jin dashes out of the way.
Ooh, a bit of a mistake by TODAK there. The fight not gonna end too soon. Lolios jumps in with the flowing blood, but unfortunately isn't able to land the stun. So the surviving supports of TODAK are able to escape. RSG will be able to clear up this Lord with no problem. But that was a bit of a throw from TODAK there. Definitely did not need to happen. They gave 3 kills to RSG MY for free after overextending for the kill.
Yeah, it may seem that TODAK may have thought that they were a lot stronger than they would have imagined, and that's not a good idea, especially since they're only 2k ahead. That's a very small margin considering how this game has been going so far. Fortunately, Lolios will be able to get the purple buff. It was a good attempt coming in from Yums, but so far the game has to slow down, and RSGMY, the longer this game goes, the better it is for them. They have stronger scaling.
Yep, Lolios and Izanami going to be playing a very core role once the late game starts rolling around. Lolios' farm looking pretty comfortable right now, but still falling behind that of Chiku, who has thus far completed 3 of his items. Looking very scary right now for the side of TODAK.
Well, let's see how far this is going to go, because things have definitely slowed down in terms of momentum. Despite the fact that the harass is still coming by, TODAK draw a line in the sand, circling Eagle coming on toward. Oh my goodness, where did he go? Lexia has massive damage onto Moon, taking him out, and now Formaze, even with the bravest warrior, gets cancelled by the I'm Angry Zack as he's trying to buy as much time as possible. Flickers out of the way, forcing Formaze to flicker as well to end him with the Raging Slash, but Moon as well is dead. Momo tries to cut off Lolios, did not let him get into the fight. TODAK, they trade 1 for 2. They still are trading up.
Oh, and it's not quite over yet. Chiku gets stunned underneath the tower. Looks like he is able to escape, but Lolios not about to let him go as Izanami secures a double kill. Momo has to escape, but guess what? Lolios is here. The alien finds his kill, but Formaze not gonna give it over for free. Manages to secure one on his own. He has to dance between 2 members, and Kaiser Jin finally secures it. That is going to be a wipe for the side of RSGMY. They managed to secure 4 kills on TODAK.
Oh, that was a brutal, lengthy combat there. Lexia getting some great damage onto Moon so far. They will be able to start getting the towers back into their own ball court. Now, RSGMY, they scale so much harder, right? And you can see that Lolios is making a significant difference, but that doesn't mean that Formaze is completely out just yet. He is still making the plays.
He sure is. However, as we know, Lapu Lapu, his damage is not going to scale as well into the late game as compared to some of the heroes on RSGMY. A lot is going to be riding on Chiku's shoulders once that time comes, as the rest of his team simply won't have enough damage to compete, especially when we consider that Lolios is getting very close. Wait, he is full item.
Yep, he's been farming hard this entire game, and plus it's a lot cheaper for him to get those items, especially with the mystery shop in his hands, and naturally how magic items are generally cheaper than attack damage items. Now, Lolios may have full items, full stacks, no matter what you call it. He doesn't. Oh, this is getting close. As now he gets hit by the land splitters. Lolios wants to get on top of Yums. He needs to take him out. Even Lexia is sick and tired of his nonsense. Lolios trying to close the distance with the flowing bloods. Yums knows he's dead, and Formaze just cannot keep up with the cooldowns coming in from this man. Kaiser Jin will start his recall as Zakas and Izanami control the mid lane.
This is the time for Lolios here. This is a man that has carried his team back from the brink of death in multiple occasions, and he's looking forward to being able to do that again. Shadow Twin Blades on Moon. That's a very interesting choice there. Looks like he wants to be able to scale up in terms of damage as well, knowing that his team is going to need it to compete with RSGMY.
I think it's just to get the slow onto pretty much any target, right? Lolios, he has, by now, I'm guessing that he's already full stacks on his blood collection. So that means he does get a little bit of, yep, definitely with the movement speed. Look at how fast he's walking around. He definitely has the stacks. Oh, he manages to get the Winter Truncheon just off in time to dodge the Abyssal Arrow. If he gets hit by that, Moon is instantly going to be jumping in.
Iku gonna be 1v1 in Kaiser Jin as Formaze comes to back him up from the flank. Kaiser once again overextending himself, but that's the distraction they needed because they know Chiku isn't here. Lexia gets chased down with the Circling Eagle and caught with the Land Shaker. While they are able to secure the kill onto Moon in exchange, Izanami is now the one in trouble as they chase him down and Formaze secures himself a triple kill.
Oh my goodness, that's gonna be a fat triple kill coming out of Formaze. He comes back into the MPL, gets put on the starting lineup for this matchup against RSG, and look at the effect he has on the map. But luckily, RSG MY did take the did take the Lord for themselves. However, mid turret, not that much of a deal here. Wait, no! Oh my goodness, Alice was not able to take out the wave. TODAK, they roll through despite the Lord empowered minions. TODAK take game 1. GG, well played.
This is TODAK at 100%. This is top performance, top gameplay from this veteran MPL team. Formaze's return has reinvigorated their performance, and the defending champions found themselves once again drowning under the waves.
Oh my goodness, I really thought Lolios would have been able to get rid of that one siege minion. I didn't expect it to hold out that long. I guess, you know, the patch notes saying that siege minions get increased health. Wow, that really made a difference there.
I think what really made the difference was all 5 members of TODAK basically wailing down on Lolios as well. He wanted to clear up the minion, but he was just constantly CC'd. Let's have a look at the highlights of a very exciting game by Yudu.
Yep, I mean, TODAK overall, they played their early game really, really well. They put Lexia so far behind, making sure that tempo was always in their control and continuing to use that pressure. But that wasn't just all. Formaze, he had an outstanding, one of the best Lapu Lapu performances we've seen. He usually, when you see a Lapu Lapu, they're bound to miss at least one Landshaker. Formaze does not miss. He always has his flicker up, ready to go, finding his key targets every single time.
TODAK always surprises me with their macro play and coordination. All of the time when you see them going for ganks, you think, okay, we're gonna have to deal with 1 or 2 people, but suddenly 4 members of TODAK are just wailing down in your face in a single lane. Sure, they ended up overextending in a few trades, but the pressure was just way too much for RSGMY. As you mentioned, once Lexia got choked out, he couldn't create the space really needed for Lolios and Izanami to scale up. And even though Lolios was able to get his full item build, a 1v4, 1v5 situation is not going to work here.
Yeah, I mean, oh boy, it really comes down to just wasting a lot of the ultimates coming out of TODAK here, right? And I think Formaze being one of the most important, he waits for Yums to land an Abyssal Arrow. And every single time TODAK fights, they choose to fight in very narrow spaces, like towards the enemy side jungle or their own jungle, to really make sure that no matter what, that Abyssal Arrow will land. Let's look at the item builds for both teams.
Alright, so the match ended in a match time of 15.5 minutes. TODAK coming out on top with 21 total kills to 16. Only a 2k net worth advantage, but over 120,000 damage done more by the side of TODAK to their opponents. Absolutely ridiculous. They took double the towers of RSG. Both teams managed to secure 1 Lord for themselves. TODAK got 3 turtles and more buffs overall.
I mean, oh man, that's just rough. It was a rough early game for RSGMY, but they managed to kind of maintain that goal lead to keep it very marginal, right? 3k at the very least. And when we saw TODAK finally reaching the 4 to 5k mark, RSG bounced back from the fight, minimizing it once again. We haven't seen TODAK have an outstanding or overwhelming goal lead overall. But let's talk about Moon's build.
Oh, now that I look at it, that is actually a full damage Matilda Moon. Not gonna be satisfied with playing just a basic utility support. Moon's just saying, well, if I'm gonna play a support, I wanna kill people too. And he's just building the damage. Obviously, teams don't do this sometimes because it's a bit dangerous, but TODAK just really demonstrating impressive performance. Let's have a look and who the MVP of this game is powered up with KFC, and who can argue that it's gonna be none other than Forme.
With his 9-3 and 6 match KDA and 2.7 average KDA, he's looking to buff his own stats up. This man, his damage, his plays so far are clean. He is making sure he doesn't miss a single ability.
Formaze has consistently demonstrated that he could very well be the player with the highest mechanical prowess in the entirety of MPL MY. You give this man a hero and he will show you things that you could have never imagined being done with that character. Just absolutely incredible to watch such flashy plays. Formaze, not only is his gameplay solid, but it is incredibly exciting to watch. And now that TODAK has him back on the roster, looks like that break certainly did him lots of favor.
Yeah, he looks refreshed. He's looking even better than ever. He's looking... I thought he would be at least not as sharp as he was. But looking at that game, he is on top of everything. He is making sure that his timings are there. He is coordinating with the rest of his team. His abilities do not miss. This is going to be a tough game for RSG MY. I will say that that game could have gone either way right after Lolios was able to take out at least 3 of their members during that mid-fight. However, for this upcoming game, they really have to focus on that mid lane. I think it was genius that both Moon and as well as Zooms, both taking support items, one with Dire Hit, the other one with Favor, just to ensure that they win that early game by maxing out on magic damage.
We know in previous meta before the patch that early game was very important, but let's put that on hold for a bit to tell you guys about Rexona Men, our official freshness partner. If you guys are looking forward to getting yourselves 5 times freshness with every GG, and I think a lot of us need it after such a sweaty game 1, if more of that is going to happen, make sure you guys scan the QR code below so that you guys can make sure you stay fresh throughout the day.
Check out their Lime Cool or even their Charcoal Detox. They've got something for everybody. The QR code is down below. Scan that as soon as you can, and 5 times the freshness could be yours today. Game 2, I'm excited to see what's going to happen, right? Could it be out of the ordinary? Could it be normal? But no matter what, I'm hoping that no technical issues happen, especially if they're using Yudu. And you guys can hop onto Yudu today and get 100 free diamonds if you scan the QR code and switch to the official digital telco.
Yep, and why wouldn't you switch to Yudu with one of the fastest data speeds in the country and the highest coverage? Yudu has you covered in terms of data and in playing Mobile Legends as well, because they've got quite the package deal. 20 gigs of Mobile Legends data for only 3 ringgit.
Just the cheap deal, especially with the new season already in. You want to hit the rank, the bladders as soon as possible, and make sure you want to stay awake. You want to be able to celebrate with your favorite teams. Crack open a Nescafe and use that code NESMPL. Scan the QR code with no minimum spending. You can get a huge discount on whether you're buying in bulk or just a couple of cans.
Yep, indeed. Since the patch just dropped a few weeks ago and the season just reset, I know that a lot of you guys at home are looking to climb the ranks as fast as possible so that you can be the first to hit that mythic glory. And what better way to do it by keeping yourselves awake with some Nescafe goodness. And even if you don't need the Nescafe to grind rank, maybe after grinding all that rank, you're feeling a little bit tired to watch MPL. You know what to do.
You know what to do. So scan the QR codes below. Get yourself all stocked up before this next game. But let's check out what you guys at home believe is going to be winning this game. And it looks like TODAK is going to be overwhelmingly pushing towards for that win, and has convinced you guys as well as a majority of the votes going over to TODAK.
Yep, there's been a little bit of shift here. RSG still has their fans, but TODAK are starting to pull a few more of you guys to their side. And who can blame you? The gameplay from TODAK in that previous game was just absolutely amazing, clean, good execution. Looking forward to seeing more of this gameplay from TODAK. RSG, they've got a lot of work to do if they want to catch up. Sure, they were able to put themselves in a more competitive situation once Lolios got the farm he needed, but they were basically playing from the back foot the entire time. And the only times where they actually managed to win fights was when TODAK made mistakes.
And that's the big problem here. Let's look at the recap of the draft and talk a little bit more, because to me, I think one of the biggest reasons reasons why they couldn't really play the game, and it started to affect Lexia, was the lack of control in the middle lane, right? Lunox scales amazingly. Can she clear waves? Can she sustain through the damage? Absolutely. However, in the earlier stages of the game, she's just getting harassed constantly by both Matilda as well as the Selena, who continuously pushed them back, forced Zakas down, recalls early, and then instantly tries to punish the jungle.
The problem with this draft from RSGMY is even before the patch, we were already seeing the prevalence of the snowball meta, where it was very important to be able to just choke out your opponent from the early game. And if you were able to successfully do so, they wouldn't be able to respond to much throughout the rest of the game entirely. The problem with RSGMY here is, true, Granger is a pretty good early game marksman. However, they don't have mid priority. They don't have side lane priority. Both Kaiserjin and Loliels need a few items to be able to compete. On the other hand, Momo and Formaze, once they're able to get their abilities up, they have damage inbuilt. And you don't even need to mention Matilda and Selena in the mid lane. That's just gonna be a lot of pressure irregardless.
Yeah, I think, again, a lot of teams, and especially when I see late game compositions coming out from a lot of the teams in the MPL, what disappoints me the most is that they don't have a lot of pressure, or at least the lane they can play through. Because when you don't have something like that, you won't be able to defend against a large majority of the attacks coming in from your opponents who have pressure in 3 or 2 out of the 3 lanes.
The Land of Dawn has evolved in such a way where the gameplay style of simply just sandbagging yourselves, playing as defensively as possible while allowing your heroes to farm is no longer viable. There's just way too much aggression, way too much pressure, and teams are picking up on the fact that as long as they're able to continue applying that pressure, late game teams cannot farm up to the point where they can actually compete. RSG needs to recognize this, and we'll find out whether or not they're able to adapt to what TODAK has in store for them here in Game 2.
Yep, they're already adjusting. RSGMY making sure that mid lane doesn't have a lot of damage. Getting rid of the Selena is a very good shout. Now that Yums, they figured out he's pretty accurate on those arrows, which is, to me, rather surprising because we haven't seen Yums do that too often. We did see him play Kadita alongside Moon, who was playing Jawhead at the time. That really caught everybody off a surprise. The Selena, even more so. It does tell me that Yums, he is learning quite a lot from Moon.
I'm actually very impressed with Yoon's performance on TODAK so far. When you compare him to some of the other newer members, Momo, for example, while he's performing very well recently, it took quite a while for him to take off. In comparison, Yums, despite being a lot newer, has really managed to show that he can fit in with the rest of his team, and I think he's a breath of fresh air that TODAK has been looking for. As the bans continue here, RSG going to be locking in on those early game heroes, getting rid of the Jawhead as well. TODAK once again reprising their previous bans, getting rid of the assassins.
Alright, so I'm guessing TODAK wants to continue to play their strategy of making sure the mid lane is strong, they're having strong sides, wanting to play for the earlier stages of the game to punish Lexia, knowing that he is going to be the hard carry of the team. And they know for a fact that if Lexia starts to fall and they have a lot of strong mid laners, Izanami will start to follow suit. I think RSGMY, they have to readjust here, right? RSG need to make sure that their mid lane is strong, something that can push waves, something that can actually contest them and defend their junglers when they start getting attacked or pressured by the side lane.
It's gonna be difficult though. With Beatrix banned out of the pool, I think that would have been one of the easy solutions for RSGMY. Since having the Beatrix in the mid lane would just be so much pressure naturally. But with the hero banned out from the pool temporarily, they're gonna have to find something else to be able to fill in that gap. And unfortunately, by banning out some of these early game heroes themselves, I feel like they're locking down on their own hero pool in addition to that of TODAK.
Alright, let's see what it's going to be. The final bans here for the first phase is going to be Hayabusa, Lancelot, Matilda. Nothing too different for the side of TODAK, except for the Matilda. RSGMY adjusting by Selena, Jawhead, and Benedetta. First pick going over to TODAK, locking in the Paquito. I'm guessing it's going to be the Momo special all over again.
Who doesn't give him Paquito over the TODAK again doesn't seem like a smart idea by RSG. However, they will be able to lock in the Phobius for themselves in response, as well as the Ling. However, personally, I don't like them picking the Ling here because
Really?
I feel like TODAK banned in such a way that let RSGMY pick the Ling. Because they ban out the Hayabusa and the Lancelot. Obviously, Lexia's gonna play the Ling. TODAK knows this. They have a plan.
Okay, let's see what this plan is going to be exactly. This could be a double core strategy, but then again, knowing that Ling is there, they're probably going to stray away from it. Marksmen are naturally going to be weak to assassins, and Ling especially, you just can't seem to run away from it most of the time, unless you're a certain few marksmen.
Chiku Akai jungle.
Huh.
Guy tells all
That
your
could be a
team
pretty
is
good... You
picking.
know what? That could be a pretty good shot here. Let's see whether your suspicions are correct. The first phase is about to end here. RSGMY need to go for their last pick, but TODAK, they secure the Cho as well as the Esmeralda.
This is looking to be a pretty good lineup for TODAK so far. The Paquito is obvious, very strong side laner. Esmeralda has been drafted as well to be able to counter the shield coming out from the Phobius. So in the late game, RSG, this side lane is gonna have a little bit of difficulty scaling as compared to other situations. And the Cho is just gonna be a pretty good flex pick for TODAK as well. Will it be a mid lane tank by Moon? Will it be Chiku Cho jungle? Once again, it's TODAK. Who knows?
Yep, let's see whether these upcoming picks from RSGMY will give us a tell to how they're going to adapt to this awkward situation that they're in. It's going to be Alice once again. A lot of comfort picks, but unfortunately, that Phobius will not be able to control his lane. And same goes for Alice. So same problem as last time. They need to make sure the mid lane is strong to hold down the fort.
Ooh, this is a risky play by RSGMY. We already mentioned that a big flaw in their previous draft was the fact that their side lanes had no priority since they were both scaling heroes. Once again, RSG going for the double scaling side lane core, which means that they're gonna have to put a lot of emphasis on their mid lane here. Lexia on the Ling will allow them to make more rotations around the map, but they need to ensure that he has good support to be able to prevent being locked down by TODAK. I'm wondering if we might see a Diggy from RSGMY.
I feel like there's no reason to pick Diggy this time round. I feel like there's not enough hard CC for the side of RSGMY to really threaten TODAK. Like, if anything, maybe an Estes.
Well, I guess we will see as the second phase of bans comes out. RSGMY obviously noticing that TODAK has yet to draft a true core. Once again, going to be giving respect over the Chiku's Natan, banning that out of the pool thus far. TODAK now, knowing that RSG wants to draft for that mid lane, are going to want to get rid of more solid picks to be able to provide that mid lane pressure.
Your team is banning.
They will be banning out the Eve. I think that's not a bad choice for TODAK as well.
Oh, banning out the Eve this time round. Well, I was surprised in the previous game that they kind of avoided playing things like Kagura, even though Kagura seemed pretty good in the lineup for RSGMY, who ended up doubling down and deciding to go for Lunox instead. Now, the Eve, I can understand that TODAK doesn't really want to necessarily deal with. It just creates an absolute annoying kill zone, forcing you to either flicker on out of it or use an ability to dash, which is going to make it that much more easier for Phobius to get on top of you.
I think TODAK should think about banning heroes like the Loi or the Lilia here if they really want to focus down on choking out the early game of RSGMY. If they force Izanami to play Lunox again, TODAK will be in a very comfortable position. We'll see what RSG bans out in response. Looks like they will be getting rid of the Roger, and I don't think that's going to affect TODAK very much considering their hero pool.
Oh, TODAK actually banned out the Lunox here. Okay, I guess that might actually work in their favor, but more importantly, would they have put Alice in the mid lane, sacrifice mid lane, and make sure that, you know, the Lunox ends up fighting against the Esmeralda? I don't necessarily think so, but you know what? It is TODAK. They have the brains. We're just here for speculation. RSGMY now on the red side. They get their first pick of the second phase.
What is the choice for RSG here? Loi isn't bad, Lilia isn't bad. Even Veil or Valir might not be totally bad choices if they want to play more defensively and ensure that TODAK can't hard engage onto their cores. We'll find out as the final few seconds take down what is going to be the choice from RSG here. Interesting. They're gonna be going for the Baxia.
Okay. Okay.
Payback time.
Okay. Boxia. All right, so Boxia as their support, I would have expected it to actually go into the side lane, but they've already locked both of those in. TODAK this time, it's going to be Chiku, guys, whipping out the Karina. Now, I was talking about this with Icy Baby yesterday, right? The build is simple. You go full tank. Third item, you go for Calamity Reaper. Her natural base damages should be enough to start chunking out the major players for the side of RSG MY, especially when you have Farsa on your side to kind of double up and put them down low enough for you to execute them.
That is true. The tank Karina is a solid option. However, another way of looking at it here is that Karina is obviously an early game assassin, wants to be able to snowball into a lead, similar to the way you would see heroes like Alucard play. Now that they know that RSG MY is mainly relying on these late game heroes, Chiku, if he is indeed playing on the Karina, could actually go for full damage and just completely choke them out. The final pick from RSG looks like they will finally be locking in the revamped Kagura.
I like this. I like this for the side of RSG MY. The Kagura is going to be great. Yes.
Chiku is playing on the Paquito. Is this going to be a Paquito? No. Formaze is going to be playing... Wait,
it's going to be Formaze jungle. It's going to be Formaze jungle. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing with TODAK. They like to switch things up. Let's look at it one more time because TODAK, they've got some scaling in this game. It's going to be Formaze on that Karina to make things work, but he's going to have to depend solely on his mid laners to make it work for himself. That's going to be TODAK's lineup here as they are one up on RSG MY as they have a strong scaling team fight composition. You dash, you lose. Ling is going to be there to clean up the mess that Phoveus is able to create.
Alright, game 2. RSGMY going up against TODAK. Will TODAK be able to secure a 2-0 victory? Which, all things considered, they're not gonna need. They're already at the top of Team B. This is gonna be up to RSG to be able to secure themselves a little bit more of a comfortable position. Honestly, I'm a little concerned about RSG here. Again, all of their heroes need items to scale.
Yep, all of their heroes needs items to scale, and I think that's going to be the name of the game of how Zach is going to play this game. He's going to try and, match Yums as much as he can, but Izanami, his job is going to be the most important. Formaze already taken out on the Litho Wanderer relatively quickly here. His clear speed is great in comparison to Ling, who needs a little bit of help from Zakas to speed things up. Now, they can't afford to lose the Bear Bog right in front of their eyes. Like, say, unfortunately, not able to get it in time. His retribution was a little slow there.
Ooh, Izanami dropping real low. Kaiser here to provide some help. Gonna be chunking out Moon a bit himself, but not too much is going to be happening here. I noticed as well the gold lane matchup is going to be Chiku playing on the Paquito versus the Alice. So Lolios is going to basically have one of the worst laning experiences of his life.
Well, I mean, Lolios overall, you're playing Alice. You basically lose all your lanings, no matter what the matchup is going to be. But it's smart of TODAK because they swap things up. You would have expected Paquito to go into the EXP lane and Esmeralda to go into gold. But now Esmeralda gets a free matchup against the Phoveus. And unfortunately, Chiku is a little fast on that jab against the River Crab.
Ooh, that's unfortunate for Lexia. Once again, this is gonna be Lexia's signature hero on the Ling here. He is able to make some very quick rotations with his team. But his team needs time to scale, so they are not able to rotate with him as quickly as he'd like, and it depends a lot on Zakas. And if he's not able to get his items up in time, once again, RSG find themselves at risk of not being able to pressure out TODAK. Formaze already gonna start on Turtle.
Formaze is already on top of it. Here comes Phoveus. Turtle already taken down by TODAK here as Formaze gets chased down by the Phoveus' demonic force. Even Lexia won't be able to keep up. Kaiser Jin goes in way too deep, takes an unfortunate tower shot, sending him back to his grave. Lexia will have to rotate out. Even Momo is here to back up the mid lane team to ensure that they win. Chiku. Oh, he gets a great chunk out onto Zakas, forcing him to flicker out of the way.
Ooh. TODAK just... Oh, Chiku, my God, this man, someone stop him. And it's gonna be First Blood Bounty. Make sure you guys use the code as well as scan the QR code from KFC for some very nice goodies.
Yep, Lexia having to use the Bladed Tempest to get on out of there. Zakas needs to protect Loliels. Formaze was coming in for a fat execute there. He was already prepared with the Shadow Dance, but now he has to kind of play this slow. He sees two members. It will be a 2v2. Moon is there to respond just in case, but but Chiku guys already getting a great push on that top side. They are doing a great job at just stealing away Lexia's camps.
Ooh, this is gonna be rough for RSG. They already find themselves quite behind. Forme is gonna be constantly invading. Noom is doing a good job as well of putting pressure onto Lexia because he knows that they're going to have to pull people over to respond to it. Meanwhile, Lolios falls once again at the top lane to the combined efforts of Chiku and Moon.
Well, you can see how much damage that they're able to pump out here. It's going to be 3K ahead 3 minutes into a game. A very good start for TODAK here, and especially since with Formes leading the spearhead, both Moon and Yums will follow his lead. The side laners can play as aggressively as they want to because they know for a fact they've got the backup of Yums as well as Formes. It's going to be a 4v3, a great kick coming in on towards Izanami, who tries to get onto their Formes. Should be able to get that kill. Yes, he does. Finds it with a retribution, but even Yums somehow still alive, manages to hide in time as Zach will lose his life even without the Tortoise Poissons. It's a little too late. TODAK have the lead.
Once again, RSG and MY just find themselves playing on the back foot. The problem with having this many heroes that requires time to farm is that when TODAK invades them and causes early pressure, they have to pull multiple heroes over to respond to just 1 or 2 members of TODAK. And when these side laners have to rotate off their lane, they are losing out on valuable EXP and gold. Kaiser falls once again to the rotation coming out from TODAK.
Just like you said, when they lose that pressure, they lose EXP, and now getting punished once again. Kaiser Jin falls further behind Momo, who should be able to achieve level 8 before him. He's going to be significantly ahead. Chiku, he can 1v1 Lexia, no problem, and now he's trying to go for the K. Oh no, he went for the double heavy left hand to get massive shields to survive. Now Zach is rotating a little late here. We'll stop Yums in his track. He gets hit by the way of the dragon here, following it to a full combination of the feathered airstrike from Moon. Izanami cannot disengage. Dance of Death securing the kill. Momo, oh my goodness, Momo getting clipped right at the edge.
That's unfortunate for Momo there as Yums, he steals it! He got the orange buff away from Lexia. Are you kidding me right now? Lexia looking for the revenge kill, but Moon is able to zone him out. Yums gonna walk away for free with the enemy buff.
Dang, did he actually get away with that? That's kind of nuts, but now they're going to punish the side lanes as well. They're pushing through the mid side. Feathered airstrike being popped. Izanami manages to hold his own, but TODAK, they are all over RSG MY. 5K lead 6 minutes into the game.
If you just look at TODAK's rotations, this is textbook gameplay. This is so clean from them. Because when their members are rotating around, they're ensuring that their lanes are still pushed up and they're splitting up their resources so well.
Yeah, they are not wasting movement at all. Purple buff can be stolen here. Lexia, he comes on and he manages to get the retribution just in time, but Izanami now getting attacked by Chiku, guys, with the help of the feathered airstrike, will create a line in the sand. RSG forced to play defensively. They have to just wait for 14 minutes.
Yeah, once again, RSG MY going to need to rely very heavily on that late game scaling because this early game is lost. There is nothing they can do about that now. They just need to be able to cut their losses as much as possible. But it's very difficult when Chiku is just basically all up in their faces.
All up in their bases as we can see Moon trying to get some damage onto Loliels. He doesn't really care about Kaiser Jin, who isn't really a threat. Down on bottom side, Lexia very, very low here. He has to be careful as Yums wants to take him out. Even Chiku guys coming in for the chase as well. Energy management is going to be important as orange buff gets taken away by Formes. Gets on top of Izanami. One more auto attack would have secured the deal for him. Izanami walks away.
Chiku, meanwhile, continuing cutting the lanes basically everywhere. Feathered airstrike popped up on Zakas as well. Forme is gonna be able to chunk him out quite heavily. Loliels jumps in with the ultimate, but doesn't find any targets as the pressure from TODAK continues to whittle down the defenses of RSG MY. Oh no, that is a dead Lexia.
Yeah, right now TODAK's draft, the CC is strong. Yums is playing a hot game today, and unfortunately the weak scaling side laners cannot come online. 7K lead for TODAK as they set up for lethal. Oh boy, this is a brutal game. Loliels will get chunked out. Chico is gonna run him down. A single jab is all he needs. And now RSG is losing on all war fronts. They managed to find a kill onto Chico as a form of retribution. Moon now rotates on out. But TODAK, they just play on the opposite side of the map.
Chico ends up dying, but as you mentioned, the opposite side of the map, TODAK going to be able to take the bottom tier 2 away from RSG. They are losing members, but they are still trading up in terms of objectives. And as we can see from their net worth, TODAK still very far ahead.
Yeah, TODAK is significantly far ahead right now. 5K lead. 8 minutes into the game. It's about to turn into a 6K lead as soon as they're able to get another turret or at least steal away the orange buff. Lexia is just looking for anything he can find in the jungle or at least somewhere where TODAK doesn't have presence.
The turtle is back up. Once again, Formay is already in position to contest it. We can see Chico and Moon zoning out RSG as well. Oh my god! You can't do that to a person. Killing spree going over the Moon. The amount of damage, the health chunked out on multiple members of RSG who just stack up for Moon.
Chico is playing it well. He's using the double knock-up strike. Gets one off of his regular cooldowns, and then once he activates Champion's stance, gets another one, locking them in place for a lot longer than most people would have expected. Moon, all he's doing is just tapping buttons. Is like, yes, this is the easiest feathered airstrike of my life.
TODAK just play off of one another so effectively. I'm loving the coordination being demonstrated by this team thus far. Chico, look at the pressure. Most of KaiZerJin's HP just gone. He has to recall. Feathered airstrike gets popped out once again. Middle tower gonna go over to TODAK for free.
Oh, how long can they hold on for? Lord is already pushing through down on that bottom side. They're no, they don't have a clean sync there, unfortunately. They might just have to muscle their way through. Formay's winning out that trade against Ling so far. Ling is trying to slow it down as Lolios tries to get into the middle of that fight. He gets on out with the flowing blood. Quick disengagement. Here comes Izanami, but he gets hit back with a feathered airstrike. A great yin-yang overturn onto Moon. A very good attempt from RSG, but you can see that the goal deficit is really paying a toll.
Lexia looks like he's looking for Moon here, but it's a bit too dangerous. He's just gonna settle on getting farm and cutting the waves wherever he can, but his team now gonna be threatened. Chico gets stunned under tower, but he's absolutely fine. Momo jumps into the Falling Star Moon into the backline as well to create time for the Lord to do damage to the inhibitor. As Zakas gets chunked out once again by the feathered airstrike, will be able to retrieve his life intact, but not much can be said about the inhibitor. Formay is now actually stuck, gets CC chained by RGMY, and oh, that's a nice Tempest play. He's gonna be able to secure a double kill for Loliels. Humes comes back thanks to the immortality, but he's not gonna survive for long as the Alice secures a triple kill for his team.
Oh, what a fat triple kill. Once again, it's going to be Loliels. He's putting the team on his back. He's going to make something happen one way or another. The Ice Queen's wand to help set things up for the rest of his team. Izanami really needs to scale right now, and the same goes for KaiZerJin. So far, KaiZerJin, I think he's been playing... This is by far one of the worst series I've seen coming out of KaiZerJin, because his overall performance, even on RSG's worst days, he usually is pretty consistent.
Yeah, I've really been questioning some of the decision-making that KaiZerJin has been making thus far, diving just a little bit too deep. I think he's overestimating the amount of durability that Phoveus has at this stage of the game. So it's gonna depend very heavily on whether he gets that scaling. Chico, unfortunately, gonna miss the second knock-up punch. And that means that Lexia will be able to escape with his life intact.
A little unlucky there, but now Yum's going to get some damage on towards Izanami. He wasn't able to get the hit on the third hit of G Kundo. Moon now getting a Holy Crystal on top of everything else. Right now, we pull up the item list. I'm pretty sure, TODAK, they should be at 4, getting up to their 4th item at the very least. Yep, 3 items at a minimum, 4th optional.
Lexia gonna get poked out by Momo once again in the top lane. TODAK pushing all 3 lanes to be able to secure some inhibitors for themselves. Gonna be focusing on the top and mid side. Tempest Blades popped out by Lexia to escape from the clutches of TODAK as Zakas jumps on in to try and stop the feathered airstrike. Should be able to survive. He is quite tanky, but he has to be a little bit careful. RGMY will successfully defend against this push.
How long can they defend for? It's already 12 minutes into the game. TODAK, unfortunately, looking for that fat 5v5 to get that fresh fight with every single one of those GGs. You know what that means. Rexona Men is going to be getting you guys up to date, up with the freshness for this early game. So scan the QR code while you can before it's too late.
Nice timing by Lexia to be able to escape from the third hit of Jikundo, but gets stunned by Moon. Stuck on top of the wall, doesn't manage to escape. Beautifully played by Moon, as Jiku, he's gonna be dealing with a 1v4. Is he surviving this? He's actually holding out a very long time. Does finally fall, but that's gonna be space created for TODAK to start working on the Lord.
Now it's time for Yums to slow them down. Baxia will get there first. They need a body block it. Yep, but Forme secures it just in time. Momo using the Falling Star Moon randomly. He whiffs it hard, but it doesn't matter because they got what they came for. Now 4K lead for the side of TODAK. It's not exactly the biggest lead in the world, but it should be good enough to hold out for this Lord fight. Yums getting into the back line with a third hit of Jikundo. Moon gets as many shots of the Feather Airstrike, but Lolios shuts him down, gets him away, flickers to secure the kill, but now Kaiser Jin running rampantly in the front line, taking out Formaze. Moon is gone, Formaze is gone, and unfortunately Momo will not be able to hold this out by himself.
Yeah, Momo gonna need to make a hasty retreat out of there. He will be fine, but that's gonna be a 1-for-2 trade in favor of RSGMY. Unfortunately, Chiku had just respawned, so TODAK didn't have him in that fight with them, or he might have been able to split up the fight very well with Yums, who had already managed to get into the back line. Chiku actually going for the mid inhibitor here. Oh, does finally manage to get it, but could lose his life in exchange. Demonic Force has been popped. Chiku does manage to escape.
Yep, 5 more seconds until Flame Shot comes up, but now Momo is going to have to get hit by the Astral Eye, allowing RSG to actually come back into this game. They've hit the 44K mark, and now RSG is on equal footing against TODAK in terms of items.
This is well played by RSG. They've managed to defend, and now we can actually start to see some sign of scaling under side laners. Lalios and Kaiser Jin starting to become a bit of a problem for TODAK. Something that they can definitely deal with if they play well enough. But they're gonna need to keep an eye out and ensure that they don't overextend themselves too far in the following minutes to come.
Yep, I think that would be a good idea because unfortunately TODAK made that mistake. They got Lord, they ended up dying, and they oh my goodness, Lolios, he's holding out somehow, but now having to use the Winter Truncheon, he's sustaining through all that damage, manages to get the stun, and there you have it! Joe coming back to life. It's not going to be enough as Yums is now on the run. Demonic Force, Kaiser Jin looking to secure the kill, finds one, a killing spree coming out of Lexia, who finally gets to play this game. Zaka's going to be dropping down the Toys Poison sooner rather than later as Chiku unfortunately can't get to the right targets. Izanami managing to walk away. Lexia does find this purple buff so far, and now he has to use the Blade of Tempest. He's calling in the rest of the squad. Momo gets on top of Zakas as well as Kaiser Jin, but Kaiser Jin manages to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike. Zakas giving up his life here, but unfortunately for Kaiser, every time he gets that shield, it works in against his favor. Look at Momo literally taking no damage in that fight.
TODAK managed to very effectively turn that around there. That looked to be a fight that RSG had in their pockets, especially with a great initiation there. Lolios timing the Winter Truncheon perfectly to avoid getting hit with the last hit of Jikundo, and then turning it around on TODAK. Unfortunately, Momo and Chiku, there's a lot of damage on these two, and RSGMY needs to respect that. Just because they have scaling doesn't mean TODAK doesn't have it either.
Yeah, they need to breathe right now because we're getting into the 17th minute here. I said 14 minutes until RSGMY would come online. Oh boy, it was a minute late, but they're finally here. 15 minutes, they finally got their 4th items, and now they can start really pushing back against TODAK, who want to just accumulate gold so they can switch out their immortalities for Winter Truncheons when the time is right.
We can definitely see that the effectiveness of Formaze on the Karina is starting to drop off quite heavily. He finds himself in very awkward situations in these fights because he does have to be in point blank range to dish out the damage. And with the amount of CC coming out from RSG, he's just not quite able to perform here. But the better airstrike has been popped.
Yep, Momo manages to get an inhibitor turret all by himself. It's going to be up to him as Moon, unfortunately, getting hit by the Astral Eye as well as the flame shot. Kaiser Jin manages to jump back right on top of Formaze, who uses a dash and calls him for a demonic force. Doesn't necessarily connect, but it should be Zakas who picks up this kill. He flickers forward to try and lay down the line of fire. The Toys Poissons is going to be effective here, but Yums and Momo slowly, they cannot deal with this sort of damage. Chiku guys finally pushing Kaiser Jin out of position. Feathered airstrike to secure the kill. Zakas trying to cancel move, but it's a little too late. The damage has been done. Now Lolios will chase them down with the flowing blood. Momo won't be able to get as many shields. Falling Star Moon does come down as Yums. He is trying to hold on strong. Oh my goodness. Lolios holds out 1v3. Lexia able to come in and help clean up the mess. It's going to be Chiku guys all by himself in a 2v2. That's impossible to win, but Chiku makes it work. Double knock up strike. Lolios still maintaining strong. He has no, he still has a Winter Truncheon. He's turning it around, dropping it out. Chiku heals off the wave. Lolios has to back off.
What is happening right now? It's just a battle of lifesteal between both sides, and they both walk out with 2 survivors. Chiku gonna stop Lexia from getting the purple buff here, but just absolutely insane going on there. That was a good turnaround by TODAK, managing to secure the kill onto Kaiser Jin when they knew that the demonic force had already timed out and they would be able to take advantage of that situation. But Lolios, his scaling really starting to show itself. Just surviving for the longest fight I've probably ever seen.
Yeah, and I mean, if the wave wasn't there, I think Chiku wouldn't have survived because he was able to get twice the amount of healing. And wait, let's pull up the item list one more time. Who has Dominance Isis and who has Necklace of Durances? We need to know right now.
Ooh, having a look here, we can see that Momo as well as Yums are going to have the Dominance Ices on the opposite side. Looks like it's all going to be on Zakas here to be able to cancel out the regen on the opposing team. Leos, he finds Moon, but luckily Moon saved his abilities, able to get the stun on top of him. Izanami now going to need to escape from Formaze. I don't think he's going to be able to survive this, but the slow is going to be enough. Chiku does come in from behind to be able to secure the killing spree, and now the fight has begun. Kaiser Jin going to be going all out with the demonic force and chasing Formaze down. He does have the Winter Truncheon to be able to survive, but the mega kill gonna go over to Lexia as Chiku continues to chase down Zakas along with the help of Moon. Moon is going to fall and Zakas still surviving. The amount of tankiness on this Baxia. Chiku gets taken out by Lexia for an unstoppable streak. Only 2 surviving members of TODAK, and they're going to need to back off.
TODAK have been outscaled. RSGMY continue to get stronger and stronger. Izanami may have fallen, but his yin-yang overturn has been felt. RSGMY looking to turn this game onto TODAK's heads. This is a grudge match you will not forget. Yums and Momo have to play this slow as they look to try and steal away this Lord just in time, but unfortunately, it's going to be a full lockdown on that Esmeralda. The Toys Poissons, your regeneration means nothing to me as RSGMY take the Lord.
RSGMY have done it. They have sandbagged the game long enough to be able to get that scaling, and now that we are in the late game of Game 2, TODAK find themselves in a very difficult situation as they simply do not have enough damage to be able to take out the members of RSGMY.
Oh, this is so brutal. Like, truly so brutal for TODAK. You can tell that Formaze tried to snowball out of control with the help of Moon and Chiku guys, but unfortunately, they could not end the game in time. RSGMY played well despite the amount of punishment Lexia had to receive. And now, once again, you can see that a split push is relatively effective. He will be able to help synchronize these waves, and if he can cancel out, nope, he doesn't cancel out Yum there, but he will force out that wave.
Luminous Lord gonna be pushing up the top lane now. TODAK gonna need to defend against this, but The members of RSG already ready to respond. Feathered airstrike has been popped out. Zakas jumps over the wall. Gonna try and stop them. Luminous Lord actually gonna be distracted for quite a long time. Not actually doing as much damage to inhibitor as RSG would like.
Yep, the wave clear is strong, but here comes Izanami trying to get the yin yang overturn. They find those solo 1v1 Ling against Paquito. That's great because now RSG MY have a significant numbers lead as Loliels goes into the middle of the fight. He's able to sustain through 3 waves. They managed to find Izanami in the feathered airstrike, but here comes Momo. He unfortunately cannot regenerate with the dominance ice coming in from Zakas, but at least he doesn't have to deal with the Toys Poissons.
Oh, the anxiety in this game right now as RSG continues their siege. Loliels jumps into the back line, finds Moon, but he's able to escape. The Wave of the Dragon will keep him alive, and they pop Loliels' immortality. Zakas has been taken out as well, as Loliels will fall over the Moon. A successful defense by TODAK despite Chiku's absence.
Oh, they bounce back. They bounce back. Now a full minute that RSG has to wait until they can come back to life. This could mean that TODAK is going to look to muscle their way in. The conceal is being used. Lexia trying to cut the waves. They just need to escort it. Now Kaiser Jin unfortunately has to go for this 1v1 against Formace, who is so tanky and deals true damage. So he has to be so careful. No matter how tough you are, true damage cuts through that armor. Kaiser Jin, oh my goodness, he's just eating the shots one by one. Demonic Force actually pulling through, getting Moon in the meantime as Lexia manages to execute him. Izanami is back. Their wave clear is here, and the defense coming in strong with just 2 members of RSG MY. TODAK forced to wait for the next Lord.
That would have been the window of opportunity for TODAK to end the game. Not having to deal with Loliels and Zakas, as well as Izanami for another 15 seconds at least. But a beautiful defense from Kaiser Jin as well as Lexia. Lexia able to survive in that situation, which was very, very key, because if they had managed to kill him as well, TODAK could have just pushed in and ended the game, irregardless of the fact that Izanami had already respawned. The demonic force, the shielding on the Phobias, proves once again why this hero was one of the top banned heroes towards the middle of the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that Phobius, despite the fact that they changed his maximum amount of damage at level 15, it really doesn't change how effective he can be. Now, Zakas, he's going to have to use that Shield Unity to roll his way out of here. At this point, we are at the final leg of the race. 25 minutes into the game, a single mistake could cost the team everything that they have worked so hard for. RSGMY, they are a game down. TODAK wants to end with a clean 2-0.
The 4th Lord of the game has officially spawned. Could this be the final objective needed by these teams to finally put this game to rest? Who knows? But it's going to be very difficult for either side to actually secure this objective right now. Lots of respect coming out from both teams. They know that a single mistake is going to cost the entire game.
Well, let's see how they play this out. Yums, he finds the catch on towards Zakas so far, but he can just keep eating shots. The Shield Unity gonna force out Moon's feathered airstrike as he drops down the Toys Poissons. They chunk him down for 50% of his HP, but really doesn't matter. Now, Lexia, does he want to go back into another 1v1 against Chiku? He won it the first time. Can he do it again? You can see that Baxia is on his way. Lexia could turn this right now. Here we go. Chiku, guys, already getting a stack coming in from the Demonic Force, but Lord has been started by TODAK. Can RSG respond in time?
Chiku once again doing a good job of pulling the attention of his enemies. Demonic Force has been popped by Kaiser Jin, but he gets kicked with the Way of the Dragon. Not going to be able to do too much as Zakas and Kaiser forming a very good frontline wall. However, Kaiser will finally fall. Zakas still trying to deny Moon.
Wait, back door.
As he gets kicked off.
The back door.
Wait, Chiku, he's over in their base. He's in their base. Chiku is actually just cutting out the minion wave, and TODAK is just doing as much as they can to be able to block them off. Oh, this is dangerous here. Looks like they will indeed be able to retreat in time. Chiku, unfortunately, not able to clear the wave to be able to get the back door in. But the Way of the Dragon finds Izanami. He gets kicked. Immortality will be expended. Chiku, he's gonna stick around to try and get it. They do get a shutdown onto Lexia as well. That's gonna be huge.
They're looking to end. They're looking to end. Yums and Momo, they're gonna go for it. They're aiming for the crystal attack as he's trying to push the ball out. But unfortunately for Chiku, guys, he doesn't. TODAK finally get this game. Can they do it? They're pushing through. They've done it. TODAK take the 2-0 against RSGMY in a grueling 25-minute match. GG. Well played.
Oh my goodness. Perhaps the most anxiety-inducing match we've had in pretty much the entirety of Season 8. TODAK finally managed to close things out in a 2-0 victory. Beautifully played by Dem. Chiku identifying the fact that his team would be able to delay RSG long enough for him to go into the base and cut off the minion waves. He wasn't able to kill the crystal on his own, but that panic, that sudden moment of realization from RSGMY just made them go in complete disarray. Lexia got himself caught off, which is definitely not what should have happened, and secured the victory for TODAK.
Oh my goodness, well done. Guys, who do you believe is the MVP of this game? Use the hashtag MPL My Real MVP, and the most creative comment with the player name that you think is the MVP will earn the mystery reward. Man, that was a grudge match that nobody's gonna forget, and a great way to kind of, it would have been nice to kind of end the entire week on, but we still have more games. Let's check out the highlights brought to you by Yudu and relive the experience all over again, because this match was kind of all over the place.
Yep, in the early stages of the game, TODAK had the reins. They were in perfect control, managing to trade up for objectives, secure victories in team fights, as we saw from them in Game 1. And they were able to push RSG into their base very, very quickly on. However, towards the 10-minute mark, we could see RSG started scaling. Lolia started doing a lot of damage. Kaiser was becoming more and more tanky. And TODAK suddenly found themselves losing in team fights, which they would have previously won. Moon especially, I think, was playing out of his mind this game on the far side, just making such good chunks of damage.
Honestly, I would say that even Yums was playing a solid game overall. Like, this has to be one of the best games we've seen coming out of Yums as well, setting these up, and more importantly, being just the biggest sandbag in the world for this box here. Every time you see Zakas trying to come in with a shield unity, it is going to be Yums who gets in his way. He mirrored him perfectly this game, allowing that time and space for Moon to get all the shots of the Feathered Airstrike out before he gets cancelled.
Oh, RSG, they actually had a very good chance of being able to bring this back here. You could see that the scaling was coming into play, but TODAK were doing a very good job of splitting these fights up. If they just took a straight up face-to-face 5v5, RSG would have come out on top every single time. So TODAK being able to play around that situation, identifying flaws in not just the enemy lineup, but over the map itself, was what enabled them to get this victory.
A truly beautiful game coming out from both of these teams. 27 minutes and 22 seconds was all it took. TODAK having a much closer game despite having just way bigger damage numbers. 26 total kills to 20, the last few coming right at the end.
Just really well played by RSG as well, considering how behind they were during the early stages of the game. I thought this would be another open and shut case for TODAK, that they'd be able to take this game with no problem. But Kaiser Jin and Loliels proved to be quite the obstacles for TODAK to have to get around, to the point where they had to identify ways to fight around them rather than just overpower them.
Yeah, you can see that TODAK, what they're great at is adapting on the fly. For RSGMY, they played it well. They knew how to scale. Izanami having a really tough game because he was getting consistently punished by Chiku and as well as Formaze, dying before he's even able to get out the yin-yang overturn sometimes. It was a little unfortunate, but towards the later stages, like especially towards the 16th to 18th minute, that one yin-yang overturn was enough to help take out Formaze, and that made RSGMY's life so much easier.
TODAK is just a team that you have to respect. They are veterans of the battlefield, and even their newer players are demonstrating incredible prowess. We saw Formaze go completely insane in Game 1. Well, this time, we've got Moon, we got Chiku, we got Yums as well, all performing out of their mind. Let's have a look at the post-game stats.
The carry going over the Moon with his whopping 147,000 damage. The Sandbag going over to Zakas. The Rich Guy going over to Chiku, and the Forgotten One going over to Yums.
TODAK just playing really well there. Moon obviously was performing really well. The Feathered Airstrike was constantly finding multiple members of RSG MY chunking out huge percentages of their HP. Chiku and Yums doing a very good job of taking the attention away from the Farsa as well, cutting off the back line. Unfortunately, Formaze didn't really get to show off much this game because unfortunately, again, Karina is a hero that depends very heavily on that snowball, and he never was quite able to get it. And once RSG got the scaling up, he basically was just an extra large minion, all things considered, but was still able to make his presence felt.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of Karina, because again, she is great at executing low life targets, especially when you have missing health. She scales right off your missing health percentage. I don't need items, you just need to be low.
Well, let's have a look at who the MVP is, powered up with KFC, and it is going to be Chiku playing on the gold lane Paquito.
6-4 and 5 is his match KDA, 4.3 is his average KDA. Although he did have a great early game performance, you can still feel his presence even at the 23rd minute. He's able to get into that backline, and once he makes his presence known, you can see the rest of RSG having to turn their heads the other way.
Chiku is just absolutely ridiculous, man. You consider him to be one of the best junglers in MPL, but it kind of feels like you can give this man any hero in the game and he's going to be able to play it. What a secret weapon for TODAK here. When you add that on to the fact that all of the other members are coordinating and fighting well together, it's no wonder TODAK is doing so well.
It's pretty shocking indeed, but let's have a look at who is the real MVP coming in from Muhammad Hafiz. The real MVP is going to be Formaze. Oh my gosh, go for the Sifu, the teacher, entering again straight away as the MVP on Lapu Lapu. I think he's trying to say that he's coming back into the MPL as the MVP on his Lapu Lapu.
Yes.
The quality of this player is it's literally the best. Kudos to Formaze, the best TODAK player. Hashtag TODAK Langgar. I like that. I like that, Muhammad Hafiz. I respect, and sorry that I butchered your comment, but we get the message. Formaze is going to be the best player. And again, the quality. He is not wrong. He is a top-tier quality player.
Well, let's have a look at how the standings might have changed up after that last victory. TODAK, they were already very comfortably at the top of Group B. After winning another 2-0, their points are going to be shooting up that much more, and they're going to be definitely going into the upper bracket of the playoffs. Like we mentioned earlier, RSG MY, they're still going to be secured a spot in the playoffs as well, but that's purely because of the fact that EBLZ simply wasn't performing in the first few weeks of the regular season. And it is quite disheartening to see the defending champions of MPL MY fall to this position. They have a lot of work to do to make up for it.
Well, honestly, it just shows how competitive this season is going to be. I mean, this all is happening within 1 year. Season 7, RSG, taking the top spot, but Season 8 is all it took. Just a couple of months for better, more proficient teams who want to learn and are hungrier for it to take their place. It just shows this season, most competitive, hands down. But it's time, we're going to throw it over to the interview with the winners of this game. TODAK, let the analyst take it away.
Yes. Memang inilah orang yang kita nak ajak berbual. Anyways, Formaze. First of all, Formaze nak cakap congratulations, berjaya untuk kalahkan Team RSG MY. Kita adalah soalan-soalan personal yang kita nak tanya dulu, tapi kita tanya soalan yang teknikal lah. Karina, kenapa Karina kena build item defend?
Kenapa Karina kena build item defend? Sebab Iwan ajar saya suruh buat macam tu, so saya buat lah.
Iwannya ajar.
Player tanker.
Player tanker. Sebab Formis dah berapa minggu dah tak main dengan tim TODAK. Apa yang Formis lakukan time tu? Adakah Formis bertapa, berguru ataupun pergi mamak dengan Fira?
Tak tahu lah mana satu. Macam tak adalah, saya just pada awal season apa ke-8 ni kan saya tak perform untuk pasal early season, so saya ambil keputusan untuk rehat dulu and bagi dekat Ajib main, and dengan performa Ajib pun untuk sekarang bagus. So saya duduk atas katil lah, makan minum.
Jujur sangat tu.
Bagus jadi player tu lah. Tapi hari ni performance kuat macam geram kan Nadine?
Macam ada sense of geram, and di mana sebut pasal geram, I ada ternampak satu TikTok video di mana Formis ada mengeluarkan sedikit kata-kata ataupun perasaan ke hadapan satu buah ni lah. So apa yang Formis boleh cakap ataupun ada sedikit message nak diberikan kepada pasukan tersebut?
Kepada pasukan tersebut, saya rasa jumpa korang dekat MPL season depan je lah. Maybe season ni korang tak ada rezeki lah dekat playoff.
Panas.
Anyways, lagi best kat TikTok tu sebab dia marah tu macam.
Dia macam dekat TikTok macam lagi tapi tak apa, faham message faham.
Ini dia cheer. Tapi macam mana pun Formis, sebelum I lepaskan you, ada tak apa-apa pesanan you nak bagikan kepada semua fans TODAK?
Okay, first kali, terutama kali kepada family saya, terima kasih sangat-sangat sebab masih percaya saya dalam scene e-sport sekarang, and selalu support kita orang, selalu support TODAK. And kepada fans, teruskan support kita orang, jangan putus semangat dengan kita orang, selalu support walaupun kita orang jatuh, walaupun kita orang naik. And kepada haters tu, teruslah membenci kita orang sebab korang dah buat kita orang naik view. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak. Apa dia Fira? Dia kin salam. But anyways, thank you very much for me. Kita akan lepaskan you sekarang. And nampak dia macam excited je. Dia macam tiba-tiba malu je. Betul ke? Tak betul pun sebenarnya.
Janganlah bagi tahu sekarang.
Alamak, cakap apa sangat? Tak.
Betul lah. Betul Formis. Fira kirim salam. Betul.
Okay. Anyways, kepada semua supporters kat rumah, pastikan anda support Team MPL. Buat TikTok video #support Team MPL, mention MPL MY. Anda berpeluang untuk dapatkan 1000 diamond ataupun gaming chair. Follow kita punya social media di Instagram, TikTok dan juga Facebook untuk pastikan anda tahu sama ada menang atau tidak pada minggu ini.
Ya, jangan lupa letakkan hashtag, sebut team apa yang anda support. Kalau dah buat video banyak-banyak cantik-cantik, lupa letak hashtag, lupa letak team apa, sangat-sangat rugi hidup macam ni. Tapi macam mana pun kita kena move on. Adin, I dah tak sabar because selepas ni kita ada match lagi. Kalau saya ingat match apa, saya dah cakap. Saya ingat jap, Suhas lawan Geek Fam.
Memang hebat.
Sebab saya tulis.
Awak memang hebat. Geek Fam dorang Geek Fam masih mistrik ke? Win streak memang gila. Macam mana pun kita akan pergi kepada short break. Pastikan anda jangan pergi ke mana-mana. Kita akan kembali selepas ini untuk Geek Fam lawan dengan Suhas.
Selamat datang ke arena, siap sedia. Darah berwira, masa untuk buktikan pada dunia. 5 versus 5, semangat berkobar, kibar bendera.
Kita juara, kita MVP. Strict SOP, AFK, stealing bug feeders. RIP, toxic mentality, ban BYE.
Oh that, I see macam berlian. So fly, dance like a swan, but I'm the one. Lawan bersama, kita gapai impian. Satu demi satu kita slay.
Killer combo, kuasa 2 Hayabusa Kagura. Bagai bulan yang bersinar, Mia gonna make it.
Get you on a roll, better bow down.
Blood, sweat, tears, gonna give it all.
Double kill, triple kill, maniac. Unstoppable, monster kill, godlike.
Legendary.
Double kill, triple kill, maniac.
Welcome
to MobileLegend.
Bang bang, hero tak pernah mengalah. Bang bang, semangat makin membara. Bang bang, 1 visi 5 wira. Share the fun, ciptakan lagi Service killer, langsung ku melang menggila. Shadow power lebih bisa bila berlima. Benta dalam poket jumpa lord macam tiket. Push rank celak gigi glorious betik itu kami. We stronger, we better, we faster. Looking sharp macam Harper Commander. Bawa semangat 300 gladiator. Pagi sampai malam sampai pagi masih lagi.
Ada alpha, jaga-jaga ada alpha new. Musuh baru jangan lego, always on your toes. 5 on 5, jangan sampai hilang nyawa bro.
Hero kami OP, jangan cabar OG. Kami atur strategi, penuh konsentrasi. Always ready, always sure, always steady. Kami datang, kami lihat kami.
Double kill, triple kill, maniac.
Savage!
Unstoppable, monster kill, godlike.
Legendary!
Double kill, triple kill, maniac.
Savage!
Welcome to MobileLegend.
Bang bang, hero tak pernah mengalah. Bang bang, semangat makin membara. Bang bang, 1 visi 5 wira. Share your fun, ciptakan legenda. Bang bang, hero tak pernah mengalah. Bang bang, semangat makin membara. Bang bang, 1 visi 5 wira. Share your fun, ciptakan legenda.
Sweet dreams. I'm here to bring on beautiful dreams. Do you mind if I enter your dreams? Sweet dreams. Spread the magic and happiness to everyone. Everything looks more colorful in dreams. All you need is a little magic to dream a wonderful dream.
Wow, kita main Squid Game sekejap tadi.
Kita macam
Welcome kepada Ernest Das bersama saya Lafel dan juga Adit. Speaking of which, selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-8 dikuasai oleh Monton. Power Up with KFC disegarkan oleh Rexona Man, Digital Telco Rasmi Yudu, raikan bersama Nescafe, rakan Iskan TikTok, WeTV, Secret Lab dan juga eSport Charts. Nampak dia sekali macam
dia macam pandai production.
Yes, diorang punya timing tu. Baik, kita akan tengok perlawanan yang hebat antara Team Geek Fam lawan dengan Team Suhas. I am hyped, Aidin.
Hype. Tak sabar untuk lihat game yang seterusnya. Walaupun dua-dua dah qualify, but still kita orang kata bragging rights is on the line sekarang ni.
Bragging rights is on the line, but kita nak tengok draft. Bila kita cerita pasal draft, ini adalah patch baru. Patch baru dia ada efek kita punya jungle. So jom masuk kepada finger clicking good game, crispy hot chicken, where kita nak tengok perubahan dekat kawasan jungle, because this is the circle of life dekat bahagian jungle. Di mana sebelum ni assassin, marksman, hanya dua itu bisa saja.
But now
kita dah boleh main tank, kita dah boleh fighter. Sebab perubahan dekat jungle, perubahan dekat retribution, di mana cara kira damage ialah percent HP. So lagi tinggi HP, lagi tinggi damage yang dia boleh keluarkan dekat jungle.
That's why kita nampak kebanyakan tanker dibawa masuk, especially daripada pasukan TODAK yang baru saja main tadi, walaupun dia tak main tanker dekat pasukan dekat jungle, but still diorang yang bawa masuk.
Karina, tank item. But anyways, sekarang untuk orang nak faham apa circle of life.
Alright.
Dekat kawasan jungle, 4 main role ni akan bermain.
Betul.
Mage kurang, tapi this is how you guys counter each junglers. Kalau jungler tu memakai marksman, Isenshin, Granger, cara you nak counter is with assassins. Assassins generally boleh burstkan the enemy jungler lebih cepat. Marksman boleh kalahkan tank. Tank boleh kalahkan fighters. Fighters boleh kalahkan assassins. And dekat sini mungkin ramai orang fikir, it's like, why does this matter? Because junglers, they don't interact with each other. Dekat situ I akan cakap you're wrong. Diorang akan interact dekat kawasan turtle. So bila you dah sampai turtle, usually you dah level 4.
Betul.
Still tak ada item, but based on this circle of life, boleh naikkan you punya percentage untuk menang dekat turtle.
Yeah, that's why kalau kita recap balik, again, I nak guna pasukan TODAK as an example, di mana diorang bawa high loss untuk Ciku. Lihat bagaimana dia sangat-sangat kuat dekat turtle fight against pasukan pihak lawan dengan adanya kekebalan dia, as well as dia dapat the orange buff menyebabkan dia punya output damage lagi besar. Pada masa yang sama, the tankiness is there.
Yeah, again, untuk semua orang yang tanya, is tank jungle viable atau tidak? Viable, not OP.
Betul.
Because dia boleh clear as fast as fighters, as fast as assassins, tetapi tak lebih laju. So make sure you guys screenshot benda ni and just embrace the circle of life. Kalau enemy pakai marksman, counter dengan assassins. Kalau enemy pakai assassins, counter dengan fighter. Kalau enemy pakai fighter, counter dengan tank. So itulah kita punya finger clicking good game, crispy hot chicken. So kita akan tengok selepas ni perlawanan di antara Team Geek Fam melawan dengan Suhas, di mana even Box pun dah bawa masuk tank dekat jungle.
Betul. Box ya, kalau tidak saya semalam. Akai pun ada and nampak efektif. Diorang menang game tersebut daripada pasukan Suhas. Dengan adanya kemasakan AJ sekarang ni pun nampak lagi solid pasukan Suhas Esports.
Yeah, but either ways, I dah tak sabar untuk tengok perlawanan antara Suhas lawan dengan Geek. So tanpa membuang masa, English casters get ready, Malay casters get ready. Kita ada casters baru. So guys, please take it away.
Every story has a beginning and an end, but sometimes it's the middle that is going to be the true meat of the content. And with these two middle-ranked teams going head-to-head, who's gonna come out on top once again? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Stafa. Here is Gideon, returning once again with MPL MY Season 8, which is powered by Moonton. Power up with KFC, official freshness partner Rexona Men, official digital telco Yudu, celebrate moments with Nescafe, partners in esports, TikTok, WeTV, Secret Lab, and esports charts.
Once again, we're going to get into the meat of the competition, as this is going to be another high-stakes game this Saturday in our second best of 3 of today. Let's have a look at the player stats. See the starting lineups, starting off with SUHAZ Esports. It's going to be HY, AJ, Box, Evie, as well as the Ace.
SUHAZ Esports are a team that has recently been having a little bit of difficulty in the past few weeks of the regular season. A team that unfortunately found themselves relying a little bit too heavily on their more orthodox comfort picks. Suhas has had difficulty dealing with adapting to new metas. However, they've recently been demonstrating that they are starting to pick things up here and there. Will that be enough for them to secure a more comfortable position going into the playoffs?
Well, we've only seen the rise of Suhas Esports after the return of AJ, and that's going to have to change things up. However, the more consistent team currently having a fat win streak on their side, it's going to be Zorn, Dominus, Arts, Panda, and Mima. They recently lost their win streak yesterday against Team SMG. Is that a little bit sad? Of course it is, but it doesn't mean that they're going to be completely put out. They need to catch up in points if they want to overtake the homeboys for the upper brackets.
Yeah, this is going to be Geek Fam's final game in the regular season, so you know that those points are going to matter all the more if they want to secure themselves that second life in the playoffs by heading up into the upper bracket. The players have the capacity to do it, and I get the feeling a lot of the fans are going to be voting for Geek Fam's side this time. Will they be able to overcome the obstacle that is Suhas Esports?
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's only to be getting straight into these games here. I'm excited to see how they're going to play this out because, again, Suhas Esports, they've been having a lot of ups and downs this regular season, especially in the group stages. But it's tough. But let's see what the rest of the cast is going to believe. And we also have a new cast member coming in from the BM side. It's going to be Mars. That's a lie. His hair is way longer than that. Go check him out and be nice to him. But overall, overwhelming majority for Geek Fam with only... Oh, of course it's got to be Adine, as well as Sith believing in Suhas Esports.
I see Adine is following in Karakuri's footsteps from last season. He wants to be that guy, right? And surprisingly, he's been quite successful recently. Luckily, we were able to come out on top in our predictions from the previous game. But Fate can only hold out for so long. Let's see what you guys have to say as well.
Oh my goodness! An overwhelming majority in support for Geek Fam, taking at least 82% of the overall votes here. And Suhas Esports only a holding up to at least 10%. Now, that's some scary stuff and some scary odds, but I think this game is a lot closer than what people imagine.
Yeah, a lot of you guys at home, we can tell that you guys are observant. You guys are paying attention to the MPL. When a team is doing well, a lot of you guys like to be able to predict. You seem to know, but again, anything can happen, especially if some things happen and Suhas decides to power up, such as with the promo code POWERUP on the KFC app. Make sure you guys use it when you order your next KFC delivery because there's some very, very nice stuff waiting for you right there.
It's a delicious box to be had, and also there is one more code that you can earn, and you can actually see it at the top right of your screen when the timer does come out, so keep an eye for that. But you gotta double down on the right team this time. No more flip-flopping around. KFC gonna be coming up with the Zinger double down as well as their new Cheezilla double down. Scan the QR code whether you are on PC or on mobile. You can order it right now.
You guys know that those of us on the caster's desk are always talking about these sponsors, these very special partners for MPL, and we appreciate them. But obviously, saying the same things all the time can get a little bit boring. But personally, I never get bored of looking at the double down. KFC always giving you guys some real good stuff. And what's more, they're gonna be giving away some vouchers for KFC just for you if you are able to answer these questions you see on the screen.
If you are attentive, this will be very easy to answer. Starting off with the first question, what is the new promo code for the special bundle KFC x MLBB? And the reoccurring question, which is what is your favorite KFC menu item and state the reason why. Now guys, remember this is so important. If you want to be able to earn that 50 ringgit vouchers, 2 of them in a matter of fact, insert your IG handle, insert the hashtag fingerclickingGG, as well as the hashtag KFCXMLBB. Code is on the top right. That's the only clues that we're going to be giving here. Answer it while you can. Now, don't forget there are still the share milestones.
If you guys haven't yet, and I don't know why you wouldn't, MPL's such a special experience, you guys need to share it with your friends and family so that we can hit these share milestones for you guys to get these very lucrative in-game rewards you guys see at the bottom of the screen right now. Don't wait. Just click the button. It's so easy. I'm sure you guys have shared plenty of stuff before. If you're enjoying the stream, share it out. Use your other devices. Get your friends as well. Because the more shares we get, the faster you get those rewards.
And to all the international viewers out there, these are also for you guys as well. All you gotta do is hit that share and you can be farming the MPL MY. Now, you can't really say that with a lot of the MPLs, honestly. But hey, you know, MY, we're kind of different. We like being that difference. And now it's time to talk about the upcoming draft. We still have 52 seconds. What are we going to expect from both of these two teams?
Well, we've already seen the gameplay from Geek Fam recently. The team has proven themselves to be very consistent in terms of their performance. In comparison, however, Suhas Esports, it does still look like the team is still trying out things here and there, which is to be expected because, as we saw, they were a team that was known for sticking to their guns. They had a fixed play style, which was starting to become less effective, so now they're trying more things, and it does seem to be working out for them. However, considering they're up against Geek Fam here, who has managed to adapt to this meta a lot more efficiently, it's gonna be quite the uphill battle.
Yeah, it really is going to be an uphill battle. It's time we jump straight into this draft and get this second game up and going. Starting off with Geek Fam on the blue side, Suhas Esports on the red. And it looks like both AJ and Padel are going to be at the desk, at the helm. They cannot afford to lose this match and lose an opportunity to make it into the upper brackets.
This is going to be very important for both these teams. As we highlighted during the beginning, right after we came back from the break, both these teams are currently sitting around the middle of their respective groups. And they want to be able to get any of these points as they can to be able to make it to the upper brackets. It is, after all, the final week, the second last day of the regular season. Wow, how time flies. But time is going to be standing still for both these teams, as a lot of thought is going to be needing to be put into this draft.
Yeah, it looks like Geek Fam has taken a little bit of the same idea and gone with the same draft pattern as TODAK in game, the first series of the day, banning out both the Hayabusa as well as the Lancelot. The question is, what are they going to let through? Is it going to be Paquito, Matilda, or the Jawhead?
It's a curious choice here. Firstly, Box is a carry player that likes to play a lot of these assassin types, most notably known for playing the Ling, playing Lancelot, sometimes the Hayabusa as well. They have banned out the Lancelot and Hayabusa, so the Ling is still open for Suhas if they decide to go. Oh wait, hold on, my bad, didn't quite see that. They had already banned out the Ling earlier. Baxia gonna be the final ban from Geek Fam. An interesting choice.
They're just shutting down Box right now. Box, yes, he is going to be the assassin player, but the few times, that one time last week where he decided to go for 2 games going in for that Boxia jungle, they were able to pull it off in comparison to RSG, who tried to whip out Boxia and debuting it in the jungle for the first time when they were utilizing TikTok instead of Lexia. Now, Suhas Esports, final bans here. They ban out the Ling as well as the X-Borg. Final ban going over to Barat.
Curious question here, because you did highlight a good point. I had completely forgotten about the fact that Box was playing on that Boxia jungle. The question, however, for Suhas here is, were they specifically going for the Boxia jungle, or is the team now leaning to taking a page out of TODAK's book and actually attempting the jungle tank style? Banning out the X-Borg as well as the Barats might be an indication that they're still going for this style of gameplay, even with Barats taken off the table.
Yeah, I think right now they're just baiting out Geek Fam to go for the Paquito. Jawhead and Matilda wide open for Suhas Esports. They lock in the Matilda. Do they want the Jawhead on top of it all? I see that they ban out the X-Borg, which kind of tells me that they want to play a tank side laner of some sort. We're seeing the happy faces coming in from Suhas Esports. It feels like they've got a plan in mind.
The question is what that plan is going to be. As you mentioned, the Jawhead is available if they want to go for that. The Benedetta, also not a bad option. It is EV's signature hero, so if they want to go for something a bit more comfortable, that is going to be a choice. However, they are instead going to be picking up the E for AJ.
That's kind of interesting because Jawhead is wide open, but I guess as long as AJ is extremely careful with his Eve and positioning himself to make sure he waits for the unstoppable force Esports to come out before he drops down the real-world manipulation, the odds of him getting cancelled is solely based on his positioning. Now, Geek Fam, they probably are aware of this. Zorn has been having great performances on the Jawhead, but it's going to be the Alice this time to get an easy flank and cancel on the real-world manipulation, and even a Farsa. Dominus has been performing overwhelmingly well yesterday on his Farsa.
Ooh, this is a very solid opening lineup draft for Geek Fam thus far. Having the Paquito means that the side lane is basically going to be secure in their favor. And once the Farsa hits level 4, they shouldn't have too much problem dealing with any early game aggression from Suhas. The ally is going to be a good option for them to scale up as well, as Suhas going to be responding with the Yuzong.
It's just counterplay after counterplay, focusing so strongly on these mid laners. Now, the question is, right, when you have Farsa already locked in, the support is currently not shown by Geek Fam, and I think the support is going to make a major difference because Jawhead was not picked up within first phase. I think it's going to be an easy ban for Suhas Esports just to ban out the Akai as well as the Jawhead, just to kind of shut down on Geek Fam.
Well, we also have to consider the signature Zorn Cho, which is still going to be available in the pool.
Your team is banning.
That's true. I just thought of another pick that might be a little annoying, and I think this might be a Bane game coming out of Mima.
Ooh, that would not be a bad choice at all. Bane Mima would be a good option here. But if they want to lean towards a more traditional lineup, the Granger still an option. Good combo with the Farsa for Geek Fam. So they still have quite a lot of options here. Suhas, their ban gonna be going onto the Jawhead as anticipated. I think we're gonna expect them to ban out another support hero as well, such as the Cho. However, I don't think that's gonna narrow down what Zorn is able to play. As you highlighted, the Akai is still open. If he wants to, he can go for the Sylvana as well.
Your team is banning.
Looks like Suhas gonna elect to ban the Kufra.
Kufra bad. I think Suhas Esports is also considering getting the Benedetta. Considering the composition that they have right now, I do not think it's going to be a double core. Brody gets banned out by Geek Fam.
I'm wondering if Suhas led the Cho through so that they could draft it for themselves, since they have first pick in the second phase, but no. Looks like Suhas is going all out onto a team fight composition by drafting in the Belleric. They're gonna be attempting to lock people down with the Wrath of the Dryad to set up for the real-world manipulation, as well as the AoE damage coming out of the Yuzong.
I'm trying to figure out, is this going to be a box on the Belleric playing in the jungle on Belleric? Like, is that possible? I don't think it is compared to things like Boxia or like Akai and Hylos, who have more consistent DPS. There's no passive that Belleric has to really abuse it, but let's just wait and see. Geek Fam, they lock in the Balmont as well as the Fanny. Hello. We've got answers here, and even Suhas Esports, they're like, we respect it.
Wow, that's interesting there coming out from Geek Fam. Now, this is something I'm wondering. Obviously, we know Zorn plays the Fanny. This is a hero that he likes to flex with. However, Zorn is going to be playing on the support position for Geek Fam. If he does play the Fanny, what is Mima going to do? Is this going to be a Mima Fanny instead?
No, I think Mima, he's going to play... I think Zorn's going into the jungle. Mima is going to be playing Balmont here. I don't see any supports. No dedicated supports for the side of Geek Fam. That just might be the tell, but here comes... Let's go! What a composition from both of these teams. Suhas Esports going to be bringing out the Aldous this time. And there we go. Mima on the Balmont, Zorn on the Fanny. HY is going to go on the Yuzong. We're seeing Box on the Aldous.
Oh, this is interesting. Suhas Esports electing to flex out their own pick. They say, oh, you're gonna bring out the Fanny? Well, it's time for all this, and they have a lot of setup for it. Let's have a look at the draft. Geek Fam going for something a little bit unorthodox, bringing back the Zorn Fanny, but this time not having a dedicated tank support. We're still not too sure who's gonna be joining Dominus in the mid lane. Suhas Esports, on the other hand, gonna have a very strong team fighting composition. They want to be able to send win back the game, want to be able to take fights and create space for Box to be able to farm and get up his stacks to become an absolute monster in the late game.
Well, it is time. Geek Fam versus SUHAZ Esports in our second best of 3 today. Only one of them is going to set themselves up for the upper brackets. Which is it? Select your favorite teams, vote for them, cheer for them as Geek Fam on the blue side and SUHAZ Esports on the red.
Oh my goodness, I just looked at the battle spells. Maima is playing Jungle Ballman. Zorn is playing Support Fanny.
Let's go. Let's go. Oh, wait. Wait, that means Zorn isn't... Hold on. Zorn is going to take Petrify, right? But that early game damage is going to be important. Yes, Maima gives over the purple buff so that Zorn can start terrorizing the map as Maima is going to look to steal as many camps as possible. He's immediately running towards Bearbug, giving up Litho Wanderer.
This is very weird from Geek Fam, and I am very curious to see whether or not it will work.
Oh my goodness.
The jungler giving away the blue buff to Zorn here. Maima gonna be able to start farming the enemy side. Looks like it's gonna be a bit of a vertical split. Box already going to Geek Fam's orange buff. They recognize that this is happening. DA is gonna give that information over, so Box just doesn't want to contest that right now.
Oh, Zorn, can he steal this away? Here we go. Box manages to get it. He holds up his retribution, but now he's in the middle of 2. Manages to get the stun. He even gets the taunt before fading away with the guiding winds.
Cool guys don't look at explosions and Box just flexing in Geek Fam's face. I think that's necessary. Right?
Yeah.
I think that's compulsory when you're playing against Geek Fam, especially if it's towards Zorn of all people.
I love it. I love it. But yes, just to explain what... Oh, wait, hold on. Let's see the dive coming onto Panda. It's going to be HY jumping onto it, but here comes Zorn with the counter gank as well. They find the first blood on the Alice. Yuzong ends up dying. Zorn chunks him out. What a counter engage.
That's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. However, Box using his ultimate to go to the bottom lane means that Maima has free reign with this turtle. Arts going to be delaying Eevee. He's not gonna be able to contest that.
No, there's nothing they can really do. I think at this point of time, SUHAZ Esports just have to give away the turtles because there's almost zero chance they can actually secure these neutral objectives just because Maima can use that lethal counter on top of the retribution. It's like having 2 retributions.
So you know how when you're playing pubs and you're playing in Epic and then your team decides to have 2 junglers, it feels like that's what's happening with Geek Fam right now, except it's intentional. But that's gonna be first blood bounty of the game. Make sure you guys use the code below to redeem your rewards and scan the QR code for some nice KFC goodies.
Oh, Zorn has to play this slow. He wants to get his Balmond on the opposite side of the map to work out.
Ooh, the reset.
Oh, he gets the reset. That's good. That's good. That means Balmond has more time. Zorn has done his job. He's gonna get on out of there with the steel cables. As we can see that now Balmond is gonna be up 2 camps to 1.
In the meantime, HY in a lot of trouble. Gonna be forced to pop the Black Dragon form to be able to escape from the feathered airstrike, which means that although they weren't able to get the kill, they are able to force HY back. In the meantime, Zorn up here to cause chaos once again. Oh! Eevee actually pops the Wrath of the Dryad there. He's not going to be able to catch the Fanny.
Again, I don't expect Belric to ever catch the Fanny in these situations. If he does, it's going to be a very difficult game for Zorn, but I don't think Zorn's going to make that mistake just yet. He's got fast fingers, but here comes Maima. This could be a potential dive, knowing that he doesn't have the ult, but I think they're just going to proxy the wave.
This is such an interesting game to watch right now. Art's gonna be cutting off the wave here wisely. Eevee decides to back off. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble from the gank from Mott. Oh my goodness. That is disgusting right there. The feathered airstrike setting up for a free kill from Zorn. Meanwhile, Panda gonna jump on top of 3 people with the ultimate. Gets the stun onto HY, but he's able to escape. And Panda successfully defends his tower.
Yep, that was a really good move coming in from Panda. He hides in the brush, and then after that re-engages from the brush side, making sure that he's utilizing his spells as effectively as possible, especially timing it to when Yuzong was getting attacked by the turret. So, really good punish so far. Maima is going to take away the turtle again. We just have to keep in mind that this early game... Oh, wait. Oh, my goodness. It's an ace. He doesn't stand a chance. He didn't want to flicker out of there.
Wow, Magma just chunks out the ace in a single cyclone sweep. This is the danger of Ballman right now. Don't look down on this starter hero. He is very, very scary. Having a look at the items so far, Geek Fam is currently 2k ahead in net worth. Both Maima as well as Arts has completed their war axes.
Yep, HY has already got that proc off. He needs to go into the Black Dragon form to survive. And yes, will he manage to get away from the lethal counter? Doesn't take HY out. His sustain was just enough. Eevee just trying to match as much as he can for now as the game goes into a pause. Hopefully, we get to see what else happens, but my goodness, is this a tease?
This is such a strange game already. Just the fact that Zorn is playing a support Fanny with Petrify. Who comes up with this?
Amox, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's just a collaboration between him and his players. It takes 5 members to work together to make this game work, but it also takes 5 times the freshness to get that GG. With every single one of them, Rexona Men is just going to be dropping another bottle of deodorant for you guys, so scan the QR code while you still can.
Honestly, when we're talking about fresh gameplay, you can never discount Geek Fam. They're one of the pioneers. In the previous season, they were on par with TODAK for being a team that you just couldn't predict. They're a little more consistent now, but it's always nice to see them try out different things like we see here. And this is honestly a composition that takes a little bit of effort to carry out. Because again, in order for Zorn to do his job, he needs the purple buff, which basically means that he's always going to be looking for that purple buff. Geek Fam are effectively playing with 2 junglers at once, which forces Maima to have to get invades in order to get farm.
I think more so is that they understand that Maima can farm really, really fast. So giving up the purple buff really doesn't mean anything because he's able to get 2 camps just as quick while Zorn is soloing that purple buff all by himself. Now to Ace, not going to make the same mistake. He's going to quickly hop on all out of there, making sure he defends himself from Maima, but Maima is aiming straight for that turn. He wants to break it on open. HY could technically go in for this kill, but he backs off.
Ooh, very dangerous from Maima there. Luckily as well, Box had actually used his ultimate on Zorn, so it wasn't available to be able to chase down the Ballman. Arts now distracting Dreamlike. Oh my goodness. Almost takes out the ace, but Arts is probably going to meet his end here. Yup, Box gonna be able to get that stack.
Yep, and those are going to be important stacks for Box. He gets way more off of the hero kills, and now purple buff getting attacked by Maima. He just, oh my goodness, this is got to be so frustrating. A lethal counter into Retribution, literally no counterplay to that.
But HY gonna be able to cut Maima off. Luckily, he does still have his dash, so he will be able to escape from that with no problem. Geek Fam now 2.5k in terms of net worth ahead of that of Suhas Esports. We can see Zorn once again going to be taking the purple buff.
Yep, the ace going to use the circling eagle, but HY gets locked in by Arts, who pushes him right into the blender of Maima. That's already going to be another kill. It's a little unlucky for HY because they really needed his Black Dragon form to even contest for the turtle. But then again, can they really take it away from Maima?
Eevee not going to be able to steal that away. Could be in a bit of trouble, but is able to get rescued by the ace with the guiding winds. Not going to fall prey to Panda for now. Meanwhile, Zorn gonna be split pushing. The mobility on this Fanny pick is huge. While it's true that he... Oh, wait, never mind. What? Are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness, he gets solo killed so easily. Zorn is so fast with those steel cables, utilizing the destroy turret as just a quick means to get more auto attacks done. Now, Box, he can one-shot Zorn, and that's the problem. Even though Zorn does have the Festival of Blood, he's going to need a Bloodlust axe to become relevant in this game. But look at Geek Fam. They're using the pressure and the space that Zorn is creating to attack the jungle and the bottom side of the map, which is supposed to be the strongest side. Rather, the Dryads already come out. Maima is going to steal away the purple buff as HY waiting in the flank to use the Black Dragon form. He sees Dominus. He wants Dominus. He's going to be going on top of him as Panda looks to take out AJ. No real world manipulation. They find Dom. And now Maima turns things around. No lethal counter to be used. HY with the help of Box take down 1, but they lose 3 in the process.
Like they're not quite done. Panda once again returns to claim another kill, and they're not about to let the ace escape. Luckily, he is able to flicker out of the way, but that is a 1-for-4 trade in favor of Geek Fam, who have successfully blown up their lead. 7k net worth advantage now.
All right, let's look at the items so far. We're seeing that Box is deciding to go for a damage build. Dominance Ice coming on Eevee. It's important that he gets it. Fanny is getting close. Wait, what is he building? I think he's building a Blade of Despair there.
I think it's important to notice that Geek Fam is building full damage. There is no tank build on Geek Fam. Maima's building semi-tank, but their entire team is DPS. They are going to be very painful for Suhas Esports to deal with. However, this is also risky because if the game drags out long enough for Box to get his stacks, there's not going to be a lot of members of Geek Fam that can survive it.
Yeah, but let's see, because this snowball is huge coming out from Geek Fam. They're basically dominating every side of the jungle during this mid game, and it's forcing Suhas to kind of stick together very early on, opening up the opposite side of the map for Zorn to attack.
Ooh, what a game coming out from Geek Fam right now. Suhas gonna be doing a pretty good job of holding themselves.
Hello?
Zorn, what are you doing?
Hello?
My goodness. Zorn is just in his element. This is... Oh my god, he's just flexing around them.
I guess they're just gonna let it happen. They're gonna like take our inhibitor. We don't care. Lord is also gonna be falling out. Suhas Esports cannot keep up with these rotations, but that was some very bad decision making coming out of Suhas as they get distracted for a second, forgetting that Zorn is getting a free inhibitor.
I don't know how to respond right now. This is textbook Zorn. This is literally the most Zorn we have ever seen. His gameplay in basically the entire season, and you can tell that he's very happy doing this. Just going around, getting kills, pushing towers, getting an inhibitor from right under the noses of Suhas as a support. Fanny, not even a jungle Fanny. I have no words for this.
Hey, this might just be the new tech. It could be the new science. Zorn once again going in for the attack onto multiple targets. He sees them. He's like, nope, don't want to deal with it. HY gets chunked out as we can see Panda diving into the back line here. He manages to get the winter truncheon off in time. AJ with the real world manipulation to disengage the comp. Here comes Bach. Chain Fate. Panda, goodbye. But Maima will fight. Oh no, he doesn't.
The guiding wind.
The guiding wind pulls it back and he gets out of the lethal counter, but Zorn is there to clean up the mess. He's looking for Eevee but doesn't get it.
Oh, Zorn manages to escape with a sliver of his HP, but the Lord is already on top of the crystal. Arts and Domin is gonna get the final inhibitor, and half of the HP on the crystal is already gone from Suhas. Panda is not here, but Box has also down for the count. Wrath of the Dryad has been popped as Maima continues zoning out the members of Suhas. Better District comes out, the Ace and EJ able to escape. Arts gets knocked up. They're still continuing Maima. Look at his regen.
Yep, and he's gonna aim straight for the crystal. GG, well played, Geek Fam. New tech, new science. They are on the frontier.
I think that game, if I could describe that game in one sentence, it would be, wait, what just happened? Because Geek Fam was just going all over the place. Zorn on the Fanny was taking towers. Even we didn't notice it. All of a sudden, the camera pans over. Huh? Zorn is on the tower. Huh? Zorn is taking the inhib. Huh? It's like, what is going on? But well played to Geek Fam for being able to come up with this and make it work so well.
I haven't seen Amox that happy. Comes into camera. He's just hands flailing like, yeah, boy, we did it. It's one of the few games where you cannot blink. If not, Zorn takes another objective. Let's look at it one more time with a closer eye on these highlights brought to you by Udo. And we can see these counter ganks coming in from Zorn. That's the beauty of Fanny. She's one of the few heroes that at level 1, at level 2 especially, she is going to be highly effective.
Maima as well was farming like really solidly, even though Zorn was taking half of his buffs throughout the entire game. That's why they drafted the Ballman, because they know that he's gonna be durable, he clears camps fast, he can invade the enemy jungle without being too worried of getting taken out. And because Suhas Esports requires so many of their members around to be able to take these team fights, it creates a lot of space for Panda to be able to get his farm on the side and scale up. He didn't even need to contribute much in this game, and Zorn was just having the time of his life.
Yeah, I do think that Box's build kind of worked against him there. I do think that he should have either decided to go for an endless battle or a Thunder Belt and then just go full tank like we have seen in the Philippines, because you can see that, yes, he's got a lot of damage. He can one-shot one person, but if they buy time with a Winter Truncheon or even a Winds of Change, it basically, he's just dead in the water.
Now let's have a look at the post-game stats here. The match lasted for only 11.5 minutes, so Geek Fam managed to end things very, very quickly, not giving Suhas any time at all for Box on the Aldous to be able to get up his stacks. Looking at the gold, Geek Fam were 11k ahead in terms of net worth. They did 60k more damage, taking 9 towers to 1, taking all the lords and turtles, as well as more buffs from their opponents. When you just look at the individual net worth, Zorn, which is supposed to be a support, basically has a higher net worth than 4/5 of Suhas.
That's crazy. That literally is so crazy. And he even took, oh my goodness, wait a minute, did he take the jungle knife? No, that's actually a support blessing. That's actually ridiculous. No way, dude, he took dire hit. Oh my goodness.
Now that you pointed out, it's true, he had support boots and he was still out farming the enemy. Look at that, he's level 13.
I don't know what to say. I mean, well done. This science is great because the main point of it is to avoid these team fights, and Eevee basically could not get an effective Wrath of the Dryads. MVP going over to Maima, powered up with KFC with his perfect 3-0-4 match KDA. This is a farming machine.
It takes a lot of work and coordination to be able to play this kind of draft, because a jungler depends very heavily on having all of his camps available to himself. The fact that he had to give his purple buff over to Zorn for him to basically function as a hero already puts a bit of a handicap in the hands of Maima. He has to invade and identify points in the enemy's armor that he can just go in, get some farm, even get some kills off the top of that. Very well played to Maima, but just good game to Geek Fam overall. I want to see more of these lineups. It's just so fun to watch.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. You can see that his damage per minute is not as high, but it's just they have the guaranteed secure. They've basically taken a jungler, taken the role, and kind of isolated into two isotopes. One to focus on the main neutral objectives, and the other to consistently affect the map. And that's what they did with this tech. It's really smart, I'm not gonna lie.
It's such a smart idea, but the execution was even better. Geek Fam just played that to perfection. They planned the draft out very well too. Once they noticed that, Suhas, they don't have a lot of CC. Time for the fanny. Zorn is just, give it to me. Give it to me now.
Yeah, give it to me right now. Oh, man. I was surprised. I was very surprised when the Aldous pick started to come in, and I thought maybe they had a really good chance if they could just sandbag as much as they could, but really smart early game coming in for the side of Geek Fam, understanding that they do have the early game pretty much under wraps and started to perform vertical jungling, which we don't get to see very often here at the MPL MY. For those of you who don't understand what vertical jungling is, think of the map as 2 dimensions, vertical and horizontal. Vertical, super easy to do. You focus on your own side of the jungle and then move into the enemy side of the jungle. Same goes for horizontal, except you stay in your own jungle. But let's add one more dimension for the sake of Rexona, men. You want to know the latest tech? You want to have the hottest compositions? Get Rexona Men with 5 times the freshness with every GG. You wonder what's going inside the mind of the mad lad Amox himself? Well, Rexona Men can get you to that level. Scan that QR code below and you'll understand how Amox sees this world.
Geek Fam's draft in that previous game was just the absolute example of fresh ideas and fresh gameplay, and to be able to execute that, you need to have some good ping, which makes me think that they were probably using Udo. If you guys haven't swapped over to Udo, make sure you guys scan the QR code below, swap on over, and you will receive 100 free diamonds.
Geek Fam was probably like, Wi-Fi? Who needs that? We got Udo this time. And they probably have already claimed their 100 free diamonds, so you guys need to jump on that bandwagon while you still can. Get rid of your boring old digital telcos and join the official digital telco of the MPL. We like the finer things in life.
But in addition to that, you guys are gonna make sure you want to stay awake to watch even more of Geek Fam's wacky shenanigans. So why not get yourself some Nescafe? Scan this QR code below as well as use the promo code NESMPL to get yourselves a voucher for 30% off on Nescafe products with no minimum spend.
You can get some of your favorite flavors, whether it be original, mocha, latte, or even TODAK. Buy in bulk or buy just a couple of cans, all of which no minimum spending, 30% off guaranteed.
That just sounds like a good deal to me, and I think we're all going to need it. That was a sobering experience from Geek Fam here. Let's see what you guys have to think about that. I think we can all agree, after watching that kind of gameplay, a lot of us are going to be putting our investments in the Geek Fam stock.
Oh yeah, the stonks are looking even more powerful for the side of Geek Fam. Suhas had a really good idea with the composition. However, they forced the composition against Geek Fam, who was forcing their own composition. Game of rock, paper, scissors sometimes. Game of rock, paper, scissors.
And when you know that Zorn is happy and comfortable with the hero he's playing, he can make things happen. There was taunting happening from both sides there, but taunts don't mean anything if they're just empty words. Zorn made things happen by accelerating the game with his mobility. Sure, he didn't necessarily have to go for kills, but the threat he put on the objective just forced people to have to come and respond to him. And when we look at this recap, we look at SUHAZ Esports' draft, they're quite an immobile team. They rely heavily on the ultimates like the Black Dragon form, like the Aldous ult, to actually be able to move around the map. And they need multiple players around to be able to even deal with 1 or 2 members of Geek Fam.
Yeah, I think it's just so smart what Geek Fam did. You can see by their bans, banning out the Brody has a double meaning of saying, hey, even though HYHY is capable of playing it, that initial lockdown stun could potentially ruin Zorn's day. Let's get rid of it. And now looking back at the Boxia ban, I think even Geek Fam realizes a bit of PTSD from Red Esports last season, which they saw and drafted Fanny a little too early, instantly getting punished by a Boxia jungle.
It's very smart from Geek Fam too, because normally when you want to pull out this Fanny, Geek Fam wants to be on the red side of the draft. They want to have that last pick, just so it's impossible for the enemy team to have to respond to it. However, this time, they were comfortable with getting the Fanny in the second last phase, because they knew that the only hero left for SUHAZ to draft was going to be Box's hero. And there's not a lot of Box's hero pool that has that hard lockdown to be able to stop him.
Yeah, I was arguing whether SUHAZ Esports would want to go for a Saber jungle, but then you just completely lose out on that early game. Your side laners won't be able to do too much. Zorn will be able to instantly punish you because you're just trying to clear up your buffs. So it goes both ways. It goes both ways. But now it's time for game number 2. SUHAZ Esports. You can see DeAce, he is determined to win this upcoming game. And you can see the distaste in Padel's face. He is like, okay, we cannot let them get away with this new tech.
Geek Fam are basically like the villains in a TV series. They're the people that are going to just flex in front of you, put you down, and laugh in your face while they're absolutely dominating. SUHAZ, they want to become the protagonist. They want to become the hero that takes down Geek Fam. But will it be enough now that they've demonstrated their adaptability and flexibility in gameplay? We'll find out. In this Game 2 draft, the first 2 bans have come out. SUHAZ once again eliminating the Ling, Geek Fam banning out the Hayabusa.
You know, your analogy seems to be perfect here, because every villain, TV villain we've seen thus far always wears a turtleneck, and Zorn's portrait, you know he's in it to win it. You know he wants to be the bad guy. He loves being the antagonist.
Yeah, every TV show villain and every IT CEO.
All he needs is the glasses. Join the club. Mima, Panda, and Dominus is waiting.
Okay, back to the topic here. The next couple of bans are coming out. SUHAZ gonna ban out the Alice. Looks like they did recognize that Panda playing on that scaling side laner was a bit of a problem for them. Don't want to give it any wide berth anymore. Geek Fam gonna to be reprising their bans in game 1, getting rid of the Lancelot.
I think Suhas Esports still want to punish Panda's lane. They were struggling a little bit. They did get stopped the first time they attempted to dive, but the second and even third time, Panda kind of held out on his own very, very well, in matter of fact, and even opting to rush for a Winter Trunjet relatively quickly in the game. So very good play coming in from Panda. Suhas Esports giving the respect it deserves. Now it's going to be the next ban coming out of Suhas Esports in the next 6 seconds. It's going to be Paquito.
All right, that makes sense to me. I think that's definitely a hero that Suhas does not want to give over again. It already proved to be quite a problem for them. And basically every other team that lets the Paquito through have found themselves at the receiving end of the heavy left punch, which is never a good feeling. You want to be able to secure the priority on those side lanes, especially if you play more late game carries. You want to ensure that you don't give the enemy team space to be able to invade your side lanes, invade your jungle, and just generally choke you out.
Yep, but now Geek Fam have to respond. Matilda wide out in the open, Selena as well, and the same goes for Jawhead. Again, very high tier picks, but it's going to be the Phoveus, which means this draft is going to be extremely open.
This is going to be an interesting choice for Suhas right now, because as you mentioned, Jawhead is open, the Matilda is there as well, lots of options for them. It's gonna be up to Suhas to decide what they really want to prioritize. They're gonna be going for the Cho here. This is gonna be a HYHY Cho. Interesting first choice, but I suppose that is also a little bit of a respect pick, just to make sure that Zorn cannot pick up one of his more comfortable heroes.
So they're gonna start things off with the Cho. I think that's relatively interesting because, again, Matilda is such a highly prioritized pick for so many teams. I think, you know, the idea is to kind of stray away from the usual meta and really start to open things up. Let's think about Ling here for a second, because that's also up on the table.
Well, actually, Ling has already been banned out by Suhas. Interestingly enough, they are electing to ban out the Ling first. I do know that Maima likes to play the hero a lot, but I would have thought that Box would try to prioritize that a little bit more. Interesting choice, but Geek Fam going to respond. They are indeed going to lock in the Matilda for themselves, but we're gonna be seeing a Benedetta most likely in the hands of Panda this game.
Okay, Benedetta as well as Matilda pulling back to Suhas Esports here. I'm not entirely sure what jungler they're going to start going with again. Are they going to try for the Aldous? Aldous doesn't seem too bad. However, the kiteability of Aldous might be in question when Matilda is in enemy hands. Now, it could be a HY Cho here. I'm not sure if the Ace wants to pick it, but yep, it looks like it's going to be HY Cho, and they're going to be locking in the Lunox.
Alright, gonna be giving AJ the Lunox here. Pretty safe pick, but looks like the Ace is gonna be getting his signature jaw hit. I was actually wondering if Suhas might want to prioritize locking in Box's hero a little bit early. Maybe get something safer like the Roger, because we have seen that Geek Fam likes to ban out Box's heroes a little bit later on. But instead, they're gonna be prioritizing on that, which means that Suhas Esports' early game is going to be a little bit stronger now that they have the jaw hit.
Yeah, strangely enough, despite Lunox being shown first, they still lock in the Esmeralda. Now, Geek Fam, they ban out the Thamus, clamping down onto Eevee, making sure that he's not going to have a lot of heroes to play. At this point of time, unless he goes for his traditional, you know, tank-style EXP laners, Boxia, Belleric, which we just recently found out, arguably even the Akai, but we'll see. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big question for Suhas Esports right now. But at the very least, by locking in the Cho and the Jawhead already, they are effectively denying Zorn from grabbing the Fanny once again, since now they do actually have some CC to be able to deal with it. As for Geek Fam, banning out the Tamas here. Curious choice. I would have actually thought that Arts had a bit more priority on Tamas in comparison to Eevee. But you never know what goes on through these players' heads. They have a plan here. Suhas also gonna be respecting Maima's Balman. That hero was just a little bit too much to deal with.
Yeah, I think they're understanding very quickly that they might not have a lot of pressure on one of their side lanes, especially when it's up against Benedetta. So that's gonna help them create some space for Balmont to get in. So might as well get rid of the core problem, Balmont itself. It's going to be Boxia, the next ban. Yep, Geek Fam are just clamping down on Eevee.
We're gonna see what kind of other heroes EV has in his pocket here. He has been known to be a player that likes to stick more towards these comfort picks. The Benedetta, Tamas, Baxia, Belleric as well. Geek Fam seem to be forcing EV into a situation where he has to play the Belleric again. Suhaz needs to not fall for this provocation. I'm pretty sure they will have something else in their back pocket. Very interested to find out what it is as the seconds tick down on the final ban from Suhaz Esports.
Looks like the final ban is going to be the Kufra once again. Somebody who can dash a lot. They want to make sure this Cho doesn't get interrupted, or more so, they don't want their Jawhead to get interrupted or locked down by the Kufra in general. Harley, we haven't seen Harley in such a long time.
Yeah, Harley has fallen out of the meta pretty heavily since the midpoint of the regular season. But out of all the Harley players in the MPL, I think we can comfortably say that Maima is the best. So this is not going to be a problem for Geek Fam at all. In fact, it fits into their comfortable position as well.
What's your command?
Esports. Oh! They're looking to flex. They want to respond. Suhaz Esports.
Oh my goodness. You can just see the smiles on Suhas Esports' faces. And I was trying to figure out why exactly they were so happy. Did they have a surprise pick? But now looking at the Fanny, it all comes together once again. This is going to be Box on the Fanny. Geek Fam now kind of looking at each other as like, well, that's kind of awkward.
I think Geek Fam can just pick up the Kaja here for Zorn if they really wanted to. Oh!
That's smart.
Okay, Zorn gonna be playing on the Natalia. Both these teams, they're just flexing on each other right now, and I'm all about it.
All right, it is time. Wow, both of these compositions, real interesting in their own right, but let's see how Suhas Esports needs to be able to get this early game and make sure Box is still relevant, just so that AJ can snowball out of control and get his 3 items. Break down the composition, Staffa.
All right, Suhas Esports going to be sticking closely to their guns once again. However, this time, we're going to be seeing the first ever edition of Box on the Fanny. Their team fight in CC is strong, but will Box be able to pull it off on the opposite side? Geek Fam gonna be playing very much into their comfort picks. Their team fight is certainly not quite as coordinated as their opponents, but their ability to find pickoffs is going to be unparalleled. Let's find out what results from this skirmish, this conflict, this outflex from both sides as we once again return to the land of Dawn.
Welcome to game number 2. Suhas Esports on the blue side, Geek Fam on the red. Only one will come out here, and if Geek Fam can get a 2-0 against Suhas Esports, this game is going to make that difference for the upper brackets. Zorn, if he can steal this away or at least chunk out Box, that would be effective, and Box already losing 50% of his HP. Zorn won't be able to do any more. He would ideally like to get level 2, but purple buff falls into the hands of Fanny.
In the meantime, DA is gonna be successful in stopping Maima from getting his buff, but will end up dropping as first blood to the hands of Zord, who does still have his execute available. Box now going in, he's hit level 2, wants to see if he can make something happen, but Arts is already here to respond.
Yep. Again, it's a pretty annoying matchup between Arts and EV Cho. Whenever he uses his Shunpo, Arts can punish, but as soon as the shield is down, Eevee can punish with the G Kundo. However, we're seeing that the Ace, he's trying to defend against Zorn, who continues to try and punish the jungle. Box has been farming very comfortably, but eventually he will need to break out of his shell and look to attempt a gank.
Zorn is going to be a dangerous individual for Suhas Esports right now. He's going straight up for damage. He's got High and Dry as his emblem, as well as Execute. So he's not just looking to annoy, he's looking to kill people. And, of course, from that previous kill, you guys are going to get First Blood Bounty. Once again, use the redemption code below, as well as scan the KFC QR code to order some very nice goodies.
Gzilla and as well as Double Down, keep that in mind. But the Ace and AJ continuing to press their luck against Geek Fam. The Ace going to get attacked. The Soul Bloom going to be more than enough on top of Zorn's damage. AJ walked a little too far, and here he goes, the full-on dive as Maima will be able to secure this kill off of the Deadly Magic. Regenerate gets canceled by a single auto attack. Well played to Maima.
Geek Fam's early game damage is gonna be so strong right now. You have the Soul Bloom from Dominus, you have the damage from Zord, as well as the deadly magic. We can see Eevee gonna be forced out once again to recall. The Ace is here to try and contest the turtle alongside Box, but it looks like Maima has already backed off of it. They think they want to look for a pickoff before truly contesting this.
Yep, I think they're just going to give this up. You can see the position of Fanny. She's eventually going to walk away, and she's just focusing on just clearing off her creeps for now. But here we go. Box potentially looking for a steal. Tries to get on top of it. Turtle ends up being lost down. Box manages to get on out, and they secure the kill onto Dominus with the help of AJ. Good fast motions here for Suhas, and here comes HY having to go into the Black Dragon form to try and cancel out as many people as possible. Gets it to the middle, getting a free kill for Panda, who has the execute.
Oh, that was unfortunate for HY. He accidentally flew into range of the mid-tier 1 and ended up taking a tower shot, which secured the kill for Panda onto him. That's going to be a win for Geek Fam. They lose Dominus, but they get the turtle as well as a trade on to the Yuzong as well. Zorn now looking for Box once again. He wants to be able to do some damage to this Fanny. He's saying, I'm the only Fanny player around here.
Yeah, but let's see how that dominance is going to work. Box already saw the exclamation mark, knowing that he's nearby. He's quickly going to move out of the way, knowing that Dominus won't be able to do too much. A play trap coming in from the Ace, but nobody bites the bait. Wait, HY might be in some trouble here. Natalia going to be playing on the bottom side of the map as he gets attacked, and instantly HY gets silenced down. Zorn juggling the aggro of the turret, perfectly making it an easy kill for Panda.
There's no escape to the Black Dragon form here. Zorn is going to make absolute sure of that. And with HY taken down, the bottom tier 1 is going to easily go over to the side of Geek Fam.
Yep. Geek Fam is playing the map really, really well. It's 4 minutes into the game. They already have a 4K lead on that side, which is considerably big right now. HY is going to get punished once again. Deadly magic on top of him as Panda receives as much damage as possible from the turret. Clean dive. And here we go. Panda going to lose his life, but the damage has been done. HY is basically out of this game. Eevee going to get hit by the falling star moon. Zorn still having so much influence on the map.
My goodness, Geek Fam just playing circles around Suhas Esports right now. They're getting flanked and ganked one by their opponents and not able to respond. Maima gonna be able to take the turtle again for free because Suhas simply have no pressure over the map right now.
Yep, the chaos is just too much. Geek Fam exerting so much pressure, and despite the fact that Suhas Esports were able to find some refrags here, it's not going to be enough. Eevee gonna be the next to fall. The circling eagle is more than enough. Wait, he manages to get on out of there, and the Ace alley-oops him back into safety.
Oh, that was close by Eevee. A very good job being able to get over the purple buff pit in order to escape from the clutches of Geek Fam. But they're just making so much pressure right now. Zorn, his constant presence across the field, not knowing where exactly he is something that Suhas has to constantly think about. Oh, the Ace, he's in trouble. Circling Eagle coming out, gonna only be able to finish him off. No, not able to find the kill. As Box is threatened, he's gonna be able to get out of there. HY. Oh, that's a nice Dragon Tail onto 4 members of Geek Fam. Will he will follow up? Oh, it's gonna be the first one to fall. Panda now getting chased down, but will escape thanks to the guiding wind from Dominus.
It was a good attempt. HY could have cleaned it all up, but he missed the target at where his Dragon Tail needed to be, and Dominus manages to kite them out. And Zorn once again on top of AJ. One more auto attack, and there we go. Harley finds it. Maima secures the kill. Deadly magic onto HY. He can't do much about it as Box tries to split push on the opposite side of the map. It looks like HY is all right.
Yeah, he'll be able to escape from that. Zorn not about to let him go, but unfortunately, he will be able to back off into his base. Zorn, he sees, the damage! That's absolutely insane! And now Box has to back off as, my.
Can we, okay, hold on. We need to see the items. I'm pretty sure Maima already has Feathered, right? Where is that damage coming from? Nope, he doesn't even have the Feather. It's literally just his regular auto attacks.
My goodness, I don't know how to respond to this right now, but Geek Fam just playing around Suhas very, very well. The amount of damage they have is an insurmountable wall. The Ace gonna get chunked out by Zorn as well, who's very happy to just jump out and recall right in front of him. The taunting has begun.
Yep, Brilliance already being popped as Panda uses the Electro final blow to get on out of the situation. Turtle falls in towards the hands of Geek Fam here. Ooh, Suhas just so far behind. 6K behind. His Zorn's influence over the map on this Natalia is kind of obnoxious.
And now Geek Fam are comfortable enough to start invading into Suhas Esports' jungle and start taking their buffs as well. They know they're in the driver's seat of this game, and they're not about to let go of it as they get a mega kill onto Maima, who just executes the Ace with the deadly magic.
Yep, Geek Fam is just snowballing out of control here. Zorn getting some good chunks onto the weaker members of Suhas Esports, putting them even further behind. We're seeing that 4 members of Suhas Esports are at level 8, but a majority of the members of Geek Fam are level 9 and above. Box can't even deal enough damage to even threaten Esmeralda as Eevee gets a good kick onto Maima, but the deadly magic should take him out. Maima at 1 HP survives. Amazing. Oh, Box, he comes in and secures that kill. Dominus, despite his favor, will not be able to save him as a Panda looks them in the eye. Arts gets ejected under the turret. Electro final blow doesn't find him, but here comes Zorn. Unstoppable force. HY takes him out.
Oh, Panda looking for the revenge kill on the HY gets knocked out with a furious dive, but a killing spree going over to Dominus, and Panda gonna find the Ace on top of that. Box, he wants the respawn, but he has no damage. That kill in the backline onto Maima is basically the extent of Box's contribution throughout the entire game.
Yeah, that's brutal, and you can see that just the snowball coming in from Geek Fam. They know how to press their lead. Eevee getting a good kick, but doesn't get the extra damage from the high and dry, as Dominus just happened to be at the right place at the right time.
This is brutal for Suhas Esports right now, and Box, I really don't think Fanny is the type of hero for him. Box is a jungler that wants to take some time to be able to farm up, whereas Fanny wants to start making chaos, start putting pressure on the opponents. Even from the beginning, you cannot just stand there and farm. Unfortunately, Box has found himself in a situation where he's not strong enough to be able to compete with many of the members of Geek Fam already. If we look at the farm, Box has less farm than Dominus. He has managed to buff up just a little bit over that, but this is not a situation you want to be in.
Yeah, it really isn't here. With such a huge lead, a 7K goal lead, Geek Fam set themselves up for a lethal damage onto Suhas as they are now on the Lord. The Ace already using the conceal. HY trying to look for an opportunity to get on in as the rest of the Geek Fam zone them out. But Eevee just waiting in the flank to maybe get a one-shot kill onto Harley.
Meanwhile, Panda gonna be cutting off the wave, dealing in a 1v3 situation, but he's not looking to fight. Meanwhile, Eevee successfully gets the kill onto Maima. That's a very important pickoff, which means that Geek Fam is not going to be able to take the Lord.
Yep, that means that they don't have any assurance with the Retribution. Dead with Maima for now. Great catch coming into Eevee. As expected, he's building full damage, and if he isn't able to one-shot the enemy jungler, he really isn't going to be able to do too much. But Panda once again trying to harass Box for this purple buff. Electro final blow. Box expecting to use his Retribution very early on, but the steel cables doing enough damage, but not enough to really threaten. There is just no snowball from the side of Suhas Esports, and I'm pretty sure Geek Fam already have the antique cuirass.
Fanny is a hero that depends very heavily on being able to outfarm and outscale her opponents. Once you're on even ground towards the mid to late game, there's not too much the hero can do, and that is the situation that Box finds himself in right now. He's actually building defensively with the Antique Cuirass and the Rose Gold Meteor. The only damage item he has being the Bloodlust Axe.
Yep, it's just about sustaining and holding strong. Eevee getting absolutely demolished here by the entire squad of Geek Fam. Art's getting ejected backwards, but oh, they managed to find a pick onto Yuzong, who's not able to join the fight. This is going to be 2 picks for nothing as Box looking to clear up that wave and protect their mid lane. The Deadly Magic will take him out. Mega kill coming in from Dominus 2. Mid-tier 1, hold strong, but that just means that Geek Fam get Luminous Lord, and that should be more than enough to break open inhibitors.
Panda doing a good job of ensuring that the ace isn't gonna be able to scout this out and will just zone him off. Maima gets the Lord for free, no problem at all. And Suhas forced to defend their base as Zorn has been doing a very good job of applying pressure to the side lanes and just keeping their minion wave pushed up.
Once again, we're seeing Panda already electing to use the Electro Final Blow, but he's locked in by HY as well as the ace. They find the first initial kill. The kick coming onto Arts to slow him down as Box tries to get on top of Dominus, but their backline is down. AJ and Evie already gone. They trade 2 for 2. A great time for Suhas Esports, especially since they're so far behind.
Yeah, that's gonna be huge. That's gonna make up quite a bit of the difference for Suhas Esports' favor. Make sure, once again, guys, scan the QR code below. Get yourself some Rexona, man, for 5 times freshness with every GG. Considering how sweaty this game is, we're gonna want to make sure that we are at our freshest when we witness the end.
Yep, Geek Fam currently at an 11 differential in terms of kill points, 8 to 19. This Lord has to be sacrificed here as they don't have simultaneous crashing waves, but they still have Lord empowered minions. So despite the fact that Lord is taking damage, they will be able to get top and mid pushing at the same time.
Suhas getting an even 2 for 2 trade in that previous fight was huge in enabling this, because if Geek Fam had won that, they would be able to push in with this Lord no problem. Evie now in a bit of trouble, gets a nice Jikundo onto both members of Geek Fam. With the Way of the Dragon, will be able to get out of danger.
Dominus just going to hold up mid lane as well. They already find the first inhibitor, now going for a second one here. Panda has no Electro Final Blow as Arts gets ejected right into the Crystal. He manages to walk on out as Suhas don't have enough damage to cut through the Star Moon shield.
Dominus actually building for damage as well, as he has just completed his Holy Crystal. So the Matilda is going to be outputting quite the noticeable numbers. Geek Fam just going to be playing the damage meta here. We can see from this game and last, they don't care about tanks. Who needs tanks? We can just kill them before they kill us. Unfortunately, Panda gonna get caught out here. Oh, gets cancelled out of the Electro Final Blow and ends up losing his life.
Yep, HY has taken all the damage he possibly could. The disruption was not enough, but the backline, they find Natalia immediately as Natalia is falling off in terms of damage. Somehow the ace survives with barely a 0.1% of his HP, using the conceal to use the mobility to get on out of there. Box continuing to terrorize the rest of the jungle. He is going to clear up these lanes, slowing down the game for Geek Fam even further.
Well played by Suhas. They know that they need to create space for Box to be able to get some items up if he wants to be able to contribute to these fights. So as long as they're able to prevent Geek Fam from getting too much more in terms of objectives, they should be able to sandbag the game long enough. However, Geek Fam are still very much ahead, currently about 8k net worth over their opponents. When we look at the items as well, a lot of them are starting to approach their final items, but many even haven't completed their item builds at this point.
Box now getting attacked with the deadly magic here. Arts is going to get a little more damage onto himself, but those 2 auto attacks really starting to make the difference here. So far, in terms of scaling, it feels like Geek Fam should be able to take this game away, but Zorn's falling off, Maima's falling off, and even Dominus, I'm pretty sure he's building full tank instead of full damage. And we're looking at Suhas Esports, it's all up to AJ to make this work.
Yep, it's gonna be a tense game for them. 20 seconds until the next Luminous Lord is up, so Suhas want to see if they can contest for it. But Geek Fam already positioned in such a way that it's not going to allow Suhas Esports to get even a single foothold into their jungle. They want to be able to get this Lord without needing to contest for it.
Yep. Oh, that Frost Moon Shield isn't going to be able to protect Arts anymore, and I think he realizes that as well. AJ has more than enough magic penetration to just cut through it. So now the second Luminous Lord is up. Maima going to be getting out of the way, but Zorn is now trapped. He needs to find a way on out. Unstoppable force onto Zorn as he goes back into stealth to buy a little bit more time, but here comes Box to chase him down. They don't know where he went, but they will bring in the whole squad at Geek Fam. Hello to Ace. Deadly magic already on top of him. On top of the circling eagle, that's a guaranteed kill as they turn things around. HY will be able to get some good damage. He's sustaining through it all. Maima, he can't cut through him no longer. Box finds the kill secure as Arts, he's just a meat shield.
Well played by Suhas there, Geek Fam. They were able to turn things around by being able to get the kill onto the ace, but unfortunately underestimated the damage output of their opponents. And once again, Geek Fam, I feel like they're playing a little bit too much for the flex right now, because they were in a perfectly good situation to be able to contest the Luminous Lord. Instead, they all went down to the bottom lane to be able to get the kill onto the ace to help out Zorn. And I'm not sure if that's going to work out for them in terms of objectives.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be working out for them either. I think they are trying to take out Box because he's just a little too mobile and they have no real way of locking him down other than the circling eagle on top of the smoke screen coming out of Natalia, just to kind of silence this Fanny from using her steel cables. If we look at the item list as well, oh, it looks like Zorn isn't building tank and is going full damage himself as well.
And we can see on the side of Dominus as well, he's actually going full damage. So yeah, pretty much all of Geek Fam is going for damage items. The only one that even has some... Okay, both Panda and Arts have semi-tank builds here, which is understandable. They want to be able to survive long enough to output the DPS. But they need to play this carefully. Oh, Dominus gets caught out with the Way of the Dragon and gets shut down straight away.
Panda in the backline already threatening AJ's position. He gets hit by literally every spell. Can he secure this kill? No, already using to execute HY, able to peel them off. Backline divers are gone. Geek Fam losing 2, unable to trade back. Suhaz walks away.
Geek Fam's team composition is designed to be able to take advantage of early and mid-game pickups. But when it comes down to late-game 5v5 team fights, Suhaz Esports is going to have the total advantage. And Geek Fam now finding themselves in a very strange situation where it's difficult to be able to actually get these fights against their opponents. They've actually managed to narrow down the net worth difference by quite a lot.
So far, they're doing a pretty good job as they can't do any... Oh! Arts! He steals it!
Are you kidding me?
He steals it right in front of their faces with a falling star. Oh my god! No way! Geek Fam, and they take the Luminous Lord. Zorn is going to get hit and ejected backwards. HY with a Black Dragon form going to chase him down. The Ace gets slowed down, and HY in the middle of all 3 members tries to make things happen. But my god, what a falling star moon from Arts.
Geek Fam end up losing Maima there, which is unfortunate, but Suhas would be able to get a lot more out of this if not for the fact that Arts was able to successfully steal the Lord out from under their noses. How does that even happen? Looks like they're looking for revenge now. Winter Trunkin gonna keep Arts alive for a little bit longer as Panda cuts off the backline. Zorn gonna be a bit of a distraction, forces the Way of the Dragon out to be able to keep Arts alive. Panda gets ejected backwards, but will they be safe within their own base? HY is coming out to zone out Geek Fam and will be able to defend the base from further damage for now.
Wow, Suhas played that perfectly. So many times where Geek Fam is about to get the upper hand, but just completely denied coming in from HY with the help of the Ace. They are holding the team together, making sure they cannot break into their backlines. They're playing very carefully because any single mistake could cost them the game. All inhibitor turrets are going to be destroyed. Panda gets on out of there. Zorn going for a golden staff.
Wow, a golden staff on Natalia. Zorn really wants to just DPS people down. A bold choice, but if anyone's gonna do it, it's gonna be Zorn. Geek Fam finally managed to break open the entire base of Suhas. They now have 9 towers in comparison to only 1 on the side of their opponents, but they still have to be careful. If they allow scaling to go on for too much longer, they'll find themselves in a much closer match than they initially intended.
Yeah, this game has already gone for 21 minutes and still not decided. Geek Fam has been dominating for so long, and just a couple of miracle plays allows them to look like they have an overwhelming lead, but the gold doesn't matter. They're all maxed out on their items.
Zorn has a marksman build. I don't even know how to think about this right now. He just wants to right-click people to death. But as the timer approaches 21.5 minutes into the game, we're gonna be going into a pause again real quick. Looks like there might be some technical issues going on, or perhaps the teams just want a moment to step back and refocus, because I think we all know that they're gonna need it.
Yeah, they really do. Either or, a break is very much needed for both of these teams. They're trying to figure out how to counterplay the opponents here. And I think right now the backline is generally safe with the style of HY and the Ace kind of utilizing their natural CC abilities to kind of distract and more so knock Natalia out of her invisibility, not getting her empowered auto attacks or even dropping the smoke screen. Very effective.
That is the problem about building full damage. Zorn just wants to go out and kill people, but once you reach this late game where some of the enemy members have actually built some durability and scaling damage, you're not going to be able to out DPS them. When you have a hero that builds a full marksman build like this, you usually expect them to be able to fall back to the safety of range. But Natalia doesn't have that. He has to get up close and personal, and as you mentioned, he gets CC chained, he gets bursted down. So Zorn's effectiveness has been waning very heavily towards these later stages of the game. You can tell that the other members of Geek Fam as well are having a bit more difficulty fighting into Suhas as compared to before.
Yeah, and unfortunately that one mistake after they got their Lord really turned the tides into Suhas Esports' favor. Even though when it comes down to scaling, both are relatively even there. Maima won't be able to get as much damage as he wants to, but it's tough. It really is tough. A lot of heroes have iframes and they are abusing it right now.
Art's gonna be zoning out the members of Suhas, trying to push out the lanes. The next Lord isn't going to be up for another 85 seconds. So I think that both teams are gonna be relying a little bit on safer play right now. Art's just walking into the bush to scout out. Gets chunked out quite a bit by Box, but will be fine. EVA, I think he wants to look for the Way of the Dragon onto Dominus, but not a good angle. As HY gets chunked out heavily by Zorn. My goodness.
Yikes! Yikes, he really hurts, and even for even for the standards of a Yuzong, that's not so fun. But yes, he does have the sustainability, but a HY for now just recalls, gets back his health, heals up because I'm probably sure he has the Oracle already, so his regenerate is more than enough. They continue to kind of hover around, but more importantly, Suhas Esports are just covering as many entrances as they can to negate space for Zorn to kind of slip through the cracks with his stealth.
Geek Fam are going to definitely need this next Lord if they want to push in and end this game right now. Obviously, Suhas don't want to give it over to them, but their defense is airtight right now. I don't think Geek Fam is going to be able to get any cheeky back doors. They need to contest this objective. Though, if they go for it, they could also kind of replicate what happened in Game 1 and just take all the attention of Suhas away while Zorn gets the back door in.
3 more seconds. Lord is going to be up. Geek Fam will have priority, but that's fine because Suhas needs to clean up their lanes. Geek Fam, I think they understand as well that there's no point getting priority if they don't have pushing waves on their side. Since there's no inhibitors for Suhas Esports, this should be very easy for them to set up, but you can see that Box already on the upper hand of the map, going to start pushing it out. There could be a potential punish here.
While Zorn, wow, okay, Box is dead. He's gone. That's it. He tries to see if he can kill Zorn in response before dying to the deadly magic, but only manages to chunk out half his HP. Meanwhile, Arch and Panda gonna be chasing down the other 4 members of Suhas. They want to keep them off. The Lord Maima gonna be rotating over to take that Zorn, gonna continue pressuring the lanes so that Suhas are forced to defend.
Yep, and now this Lord goes to Geek Fam for absolutely free. Great decision making for the side of Geek Fam. Zorn as well as Maima getting that kill onto Box out of all people was well worth their time.
Yep, now the Luminous Lord going to be firmly in Geek Fam's favor as Zorn once again chunks out HY. Black Dragon form isn't going to save you this time. Guess what? The Marksman Natalia build is dangerous in the hands of this man here.
Yeah, he is getting off so much damage so quickly on some of the tankier members of Suhas Esports. Like, it's rather crazy. AJ getting a genius one. I'm pretty sure he sold off his boots just to get that. AJ needs to stay alive. He is the only person who can chunk down Arts.
Right now, it's very dangerous for basically any member of Suhas Esports to walk out too far, because Zorn has enough damage to be able to just out DPS all of them 1v1. He's even built a Windtalker now to complete his build as the Luminous Lord pushes down the mid lane.
Well, let's see how they play this out, because once again, Zorn, he's looking, trying to get through this airtight defense as the fight has already begun. They're trying to muscle their way in here. Lord is still on its way. Geek Fam going to be pushing up forward. They find that first up to HY, and Geek Fam have done it. A clean 2-0. Took some time, but they got the job done. GG, well played.
Great objective focus from Geek Fam. When they pushed into the enemy base, they knew what they were going for. They didn't want to take a fight. They didn't look for any kills. They just had Panda cut off all 3 waves at once with the Electro final blow, and then immediately push in to finish things off.
Oh boy, they've already got the oh no, there's nothing in it. The disrespect coming out of Geek Fam. They always come up with more. Oh man, well played to Geek Fam. Gotta rub salt in that wound. GG, well played indeed. A great game coming out from both of these teams. Although I will say that Suhas Esports had a little bit of a slow roll there.
Yeah, Suhas found it difficult to be able to respond to this enhanced aggression from Geek Fam. Their coordination, their gameplay seems not just cleaner, but a lot flashier than before. They seem to be comfortable, and I'm looking forward to seeing this Geek Fam in the playoffs. And now that they've won this final game of theirs in the regular season 2-0, they're gonna have a pretty good chance of making it into the upper bracket.
Yep, I mean, that's just great positions for them. We're gonna have to see the results in a little bit, but before we get to that, who do you think is gonna be the real MVP? Use the hashtag MPL My Real MVP. State the player, state the team, and don't forget your most creative comments to win the mystery reward.
Yep, you guys always come up with lots of interesting comments, and I think you guys are gonna have a field day figuring out who the true MVP in this last match was, because it was just action by after action. It's so entertaining to watch once again that we just want to see it again. So let's have a look at the highlights powered by Yudu.
Yep, I mean, this game was really difficult, especially for Suhas Esports in the earlier stages of the game. It's all about defense, and Box was basically neutered by Zorn for a large majority of the game. And once Zorn figured out, okay, I can't one-shot Box anymore, he manages to get out every single time with the steel cables. I'm going to start pushing my lead on the other members of Suhas Esports, like AJ, like HY.
I think you can definitely tell that Box's inexperience is starting to show a little bit here. Sure, he's been around for 2 seasons, but he has largely played very similar roles ever since he started coming into the MPL. He plays these assassins, roams around, gets farm. But now that things are changing up, that more people are trying different heroes, that the meta is shifting, you can tell that Suhas are finding themselves floundering in the water a little bit. Their old style doesn't quite work anymore, and when they try new things, you can tell that they haven't quite prepared for it. I'm pretty sure this fanny pick by Box isn't a comfort pick. I don't think it's something that he particularly practiced hard to play. They just picked it to deny it from Zorn or to flex on Geek Fam.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good attempt. I'm not gonna lie, it was a very good attempt indeed, and there were moments of almost some sick plays, but Geek Fam just denied them at every single route, and especially that one play from Arts like we saw in the highlights. Oh, the steal, that was so unlucky.
I still can't believe Arts was able to steal the Lord there. He was competing with 3 members of Suhas Esports, including Box, and he steals the Lord as an Esmeralda. I have no words. Well played to Arts there, but having a look at the post-game here, Geek Fam, this was a tougher game for them. They finally ended the game at 25 minutes in, coming out with 23 total kills compared to 14 from Suhas, an 8k gold lead, and doing a whopping 180k more damage.
Oh boy, I mean, a large majority has to come from Zorn, right? I'm so curious to see the post-game stats as well. All the orange buffs, all the purple buffs. You can see just almost doubling up their numbers in each and every single front. Geek Fam were able to try and dominate this game, but Suhas Esports put a really good defense.
Yeah, unfortunately, their loss here means that their position in the lower bracket is a little more likely. But having a look at this, Arts, not only the carry, but also the sandbag. I think this is the first time we have seen this doing 100k damage, but receiving 230k. My goodness.
He just ate shots after shots. I mean, at this point, Arts just knew that he was going to be eating damage for days with his Esmeralda because nobody on the side of Suhas Esports was strong enough to take him out except for AJ. And even then, AJ was more concerned about his own life when Maima and Zorn gets on top of him.
When we're talking about Maima, we already know he was performing very well in the Harley that game. I don't think anyone can deny that. But when you look at the individual damage numbers, Maima actually had the lowest DPS output in his team.
I mean,
when you consider the fact that he was already doing very well, and the rest of his team, just look at those balls.
That's fair. That is a good point. But however, he is going to be the squishiest member on top of the fact that at least Matilda can get a little bit of a shield and not to mention a favor, so she can poke a little bit more often. And everybody else basically has an AoE.
It's just absolutely incredible. This is the Geek Fam style here. They've been playing a lot more consistently recently, but have fallen to more orthodox, traditional, safer picks. I think they're now in a position where they can say, all right, we figured out the meta, we're comfortable with our coordination, our communication, time to flex.
Oh, and they flexed indeed. 25 minutes of absolute just war upon war upon war, a fist fight between the two teams. Well done to Geek Fam for coming up on top at the end of the day. Oh man, I really thought that Geek Fam was actually falling off at this point in time, but Esmeralda able to play it well. Zorn and as well as Maima doing some very good work here, and more importantly, just the kite ability with the help of Matilda, making sure that when AJ is in range with the darkening, they have an escape route.
I'm loving the adaptability and coordination coming out from Geek Fam recently. In both these games, it did actually get a little bit close. There were moments where it looked like Suhas could actually bring things back and scale up to deal with them, but Geek Fam managed to quell our fears and close out the game effectively. No playing around from them in this game as well. Normally you see Geek Fam play around a little bit before ending a game. No, they recognize, okay, we need to end the game right now, and that is what they did, and they did it really cleanly.
Yeah, I think if this game dragged out even longer, it would have been a complete stalemate here. The minions will come to a point where it's too strong and Fanny would not be able to clear it as effectively as you would like it to be. Overall, strong game here. Very strong game from Geek Fam. Although Suhas Esports, a little unfortunate on their part. Let's look at the MVP of this game, powered up by KFC.
I think it is... Oh, I thought it was going to be Arts after his performance in the post-game stats, but we certainly cannot count out Zorn on the Natalia. A 7-2-12 Magic 80A. Just look at his build. Zorn just doesn't care. He's gonna do exactly what he wants.
Our antagonist of the MPL, Turtleneck, showing his villainous intent. You want to play the game? Zorn says no.
Geek Fam have always been some sort of gatekeepers for the MPL. You gotta be able to match up to their level if you really want to compete with the other teams. And once again, demonstrating why they are a force to be feared. TODAK, they've always been a team that's a little bit unpredictable, sometimes inconsistent, but when it comes down to flashiness, to style, Geek Fam is always #1.
Geek Fam #1, as Zorn points out in his own portrait, deserving of that MVP here. I can't wait to see more of this because like so many times we saw in Season 7 that Natalia gets banned out so quickly, we didn't get to see much of it before the meta started to shift in the opposite direction. But Zorn, people are making videos of him on his Natalia builds online, and now we finally get to see it in person and how much devastation he's able to cause.
I like how the meta is, the design of the game, the patch has shifted to a marksman meta, and then Zorn decides to play as Natalia with a marksman build instead. It's absolutely incredible, but let's have a look at who our hashtag MPL My Real MVP winner is, and it is going to be Ayib Zuhari.
It's going to be, I choose Zorn as my MVP player because he is the player that is flexible in all roles and can give impacts for his team on every game. Hashtag MPL My Real MVP. And you're right, Ayib, you are absolutely right. Zorn just seems to have it all.
I can definitely agree with this comment because Zorn is one of those, he's a flex player for a reason. He has that flex role. He can just do whatever he wants to. And other teams just have to quake in fear, quake in their boots when they see Zorn all up in their faces. But having a look at the standings here, Geek Fam were able to secure a 2-0 victory for themselves. That's gonna securely put them in second place, which means that their path to the upper bracket in the playoffs is very close to being 100% sure.
Yeah.
On the opposite side, Suhas Esports, unfortunately, this loss is going to make it that much more difficult for them. I don't think they're going to be able to catch up to Team SMG.
Yeah, I don't think they will be able to catch up to Team SMG. Team SMG just way too many wins, and at this point, we're already at the last week of the MPL. There's just not enough games, so we are getting a much better idea. However, Geek Fam and Homeboys, like, that is getting pretty neck and neck so far.
It really, really is. Very excited to find that out. But we're gonna go over to an interview once again with Geek Fam. And when we return for Game 3, you guys might see a new face behind the table. Let's go.
Alah, gelap. Ini Amox ke? Sorry Mox. Gelap lah Mox.
Tak ada lampu.
Aduhai. Anyways, Mox, dia dah cakap big congratulations lawan dengan Suhas tadi. But since Mox ada dekat dalam game ni, we have to ask about the draft. Bagi tahu kita sikit about this Fanny Petrify Roma situation.
I mean, bukan, it's not a normal thing lah, tapi kepada Geek Fam, I mean, it's Fanny, kita boleh main mana-mana je lah. So, main je lah.
Ya. Kita pun dah berbual dengan Munton pun dah cakap kita, ya, Geek Fam antara team, kita buatlah hero ni macam mana pun, nanti diorang akan putar belik sendiri. Dan macam Geek Fam buat apa hero tu sendiri. And Amox, you guys are looking very good. You guys sekarang ni dah ada dekat upper bracket. Pretty much confirm Geek Fam dekat upper bracket. So, pada pendapat you, does this give you a big enough advantage where this season you boleh bagi trofi yang kedua kepada Geek Fam?
InsyaAllah kita dapat kasih trofi tu, sebab I think the last time Geek Fam was at the upper bracket was season 5. So it's quite a long way, and I'm proud of the boys lah, sebab kita using the same lineup but different results lah, obviously, for last season and this season when I'm here.
This season looks very, very good. I, as a Geek Fam fan, I am so happy.
Yeah, okay. Looking at the lineup memang sangat-sangat strong sekarang ni. But you guys have another secret weapon inside of your arsenal, which is X-Ray. Bilakah kita nak dapat lihat X-Ray main, dan mungkin boleh bagi sneak peek kat manakah role yang mungkin akan dia main?
I mean, obviously, I pun pernah latih X-Ray and I know his capabilities. Jadi, mungkin kita dapat nampak dia beraksi di playoff, ataupun mungkin kita just simpan sebab the current team looks already good and X-Ray is just an add-on. So why change when it's still looking good, you know?
Yes, why pecahkan when it's not broken? Jap, macam salah.
Macam betul kot. Kenapa?
Tapi macam mana pun, Amox, before we let you go, ada tak apa-apa yang you nak cakap kepada semua Geek Fams?
To all the Geek Fams, thank you for always supporting us, even though kita kat bawah ke dekat atas ke, and thank you sebab korang percayakan team and trusting the process. Thank you so much.
Alright, thank you very much, Amox yang cakap kita orang kejar for M3, and looks like you guys are one step closer, so thank you very much. I akan lepaskan you sekarang. And macam mana Amox cakap, menang kalah kat bawah ataupun kat atas, disebabkan Team FM tadi Adin kat bawah dan sekarang dia kat atas.
Ya, kita tak tahu kehidupan ni, kadang-kadang kita kat bawah begitu lama, tapi kita boleh bangkit untuk duduk dekat atas.
Dan bila kita bangkit, kita kena buat TikTok video tunjuk kita punya support kepada Team MPL. Shoot a TikTok video, kemudian #SAPOT Team MPL berserta mention MPL MY untuk mendapatkan peluang memenangi 1000 diamond ataupun gaming chair. And trust me, gaming chair ni memang sangat-sangat sedap. I boleh cabut macam-macam benda kat gaming chair ni and still rasa selesa. Make sure you guys follow social media Instagram, TikTok dan juga Facebook untuk tengok sama ada menang atau tidak pada minggu ini.
I boleh confirm, duduk dekat bawah tadi tak selesa. Duduk kat kerusi ni memang auto berbeza dia punya comfortness.
Kalau I bagi pilihan, you nak duduk atas lah.
Confirm yang duduk atas.
Tapi either ways, kita ada match lagi selepas ini, Adin. Betul tak?
Betul, kita ada match antara BOSSKURR dengan pasukan Orange.
Ya, kita kena tengok sama ada BOSSKURR boleh menang ke tak and qualify kepada playoff. So jangan pergi ke mana-mana. Kita akan kembali selepas ini. Orange lawan BOSSKURR.
What's up heroes? Selamat datang ke arena, siap sedia. Darah perwira, masa untuk buktikan pada dunia. 5 versus 5, semangat berkobar, kibar bendera.
Kita juara, kita MVP. Strict SOP, AFK, stealing bug feeders. RIP, toxic mentality, ban BYE.
Oh that, I see macam berlian. So fly, dance like a swan, but I'm the one. Lawan bersama, kita gapai impian. Satu demi satu kita slay.
Killer combo, kuasa 2 Hayabusa Kagura. Bagai bulan yang bersinar, Mia gonna make it.
Get you on a roll, better bow down.
Blood, sweat, tears, gonna give it all.
Double kill, triple kill, maniac. Unstoppable, monster kill, godlike.
Legendary.
Double kill, triple kill, maniac.
Welcome to MobileLegend.
Bang bang, hero tak pernah mengalah. Bang bang, semangat makin membara. Bang bang, 1,5 wira. Share the fun, ciptakan legenda. Bang bang, hero tak pernah mengalah. Bang bang, semangat makin membara. Bang bang, 1,5 wira. Share the fun, ciptakan legenda. Savage killer, langsung ku melam menggila. Shadow power lebih bisa bila berlima. Beta dalam poket jumpa lord macam tiket. Push rank celah gigi glorious betik itu kami. We stronger, we better, we faster. Looking sharp macam Harper Commander. Bawa semangat 300 gladiator. Pagi sampai malam sampai pagi masih lagi.
Ada alpha, jaga-jaga ada alpha new. Musuh baru jangan lego, always on your toes. 5 on 5, jangan sampai hilang nyawa bro.
Hero kami OP, jangan cabar OG. Kami ada strategi, penuh konsentrasi. Always ready, always sure, always steady. Kami datang, kami lihat kami.
Double kill, triple kill, maniac. Unstoppable, monster kill, godlike.
Legendary.
Double kill, triple kill, maniac.
Welcome to MobileLegend.
Bang bang, hero tak pernah mengalah. Bang bang, semangat makin membara. Bang bang, 1,5 wira. Share the fun, ciptakan legenda. Bang bang, hero tak pernah mengalah. Bang bang, semangat makin membara. Bang bang, 1,5 wira. Share the fun, ciptakan legenda.
Sweet dreams. I'm here to bring on beautiful dreams. Do you mind if I enter your dreams? Sweet dreams. the magic and happiness to everyone. Everything looks more colorful in dreams. All you need is a little magic to dream a wonderful dream.
Welcome back to MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-8 bersama saya Fira Fendi dan juga masih lagi ditemani pasangan saya iaitu Aiman Lafel.
Ya, and Fira.
Ya, saya.
You nak tahu tak? Ramai orang yang tertipu dengan saya dengan Adin.
Kenapa?
Tetapi ini adalah elaborate plan daripada kita orang. Tak tahu kenapa?
Apa dia?
Sebelum show start, Gideon, English punya caster, dia cakap kat Adin, Adin sebab you buat analyst kan? Bila you ada kat screen je, I tak nak tengok.
Kenapa?
And then macam, kita nak tengok, confirm ke dia tak nak tengok. So kita saja, masa bagi analyst, nombor 1, Adin sembunyi bawah meja. And nombor 2 is kita cakap orange lawan bosku.
Tapi sebenarnya bosku lawan SMG lepas ni.
Iya, kita nak tengok, Gideon tengok ke tak. Jadi dia keluar-keluar, haha salah pasal cak. Haha, you tengok.
Betul tu. So guys, selepas ini adalah perlawanan di antara Boss melawan SMG. Tadi, diorang saja je bergurau. Tapi apa-apa pun Lafaz, kita memang banyak benda kita nak borak. Tapi apa kata sekarang kita umumkan siapakah 2 orang pemenang yang bakal mendapatkan RM50 voucher daripada KFC. Dan macam biasa, kita ada 2 soalan. Dan soalan yang pertama adalah, apakah kod promo terbaru untuk bundle special KFC X MLBB? Dan soalan kedua macam biasa, apakah menu kegemaran KFC anda dan nyatakan sebabnya?
Alright, dan tanpa membuang masa, kita akan tengok pemenang pertama, Raja Muhammad Rushaidi, MVP. Very short, very nice. Nasi lemak KFC sebab sedap gila. Sambal memang kena dengan ayam KFC plus nasi lagi. Tiba,
okey. Dan tanya kepada Raja Muhammad Rushaidi, apa kata sekarang kita lihat dulu siapakah pemenang kedua kita untuk hari ini. Dan tanya kepada Anik Hakimi, jawapan pertama still lagi MVP. Dan menu kegemaran dia adalah Cheezilla Double Down. Sangat-sangat rangup dan cheese padu dia cakap.
Baru semalam makan.
Pukul berapa you makan? Tak ajak pun.
You yang tak nak. Dia cakap, I nak pergi dengan Mamba.
Tak apalah. Okey, apa kata sekarang Lafel? Sebab kita dah tahu pemenang di hari ini. Macam biasa, kita nak baca pula pandangan daripada penonton kita sendiri dalam segmen Finger Clicking Good Game. Dan soalan dia untuk hari ini adalah, siapakah MVP anda dari game hari ini dan kenapa? Kita baru lihat 2 game.
Saya rasa ramai orang akan cakap Zon. Tapi apa kata kita terus tengok apa pandangan kita punya viewers. Dan first daripada Syaril Ozzy, of course Ciku Guys di antara jungler Core Flex yang terbaik di Malaysia. Pemain yang sangat berdisiplin dan selalu membantu tim ketika war. Go TODAK, go!
Tapi tu daripada Syaril. Daripada Mal Miskam, dia juga memilih Ciku. Dia kata, pada saya, Ciku Guys ialah player penting dan MVP untuk TODAK. Antara player yang cukup berpengalaman dengan mekanik dia yang kadang kita sendiri tak ada dan tak terfikir nak buat macam tu. Ini bermakna Ciku Guys selalu berfikir luar daripada kotak. Macam kita tahu, kadang-kadang kita tak expect pun dia bawa hero tu.
Ya, box kat sini, Ciku kat sini.
Kalau box lawan Ciku, siapa menang?
Ciku. But anyways, kita akan teruskan. Kita ada lagi 2 opinion that...
MTV nama dia.
MTZ AHMD Zorn kerana banyak pick off dan banyak teamfight yang berlaku disebabkan war yang dilakukan oleh Zon. Zon one of the best roamers. Dia set up teamfight sangat cantik.
Betul tu. Dan daripada Haziq Rosmi, dia cakap Lolius is the real MVP. He always care about teammates and also open map to ensure his teammates make the counter to the enemy.
Ya, care tu, I kalau nak, I tukar kepada carry. Selalu carry teammates dia. And yeah, good opinions, Ciku Guys, Zon, Lolials, all phenomenal players daripada MPL.
Betul tu. Tapi itu adalah daripada FCGG kita. Macam biasa kita ada TikTok. Tapi hari ini agak lain sebab kita nak shout out dekat korang. So guys, penyertaan untuk kempen #support Team MPL masih lagi terbuka sehingga 20 Oktober. Cari dia senang je. You guys hanya perlu buat satu video, tak kisahlah gameplay ke, menyanyi, berjoget, memasak atau apa-apa sahaja. Tapi make sure dalam video tersebut dan caption menunjukkan siapakah tim yang anda sokong. So Lafil, contoh dia macam mana?
Ya, contohnya saya sokong TODAK sebab Ciku Guys memang sangat-sangat gila. #support SAPOT Team MPL at MPL MY.
Betul tu. Tapi make sure korang tag MPL MY dan follow social media MPL MY kerana mereka akan mengumumkan pemenang. Nampak tak I punya nak cepat tu? Pemenang setiap minggu. Jadi guys, kalau korang join ni bukan saya saja, bukan setakat kita tengok je, tapi anda akan memenangi 1000 diamond dan juga Secret Lab Stealth Gaming Chair 2020. Tapi rasanya itu sahaja untuk kempen kita dan masih lagi terbuka sehingga 20 Oktober macam saya cakap. Sekarang kita nak bercakap tentang hot topik kita hari ni lah, Fel, sebab ini minggu ke-8 dah.
Oh ya, final week.
Betul
Final
tu.
week sangat-sangat intense. Jadi apa yang kita nak bincangkan?
Hari ni kita nak bercakap tentang sumpahan MPL. You nampak tak gambar tu?
Oh, sangat menakutkan. Hanya di Malaysia sumpahan ni kita ambil serius. Tapi ya, sumpahan MPL. First sumpahan dah pecah.
Betul.
SMG dah berapa season? 3, 4 season.
Nombor 8 je.
Ya, lucky number okey lah. Tapi nombor 8 je. Season kali ni, Sasa janjikan dia akan pecahkan sumpahan tu. And janji dia dah ditepati.
Betul tu. Dengan kemenangan Geek Fam tadi, ini bermakna SMG auto layak ke upper bracket. Rasanya mungkin ramai yang pelik. Apa tu sumpahan MPL? Untuk pengetahuan anda semua, daripada musim pertama sehingga musim ke-8 MPL, kita tak pernah lagi ada champion back to back ataupun tim yang menang 2 kali. Sebelum ni kita tahu kita ada champion iaitu RSG. Kita ada TODAK, kita ada Geek Fam. So you rasa apakah yang akan jadi untuk minggu ni?
Kita, so MPL Malaysia kita sangat unik. Kita bagi peluang kepada semua orang. Bila semua dah dapat salah satu menang, barulah kita cari yang repeat. Tapi based on performance tadi,
nak bagi sama rata lah semua.
Based on performance tadi, Geek Fam, TODAK, dua-dua tim ni nampak macam kemungkinan paling besar untuk dapat 2 trofi dekat MPL MY.
Betul tu guys. Tapi apa-apa pun boleh berlaku. Dan selepas ini, macam yang kita dengar tadi, kita akan lihat perlawanan di antara tim BOSSKURR menentang SMG. Dan untuk pengetahuan anda, kalau BOSSKURR berjaya mengalahkan SMG 2-0, ini bermakna Red Esports auto terkeluar dan tak layak ke playoff. Tapi kalau tim BOSSKURR tak dapatkan 2-0, ini bermakna Red Esports masih lagi mempunyai peluang untuk mara ke playoff.
BOSSKURR kasi menang je lah. BOSSKURR just menang je. Come on. Diorang punya line up kuat. Tetapi diorang lawan dengan team SMG. You guys pun boleh tengok MVP ranking kat situ. Zaim Sempoy nombor 3. So SMG is looking strong, but BOSSKURR, come on. Kena masuk playoff, BOSSKURR. Come on.
Yes, betul tu. Alang-alang kita dah bercakap tentang playoff ni, mungkin ramai yang nak tahu. I bukan nak cakap mungkin. Ini for sure ramai yang nak tahu siapakah tim yang dah confirm masuk ke upper bracket. Untuk pengetahuan anda semua, kita ada Geek Fam, kita ada TODAK, kita ada Orange Esports dan juga SMG. So ini adalah 4 tim yang confirm you guys akan nampak di upper bracket untuk playoff.
Yeah, and malam ni All-Star match. I akan cast. I tak sabar. I akan balik rumah, tukar baju dan datang balik, and then cast is going to be amazing.
Pukul 8 guys.
Ya, Ismail Zaini, Sabronzo Solos dari Hood, Intan Sera, Zon, Aul dan ramai lagi akan join.
So lepas je habis MPL ni, Lafel, kalau korang rindukan Lafel, rindu nak tengok Lafel cast, rindu nak tengok Lafel analysis, korang boleh tengok All Star lepas ni. Pukul 8.
Akhirnya I dapat cast. Asyik duduk dekat meja analyst.
So maksudnya you lagi enjoy cast lah?
I enjoy cast, tetapi I lagi enjoy nak tengok team SMG lawan team BOSSKURR.
Betul tu, rasanya semua orang dah tak sabar nak lihat perlawanan terakhir kita hari ini. Tapi sebelum tu, apa kata kita saksikan dulu video headline yang disediakan. And so, let's go.
Hello, Ejen khas MPL Malaysia, Ajim Motorsikat. Sebenarnya lebih suka menaiki kereta. Reporting for duty. Tengok tajuk pun Ajim boleh jangka. Pasti banyak fan-fan bosku akan kecam Ajim. Tetapi jangan salah faham. Maksud Ajim adalah selamat tinggal tim bosku ke playoffs MPL Malaysia Season 8. Gitu. Okey, serius sikit. Bosku memang desperate untuk mendapatkan point. Manakala tim SMG juga desperate nak point untuk maju ke upper bracket. Dua-dua tim pasti akan sailang. Tunjukkan semua kemampuan untuk memastikan kemenangan. So, adakah perlawanan ini adalah perlawanan terakhir untuk tim bosku season ini? Ataupun mereka tetap bangkit di playoff? Itu saja laporan khas saya, Ejen khas MPL Malaysia. Ajim Motorsikat sudah nak bersara. Makan pencen muntun. Signing out.
Welcome back, everybody, to the English broadcast of the MPL MY Season 8 is powered by Moonton, powered up by KFC, official freshness partner by Rexona Men, official digital telco, Yudu celebrating moments with Nescafe, partners in esports. Oh, I'm running out of breath. Esports, TikTok, We2V, Secret Lab, and Esports Charts. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Getting Cute, and I am so excited to bring aboard onto the cast. It's gonna be TODAK coming in from the cast's workshop here to cast this final best of 3. TODAK, how are you feeling today?
I am feeling excited. Did you get that?
Okay. I'm already going to be starting off with a pun. Interesting start of things. But guys, please be nice to him in the comments section. We've got an entire game to discuss today because it is going to be Team SMG versus Team BOSSKURR. These guys are going to be going at it very, very wildly. And especially for Team BOSSKURR, let's talk a little bit about that.
I mean, like from the previous section just now, they already mentioned that SMG already is breaking the curse. So we're going to see if they can continue being good, or if BOSSKURR takes that 2-0, it's going to win them the match. But let's look at the player statistics for now. Win, Expedia, Zyme Sandpoint, Sasa, as well as Smooth will be playing for SMG today. This is the lineup that won them the game yesterday. I'm very excited to see what they can bring to the table today.
You know, speaking of yesterday's game, Zyme Senpai on that Kagura, oh my goodness, pulling them back from what looks to be an impossible comeback here. Well done to them, and also Zyme Senpai taking that 3rd place in the MVP standings. He is the player to keep your eyes upon, especially with this new revamped Kagura.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. With the revamped Kagura, he also showed us that even though revamped, he's still really well versed on that hero. But let's look at Team BOSSKURR here today. Scoopos, Aim, Sonic, Neo, and Mum. This lineup really good, but they're not that steady as been said. But Mom so far is integrating a little bit better in Team BOSSKURR.
Yeah, I would like to make that. I'll talk about that a little bit more, because Mom, when he was in his time, when he was doing his term, I'm trying to find the right word here, because his short period of time in Team RSGMY, he had some okay performances. Most of the time, we didn't get to see him really integrate with the team. But with Team BOSSKURR, instantly it feels like, you know, plug and play. He's ready to go.
Well, maybe because he's playing with a lot of his friends from previous teams. And let's look at the talents predictions right here. We have 2 person voting for SMG, myself and Picon. Is this the new casters versus the old casters?
I think so. This is going to be new versus old here, with the majority of us believing that Team BOSSKURR will be able to take this game. And honestly, we get these predictions the week before. So tell me, Team SMG, why exactly do you think they're going to be taking this game, especially with the performance of how Mom is integrating well with Team BOSSKURR?
I think a lot of these predictions that I put in is because yesterday I watched the game, and with Win coming in for SMG, his aggression with the team is really good. It's what they need. They are really like down to point. Really want, if they go in, they just go in. But let's look at the the viewers. What do you think about this?
Well, the predictions are looking in favor of Team BOSSKURR with 70% of the overall votes, while Team SMG holding on to the 30% that they can hold on to. Team BOSSKURR fans are rallying together. They need these points to get into playoffs. Now, the big problem here is that they need to win 2-0. Red Esports recently dropping 1 game against EBLZ. A little bit unfortunate here, but if Team BOSSKURR can win 2-0 against Team SMG, they are looking prime to go into the playoffs. But that's not all. If you guys are still hungry, you're feeling, the grumbling won't ever stop, don't worry. KFC has got you covered with the Power Up bundle here. Go and straight into the app, and you can use the Power Up code. Oh, the Power Up promo code, Power Up, to get yourself that discount.
Yeah, Power Up only in the KFC delivery app. You know, go down there to the App Store, download it, use that code promo Power Up only in the KFC delivery app, nowhere else. Use it. And I gotta say, a lot of times I'm watching MPL, I'm a little bit hungry, and I'm like, wait, what can I do with 19 bucks? And I was like, promo code.
It makes sense. I keep fumbling over these ad libs every single time because I'm just watering at the mouse. My mask is drenched, and hopefully I can change it out later on. But the Cheezilla double down, the Zinger double down, good old classics, and they're even coming with a new revamp as well.
Yep, the beloved Zinger double down is back, and it's brought a friend. It's called Cheezilla double down. It's meat, on cheese, on meat. Comes with a mozzarella cheese party, available only in West Malaysia. So, scan the QR code and order it for yourself right now. I gotta say, this is something that I've been waiting KFC to come out with.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. Guys, you know what happens when the timer on the top right, use the code MVP in the KFC app, and you'll figure it out very quickly on what you can earn with it. More discounts to be get, but don't forget about the share milestones. All you got to do is hit that share button, and these prizes could be yours. Let's work together as a community to get these free rewards.
Yeah, you know, we have 1,000, 2,000, and finally the 5,000 share milestone. If we hit that milestone, everybody is gonna get all those things that you see in front of the screen. And I gotta say, hero fragments, really good.
It's pretty good, especially if you have alternate accounts. And it's just like, I don't want to have to keep farming BP for it. Hero fragments is just so free to get heroes really, really fast. Now, with 1 minute and 6 seconds left on the clock, let's talk us through what we should be expecting for this upcoming game and draft.
I think drafting-wise, a lot of it has changed since the patch update. And a lot of these priority picks have been shifted. Either they want to run the marksman or they don't want to.
Okay.
So when they want to run the marksman, a lot of teams just pick up 1-1, Nathan, even the Brody came out, Leslie and Mia, of course.
Hey, don't forget about the Leslie. That you know, you don't get to see it very often, but when it happens, it happens. But I think you're absolutely right.
100% win rate.
That's a good point. True facts. Only facts coming out of Dig right now. But yes, the marksmen are really starting to boom. But also the supports also are starting to change. We saw on Friday a lot of Estises were coming out. Today we don't see it as much. But again, who can argue that Matilda is still one of the better Enchanter type supports?
I think reason being why today a lot of teams are not leaning towards the Estes is just simply because all those revamp heroes, they are back.
Ah, that's a good point. A lot of the assassins, as we've been seeing in the draft itself, a lot of Lancelot, a lot of Hayabusa bans on top of it. But this might be different as Team SMG and Team BOSSKURR. Team SMG, preferably when we see Win, we expect to see the Ling. I don't know if Team BOSSKURR is going to take that into consideration, but let's find out.
Well, when team play against Team SMG, 3 bans are tend to coming out. Hanzo, Ling, Roger.
Ooh, that's a good point. That's a good point. This is Sonic that we're talking about here with this really unconventional hero pool. It does catch a lot of teams off guard. And I think, you know, with Mom there to kind of protect his jungle routes, it definitely helps the team a lot more. Now, so far, the Hanzo, as you mentioned, immediately banned out. Jawhead also banned out by Team SMG. Selena going to be banned out by Team BOSSKURR.
Well, I think Jawhead ban is a really good point because the way that Jawhead opens up the map and with the ejector, unstoppable force, it gives a lot of utilities and opening up the maps for the team, which is why they ban it away. And then we see Hayabusa being banned out. The revamp Hayabusa, a little bit more powerful. If you know it, you can dash across wall way easier with the revamp. So I think a lot of teams banning away even before the revamp came in.
Yeah, I think especially, I remember on Friday itself that LaFell and Adim were kind of talking about it a little bit more, where the biggest changes are going to be felt with the revamped mages Odette and as well as Kogura. Lancelot, Hayabusa, it's a quality of life change at the end of the day. And just to remind everybody, this week Florin as well as Beatrix will not be able to be picked up by anybody in the competitive scene here at the MPL MY, so don't expect it to come. However, how does that really change the draft?
I mean, overall, it doesn't really change that much, but Beatrice, if she's being picked up, she exerts a lot of side lane pressures, but she's not like the one trick to win the game. There's a lot of counters for Beatrice. So I don't think it's going to change quite a lot, but we see the Ling ban out right here from Team SMG. They don't want to play it, so they don't want I don't know, maybe Mom or Sonic to play it as well?
Mom or Sonic? Okay. That means they have to have something else in store that Win should be comfortable playing with, which is good because we want to see how wide is Win's overall pool.
Lancelot.
Okay, that's fair. That's a fair shout. Barat gets banned out for the side of Team BOSSKURR. Now, we're seeing a lot of open stuff. Matilda already lost
standard. I mean, Matilda, it's like, I think previously you and Terrence mentioned it, that Matilda is like a bridge that can connect a lot of team compositions. So, Matilda, really good pick, but that just leaves Paquito as well as Farsa, and the Benedetta also is still open.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Benedetta is getting away with a lot here. Paquito is pretty free for Team BOSSKURR, especially since Team SMG wanted the Matilda himself. Expedia, I would say that sometimes he gets a little too angsty. He's not very patient with the Matilda. If he's going in, he expects the team to go in with him, although he does make an adjustment later in the game when he gets punished way too many times.
Yeah, I agree. The Matilda pick, I think a lot of players, when they play Matilda, you tend to see either they go in and success or they just repeatedly die a lot of times. And that happened actually quite a lot when Mom was playing. But here we have it. The Kagura picking up by Zaim Senpoi, which is MVP performance yesterday.
Yep, classic. Expect it from Zaim Senpoi here, especially since Selena got banned out. Mom instantly going to be locking in the Angela here. But what is he going to pair it up with? We don't see an outlet just yet.
I mean, Barat is already banned away, and they're going to ban away the Esmeralda as well. So, Kufra maybe for Mom?
I don't know. The Angela kind of feels like the dedicated support pick, but let's see how this is going to start shaping up. Team SMG, they're going to be banning away the Lancelot. Team BOSSKURR, I mean, you have the Angela. She has a fat shield, and the only person to get rid of that shield is going to be the Esmeralda. Standard bans here. Any other predictions thus far, Egg?
Coming in right here, I think maybe the Sunshine is gonna get banned away.
Oh, that's actually a pretty good one.
Because for BOSSKURR, but for SMG, I think they might probably ban away the Granger because Granger and Farsa, really good composition.
Yeah, naturally a great composition to have, but then that kind of puts the question on Team BOSSKURR's head. What kind of frontline, what kind of engage? I'm expecting like a Yuzong to be picked up immediately from Team BOSSKURR. Alucard actually getting banned out this time.
I don't know, but maybe they are just as confused as Lafel just now that this is Orange Esports.
They see the Natan, they're like, Orange Esports, no, not again. We can't let them win.
but it's Team SMG, so I don't really know why they ban away the Alucard because Team SMG, they're not actually that Alucard team.
I suppose maybe it could be like internal scrims or based on the inside information that they have. It could be possible. Team SMG, as you mentioned, highly played heroes coming out of Sonic, going to be the Hanzo as well as the Sun. Now, first picks coming over to Team BOSSKURR. They can take Yuzong here, a natural engager,
Brody.
But instead they take Brody.
Who's going to be the mid shield for Team BOSSKURR here?
I'm not entirely sure myself. Is this a Paquito jungle potentially?
I think it could be a Paquito jungle because first of all, Brody, after the patch updates, his marks doesn't stack onto the monsters. So it's gonna hinder his clear speed a little bit. So, but we see Paquito jungle previous weeks. It was quite successful.
I mean, yeah, we even saw Chiku earlier today just kind of clapping cheeks with those heavy left hands and jabs, especially when he gets into that flank. Now, Team SMG looking to finish off their composition. Do you think it's a double core strat? Oh, wait, hold on. We're already seeing the Yuzong as counterplay to Farsa on top of the Cho.
Well, that's a lot of lockdowns, and whoever's playing the Farsa on Team BOSSKURR sides is gonna have to be really conscious about where the Team SMG is coming in from because of the Way of the Dragon as well as the Circling Eagle. A lot of these lockdown can get to the Farsa whenever she turns on the Ferret Airstrike.
Yeah, something to keep in mind here. I'm pretty sure it's going to be AIM. He is the dedicated Farsa player. For all we know, things could change, but let's see the final pick from Team BOSSKURR. What?
Wait, what? We've been having a lot of weird picks coming in here today.
Leomord. I'm trying to think. It's been a very long time. Leomord used to be one of my favorite heroes here. I guess they're going... Oh, it's going on Sonic. This is going to be a Leomord jungle.
Wow, nice. Well, Leomord Angela, backline bye-bye.
But it's all about picking. Oh, that's why they have Farsa as well as the Brody to help peel off and Broden down to 50%. All right, it's going to be Team SMG, a strong team fighting composition that can dive deep into the back lines and has some strong lockdown. If things go bad, Natan has got their back. Looking at the side of Team BOSSKURR, who are desperate for points, are going to pull up all the stops here as they're going for a hyper carry Leomord in the jungle, paired up with a Heart Guard. This Knight of Darkness is going to be ramming through Team SMG's lineup. Only one way to find out who is going to be winning this game. It is the final match of today. Team BOSSKURR versus Team SMG.
Welcome back to the land of Dawn, everybody. Sonic will be playing the Leomord, which is something that we don't often see. And I don't know, man. This is going to be really hard for Team BOSSKURR because Leomord clear speed isn't really as fast as the Nathan. And scaling into the late game as well, Nathan does a little bit better in terms of clearing the waves as well. But look at Mom. He's getting chunked outright here. He's going to force the flicker out, and Xpedia is just playing a really good gatekeeper here.
Yeah, I mean, somehow he manages to survive that with literally 1% of his HP. Oh, do they find first blood? Yes, they do. Farsa with the Hunter's Mark taking out Xpedia.
Well, right there, we see a change. Right, Mom was almost going down, but Team SMG, they did manage to disengage there, and BOSSKURR immediately claims first blood. Look at him. He's trading really bad against Zaim Sandpoint right here. And the Kagura newly revamped, it's easier to play, but the high skill cap is always there, and whoever plays the Kagura really well is gonna probably dominate the lane. And right here we see Scoopos gonna have an easier time against Sasa because he's a range as well as the melee
matchup. Yeah, that's true. First blood bounty, courtesy of Team BOSSKURR. Get it while you still can, and if you want to get a double down or a G-Zilla, scan the QR code down below. But coming back into this, the gold lane, right? Mom is going to be sitting up. Wait, are they going to start a dive already? No.
Well, Sonic is already level 4. They're just going to take up all the goals that the shield is going to provide. This poses the question, I think they'll just completely demolish the tower 2 minutes in.
No. Are they actually going to get this? Wait, they do! Oh my goodness, that is the fastest turret take I've ever seen. But bottom side, you can see that Team SMG had the same idea. They break down the energy shields down on that bottom side, and now Turtle, under fire, they're just going to give it away.
Yeah, it's just because that they put so much pressure on top lane for BOSSKURR. They did manage to take the first tower, but with so many people on the top side of the map, it just means that the other side is empty, and which means SMG can simply take that turtle without any contest. And right now, Sonic is just going to go back to farming his jungle. I'm just really curious whether they will shift Scoopos down to the bot lane just to exert even more pressure and taking even more gold from the tower.
I think you're absolutely right. You can see the lane swap happening. Brody's making his way down. Mom makes his way down. Paquito goes up towards that top side, but you can see that even Team SMG mirroring the same movements. They have Matilda there just in case Yuzong gets in trouble. But top side, I'm expecting the Natan as well as the Kagura to start applying pressure.
Yeah, Paquito overall is really strong in lane, but if Nathan as well as Zaim Sandpoint does, decide to dive him, he's gonna have quite a hard time. But look at Nathan, he's on the other side of the map taking jungle, but look at here, Sonic as well as Xpedia getting caught out.
They're pushing them back, the momentum is looking good. Xpedia gets taken down so quickly after Sonic immediately mounts up upon his steed. Smooth forced to use the Black Dragon form. Zaim Senpai is gonna be on top of him. His mom takes turn aggro. Sonic will go down to the flame shot, and Smooth holds strong. Can he get his pass it off in time? Oh, he's so close. No, one more auto attack was all he needed, but he ends up dying on the other hand as the passive still is procced at the right time. A good play coming in from Team SMG as they even out the kill score 3-3.
I'm not gonna lie though, earlier Team BOSSKURR looked really good on that trade, but out of nowhere SMG just brought in Smooth and turned the tides of the battle all the way around. And with that passive that you mentioned, Smooth, he procced it even though Mom ran away and he just died right there.
It's one of the few things in the game where it's like, why does this happen? You know, Smooth, the moment he procs it, even if his corpse is down, as long as you are near it, you will still take dot damage. A little frustrating to say, but hey, that's just game design.
Yeah, right here we're gonna see after that team fight, Team BOSSKURR, they're gonna have to slow down a little bit as this Team SMG again with a lot of priorities as well as the first one to reach to the turtle. They will take it down. This just brings the economy a little bit wide, but Expedia getting caught out again.
Expedia getting pushed out of position by Sonic the moment he gets onto the Phantom Steed. Now going to make a dive onto Zyme Senpai, forced to move out. I think they realize that he is out of mana. They're going to start rotating towards the bottom side. Yuzong, he's already on top of Neo, but he sees Mom and he's like, nope, 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 don't want to be part of that.
Well, even though Team BOSSKURR had 1 kill score advantage, but so far Team SMG, they are leading quite a little bit right here, and Neo is gonna forced to use his flicker right there, which means that spell will be down and the engage potential coming in from the Paquito is gonna be less.
Yeah, they might actually commit to a dive here. Neo is kind of low, but Aim and Mom have to hold on. Neo holding as strongly as possible. Win losing 50% of his HP as Smooth commits on top of Neo. They break the turret. Neo's still alive. He finally goes down. Mom is a little too low and doesn't have the heart guard to protect him. Team SMG get the kill and bot tier 1.
This so far has been the closest series that we've seen in today, and they are trading blows for blows. So far, the structures-wise, 1 tower each, but the economy definitely onto Team SMG's side, mainly because they took the turtles. And let's take a quick look at the equipment. Kagura already finishing up that staff as well as Yuzong. They're having that War Axe available, which means he's going to be a little bit more durable going into the team fight.
Yeah, what I'm a little bit worried about is Cho being the natural counter to Leomord. When you want to get on that Phantom Steed, he kicks you out of the way, you don't mount up, you're kind of dead in the water.
But I did catch a glimpse of the Blade of Hesperus coming in from Sasa, which means it's not going to be a Cho tank. He's going to be a little bit more vulnerable as compared to a tank Cho, because if he wants to come in, Aims and Scoopos will be right there waiting for him, and he's going to get chunked out before he can do anything.
You know what? That's a really, really good point. Let's see whether or not Team BOSSKURR can actually protect Sonic before he can get on top of the Phantom Steed. Now, Turtle going to be taken away by Team SMG. I don't see much of a response from Team BOSSKURR. Currently 2K behind. Here comes the Phantom Steed. Sonic already on top of it. Turtle is taken away by Natan as he tries to get into the middle of the fight. The Heart Guard, not enough. As you can see, Smooth disrupting the back line, forcing Scoopos and Aim to reposition. Sonic manages to survive, but Scoopos, with just a little bit of HP, dies to the passive coming in from Yuzong. Sasa doesn't even need to be part of the fight.
Well, that's the value of the Yuzong right there. With the Black Dragon form, he can just disrupt the back line and go towards whichever target he wants. And before we talk about that, Neo is getting caught out by Sasa, but decides to back off.
No, I don't think he has any more. One Shunpo wouldn't make the difference, and Neo would have been able to heal back up and win the trade at the end of the day. So it's a smart decision coming in from Sasa, especially since there was a rotation being made by Team BOSSKURR. Now, top side getting attacked.
Well, this is going to be rough for Team BOSSKURR. They are already losing a lot of economy.
The bottom side. Oh my goodness, I'm Senpai with a yin-yang overturn and almost getting the snipe onto Sonic. Aim bites the dust, and Team BOSSKURR are crumbling under the pressure coming in from Team SMG.
Well, this is starting to look good, really good for Team SMG as BOSSKURR, they have no response. Here comes the Phantom Steed.
Sonic going straight in towards that fight. Neo getting a good knockup onto Smooth, but it's a little too late as they take out Leomord. Natan is too powerful with his entropy, getting a free kill. And now Team BOSSKURR getting shoved all the way back, losing all of their outer turrets.
Okay, right now BOSSKURR, they are losing a lot of their carries again and again. Sonic doesn't have any kills, which means his economy is going to be a little bit even down than his already is. And SMG, they are just going to take this chance to clear out all these jungle camps, and it's going to continue to starve BOSSKURR out of resources, gold, as well as EXP.
Now, Team SMG, they are up 7k gold. Looking at the items, they're literally a full item up on a majority of the members of Team BOSSKURR. How is Team BOSSKURR going to come back from this? What can they do?
They're gonna have to drag the game even longer for Farstar to actually come into the game and for Scoopos to actually scale. But their draft-wise, it's really hard playing into the late game because Natan is even better late game champion as compared to Scoopos, and Neo on the Paquito is not gonna really do much in the late game.
That's true. I think Neo's job at this point is to look for those hard flanks, but it's gonna be tough here because Smooth has been doing a really good job on this Yuzong. That disruption, like you mentioned before, even though it's only one knockback, just the threat of Yuzong itself is bad enough.
Yeah, right now, even the wave clear for Team BOSSKURR isn't really that good because we know Brody is really high damage but really low clear speed, which means if they do manage to break an inhibitor or two, even with the Lord enhanced minion, it's gonna be really hard for Team BOSSKURR to hold on, even with the siege composition that they have.
I mean, to be fair, Brody did get a little bit of change, even though it is going to be, an extra 60% damage towards these, clearing creeps with his first ability. You can definitely see without the items, without that scaling, it's not as good as what people imagined it to be.
Well, it's almost a 10k gold lead, and looks like SMG, they're gonna force issue the damage right there.
Oh, where did he go? AIM didn't even get a chance to play the game as Sonic. He's gonna get hit by the hard card as well as the Phantom C, but he's getting completely locked down with a superposition coming in from Rin. It doesn't even matter as they blow up the entire backline. Team SMG with a mega kill onto Smooth, who sacrifices his life. Expedia tries to bail him out, but it's too late. The inhibitor is wide open. Neo has to clear that last wave. It's not looking good. Win doing a phenomenal job on this Natan. It looks like this might be the beginning of the end for Team BOSSKURR.
Well, I gotta commend SMG for holding their breaks right there. They don't want to force the issue because they know if they throw it, they're gonna get wrecked right there. But they are deciding to stay fresh. 5 times the freshness with every GG with Rexona, man. Charcoal Detox as well as the Lime. Scan the QR code and you can get yourself a really good Rexona, spray on you and stay fresh when you're watching the game. And back to the topic where SMG, they hold their paddle right there because they know that this Lord will be spawning and they are taking it without any contest because BOSSKURR, they're gonna have to clear these waves, and with the Lord coming in, back to my point just now, it's gonna be really difficult for Team BOSSKURR to actually clear the waves as well as the Lord.
Yeah, I think it's not just about the wave clear, but they understood that despite the death timers that Team BOSSKURR had, it was relatively short. It's only 11 minutes into the game. We're not seeing anything too crazy like a full minute or 45 seconds. Usually at this point of the game, it's about getting close to 20 seconds, which is not enough time, especially since Neo can just push the wave and buy that little bit of time. But with Lord, it's almost guaranteed.
Yeah, SMG, they're gonna sync up the waves right here for the mid and the top lane. The bot lane is gonna crash in as well, but there's no one to escort. Can they take it?
Here comes Sonic with the Phantom C once again, but Smooth is going to shove them all the way back. They find the mega kill onto Leomord, making it quick and easy. The entropy is more than enough, and that is going to be a push coming in for Team BOSSKURR. GG, well played to Team SMG, one of the cleanest games we've seen thus far.
Yeah, SMG, they played really well from early, even early into the game. They were playing really good. And I think so far, BOSSKURR, without this 2-0, it's going to be really hard for them to make playoffs. But SMG, since yesterday, we have seen them play out of their mind. They did really good. Their macro control was good. And one thing to mention, their decision-making clean.
Yeah, I feel like Team SMG, with Win in the roster here, we're getting to see a new side of him. He's not just the assassin player. He wants to be aggressive. You can see his entropies. He's not moving backwards. He's only moving forwards. Let's check out these highlights here, brought to you by Udo.
Yeah, this is where we first saw Smooth try to, he was almost going down, but he did go down, but the return kill was right there. And this fight broke up 2 sides. And SMG, end of the day, they managed to trade kills. And Smooth, I gotta say, his Yuzong so far looking really clean. And I think you like to see Yuzong being picked up a lot.
I love seeing Yuzong. Don't get me wrong, he's one of my favorite heroes in the whole wide world. But he got gutted pretty hard. And unfortunately, despite Smooth doing a really, really good job, I would have loved to see stun locks happening multiple times rather than just one. But Smooth, he proves otherwise. He snowballed so out of control on his side of the lane. It really put the pressure on Team BOSSKURR and made it so difficult for Sonic to continue to get out his damage.
Yeah, I think this just goes back to the draft, right? Because Team BOSSKURR, they have nothing to fall back to if SMG started the snowball rolling. And Team SMG, they did a really good job at taking objectives. All the turtles just goes SMG's way, and it's just so hard as the economy starts to pull out, and Team BOSSKURR, they just start slowly bleeding out.
Yeah, I think here's the thing, right? When I look at Team BOSSKURR's lineup and their draft so far, I get the idea. It makes sense. You want to smash turrets as quickly as possible. You want AIM to start chunking down people. But you can see that even though AIM has 3 items, he's got the damage. That Yuzong stops him before he can even start chunking out Team SMG.
it's not just the Yuzong, you know. Expedia, Matilda, Zaim Senpoi one-shot him before he could do anything. And look at Zaim Senpoi, 4-0 and 4. Error not found.
Oh, that's a good point as well. Very not far indeed. Like, he is literally 2k up on aim right now and a full item ahead. Ah, man. It's brutal. I mean, Zaim Senpoi, I think what's scary about him, even though his yin-yang overturns are on point, his flame shots are kind of scary too.
Yeah, he just finds those angles, like really narrow angles, and he shoots, and whoever gets that flame shots just die.
Yeah, I mean, as well as the fact that he's abusing the maximum range of it to get the biggest amount of damage you could possibly get with a flame shot that does scale with the amount of magic damage he has. Aim had a pretty hard time to do his job. Mom tried his very best, but Skupas unfortunately getting shut down. So let's look at the MVP of this game, brought to you and powered up with KFC.
Oh, it's Win. Win will be the MVP on the Nathan. Look at the goal, 888. Really good number right there. Goal per minute, 888. And look at the equipment. Even though he's only he's one item away from full buy, the amount of damage that he dished out was so insane. 2,584 damage per minute with a KDA of 303 and average KDA 3.5. Give it to him. But honestly, I think Zaim Senpoi did a really good job as well.
Yeah, I think he set it up really well so that Win was able to get his damage down. I think one of the cool things that Win was able to really show, he did not miss his super position. You could see a lot of the time, a lot of the members, especially Sonic, felt it the most. When he wants to engage, he gets sucked on backwards, he gets disorientated with his own positioning just because the super position does kind of spin you out of control.
Yeah, and also with the buffs on the Entropy and Nathan overall as well, the range all increased, and that just means, you know, why a lot of teams are prioritizing the Nathan, especially last week as well as yesterday. But SMG so far looking clean, and we were questioning about Win's heroes pool, whether he could play anything other than the Ling or the Lancelot. She showed us today with his Nathan, and it was really good.
Yeah, it was. And I'm excited to see more marksmen coming out for the side of Team SMG. Maybe they might actually do a double marksman composition all over again. Although I will say that Sasa, oh boy, even on his show, he knows how to create space. I mean, he's looking real good. And if you want to just be like Sasa with those fresh plays, maybe consider Rexona Men with 5 times the freshness with every one of those GJs. Scan that QR code down below.
Yeah, just, you know, get yourself some Rexona and charcoal detox as well as the lime. Spray on yourself, get some freshness, and you know, when you sit at home and watch these games like this, they're just so intense that you tend to sweat a lot. So, you know, just spray it on and stay fresh. Just scan the QR code and get yourself some really good deals.
You want to feel like an MPL player? All you got to do, Rexona Men. It's just that simple. You're playing your own pub games. It's like, you know what? I want to feel like an MPL player. Just lay it on to you guys.
I want to be Sasa.
I want to be Sasa.
It's like, Sasa.
Delicious. Delicious. You want to be just as good as him? How about considering switching over to Yudu today? Scan the QR code and you can receive 100 free diamonds.
Yeah, Yudu is the fastest 4G LTE, telco out there. And not only that, they give you a lot of space to customize your own data plan, SMS, calls, anything you want, they have it. So what you waiting for? Scan it. Not only you can do all that, you get 100 free diamonds as well. Stack it up. Get yourself some really cool skins.
Yeah, skins, heroes, really depends on what you're in need of right now. That 100 diamonds could top you off to get that next buy. But don't forget, you're going to be celebrating those moments. So use the promo code NESMPL. Scan the QR code and it'll lead you straight to the shop to get that moment.
30% off.
Oh, yeah.
NESMPL. Use the promo code and get 30% off. Oh, my God. I should have scanned this and bought myself all those lattes that I want.
Don't tell me you made the same mistake as Icy Baby, who purchased a bunch of Nescafe and forgot to use the code.
Yeah, man. I bought 2 cartons.
Oh no, that's way too much. Oh, my goodness. Unlucky, but next time we will be smarter. Let's look at the audience predictions to see how things have changed up. It looks like an overwhelming amount of support coming in from Team BOSSKURR. The Team SMG is still increasing after that win. The stonks are looking better.
Yep, but I think a lot of the fans still have a faith in Team BOSSKURR in breaking these games and make sure they go into playoffs. So far, they don't have the 2-0, which means they're going to have to work even harder. They have 2 more games left. If they can take this and they take the next game, they are sure to make to the playoffs. But with the timer slapped up right now, we're gonna get ready on to the next game. Before that, let's look at the recaps.
Yep, let's look at the recap one more time here to kind of relive this game, because this is a very unique draft coming out from the side of Team BOSSKURR, right? Leomorn, I love the idea that you want to kind of super stack him, but he is very item dependent. How do you get this snowball rolling? They wanted to use the Farsa. I will say that Team SMG, when it comes down to the draft, the Natan pick coming in from Win, yes, it's good, but Win's performance was outstanding.
Yeah, overall, I think with Sonic on the Leomord, maybe they want to, you know, match Smooth on his Yuzong, where Yuzong just flies into the backline, but for Sonic, it's just like, whip out my horse, I'm gonna go to backline as well. But it's not executed as cleanly as they want to, because a lot of times aim was getting aimed.
Oh no, they had their crosshairs set, and I think that was a very good idea for the side of Team SMG, because the way Team BOSSKURR's composition worked is aim brings them to about 50% HP, and then you have Neo trying to dive on in. Skupas most likely will use his ultimate to chunk them down even lower, just so that Leomord's passive proximity gets guaranteed crits to clean up the comp.
And another thing to mention is that Neo on the Paquito wasn't really allowed to play his game.
Oh, that's true.
A lot of Paquitos, they want to dominate the lane, make sure they control their opponent right here. But Team SMG, they just bring in the Natan as well as the Matilda, hit onto the turret, clear it off. And there's no way for Paquito to stay in the lane because there's no tower.
That's true. That is true. They did also go for a quick lane swap as well after destroying their top, the gold lane, top tier 1. But now, let's get into the second draft here. Team BOSSKURR on the blue side, Team SMG on the red side. Starting things off, Team BOSSKURR bans out the Selena.
Well, will we see SMG continue to target ban onto Sonic? You know, the Hanzo, the Ling, even the Sun was banned out in the first game, but however, that was in phase 2. There we have it, the Hanzo ban, and I think a lot of teams are targeting Team BOSSKURR specifically onto Sonic's hero pool. It's just so hard to do anything when a lot of your comfort and pocket picks are being banned away.
Well, I think that's the beauty of Team BOSSKURR, right? You like keep looking at our comfort picks, keep looking at our pocket picks so that we can open up the draft and start playing a little bit more meta stuff.
Yeah, but so far they're not able to do it as well as they want to, but they will take off the Hayabusa as well as the Jawhead. And like we mentioned in the first game, Joe had overall a really stable champion. Hero to, you know, open up the maps, throw out all the opponent that he wants. And Team BOSSKURR, they will continue to ban out the Ling right here for Team SMG.
Yep, very good respect. Win has been doing a very good job here. However, Team BOSSKURR might want to consider taking the Natan for themselves just to kind of slow down this snowball that Win is building up. Like, you can feel the momentum coming out of the team and the confidence of Win in that game itself. Now, Team BOSSKURR, they have to decide what their first pick is right after Team SMG locks in their final ban. Matilda gonna be taken out. Paquito wide open.
Paquito, Benedetta, both these very, you know, standard first picks for all these teams. Paquito, yeah, Team BOSSKURR can pick it up again, but it's just gonna see if Team SMG want to go back to the Nathan's draft that they picked up just now. And if they picked it up, will BOSSKURR have a, you know, counter to the draft that SMG brought out just now?
It's tough to say, because even though Mom was playing very risky at level 1 to try and slow down Natan, did it really work out in the end? Yes, they got first blood. Yes, they snowballed that top side, but eventually the clear speed of Natan was just a little too good. Now Team BOSSKURR are going to avoid Paquito and lock in the Cho.
Well, both Benedetta as well as Paquito will be up and available for Team SMG to pick it up. This is, you know, both these heroes, Paquito as well as Benedetta, they assert a lot of lane presence. In terms of Paquito is just a, you know, a rock on a plane right there, nobody can kick him off. But for Benedetta, is a lot more versatile in the form in the form that she can cut waves and bring a lot of priorities for the team. But right now we see Team SMG locking in the Lancelot as well as the Paquito.
Oh, I like it. I like it. We get to see Win on the Lancelot one more time. I'm curious to know whether Team BOSSKURR is going to try and force out this Leomord draft, though.
But I don't think they will go back to the Leomord draft, honestly, because honestly didn't work just now.
I mean, a lot of it has to do with just the hard lockdown and the snowball that came out of Team SMG. But, you know, I don't know. With Kuja as their lead head coach, his drafts are always going to be interesting, but he has to depend on the players to execute it. So now, finishing off that first phase, Team BOSSKURR, with 6 seconds on the clock, going to be locking in their picks. It's going to be the Benedetta as well as the Eve.
With the Eve coming in right here, I think SMG, they won't be able to pick up any marksman composition just because Eve has a really wide range ultimate, the rival manipulation. When it turns on, a lot of those marksmen, they're gonna have to dash away. So Flicker being forced out, and they're gonna have a tough time fighting in that rival manipulation. But with the recent changes to Eve, any form of crowd control will knock her back, and she's gonna have to cancel the ultimate.
Yeah, so it's all about placement, timing, and more importantly, positioning when you are playing that Eve. That's really gonna make the difference here. Now, Team SMG finishing off that first phase with Farsa once again, where we're seeing her in the second draft, but this time for Team SMG.
I mean, Farsa with Eve, who actually has the wider range though?
Well, I mean, you're comparing rectangles to circles here. That's the big problem. And no matter what, it's always going to feel like Farsa has the wider range. But in general, you should expect Farsa coming in from many different off angles to make sure that despite Eve having a more linear ultimate, if she's caught out from the side, she can get blasted by the Feathered Airstrike. And arguably even, I would expect the Feathered Airstrike to come out first most of the time.
Well, I think the positioning in the team fights will be really important for both of these majors, simply because whoever turns on the ultimate first will be having a target on their back. And if Farsa Feathered Airstrike first, Eve can just simply get into a better position and target her down. But look at the second ban phase here. Sun is still going to get banned outright here for Sonic. He's not going to be able to play his jungle Sun. And the Rafila ban here coming in from BOSSKURR.
Okay, that one's kind of interesting, I'm not gonna lie, because Expedia, whenever you see him play these Enchanter type supports, he doesn't exactly perform very well unless it is going to be Matilda, then he can start forcing plays. Expedia, as we know him, he is a playmaker.
Yeah, they did play the Rafila yesterday, pairing up with the Esmeralda, and if this is another thing, like Esmeralda will be left open if they don't ban it, and I think Smooth is more than happy to pick it up.
You see though, I mean, Phoveus has been untouched for both of these games, and I think it's a little suspicious, but as long as Esmeralda is there, Phoveus has to take a step back. It's going to be Barat, the next ban.
Will Team BOSSKURR ban away the Esmeralda? It will be the question that I want to be answered, because Smooth yesterday on his Esmeralda 5-0 and 8, really good play so far. And a lot of times when Team SMG, they pick up the Esmeralda for Smooth, he does a really good job right here. And looking at the drafts, they have the Cho, Benedetta as well as the Eve. Oh, Kufra ban.
I like it. I actually like it because Kufra can cancel the Eve and actually stop both Cho and Benedetta.
Does this mean that they want to actually play the 1-1 coming in from BOSSKURR?
You know what? That's actually a pretty good shout out here. 1-1 might be the pick, but who's going to be playing it? Is it going to be Scoopos? Yeah, Scoopos.
Scoopos, his 1-1 was really out of the mind when he played against, wait, I don't remember. But last week, Scoopos has a really good 1-1 performance.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point here. That we might actually see it, but let's see what Team SMG is going to lock in first. It's going to be the Natan once again.
Well, the superposition as well as the entropy is going to be something that Team BOSSKURR going to have to look out for, because we've seen what Team SMG could do with the Nathan. And alongside the Farsa, it's going to be way easier for the Nathan to actually do cleanup duty.
Now, Team BOSSKURR, they need to lock in their gold laner. They also need to lock in their jungler, assuming that this Cho is going to be playing as a support.
Benedetta jungle.
Oh, Benedetta jungle would be kind of sick, though. I'm not going to lie, I always love seeing a Benedetta jungle. It always gets my blood boiling here, but I feel like the Wanwan pick might actually just be better. Oh, you know what? Brody and his...
Oh, Aulus coming in from Team BOSSKURR. Well, this just means that BOSSKURR, they want to play a little bit slow, and they're not gonna hog in all the fights in the early matches of the game. But look at Team SMG, they have Farsa, they have Paquito, as well as the Lancelot. So Team BOSSKURR, they're gonna have to stop SMG from snowballing, as well as at the same time, they're gonna have to make sure that they keep their own economy on point so that Aulus can do the damage that he wants.
Oh, and Team SMG, yes, they are going to go for an assassin-style jungler, but it's going to be Natan in the gold lane. Sasa going to flex a little bit with the help of Expedia by his side. Team BOSSKURR, I am just loving this Aulus with the Eve. They feel like a match made in heaven. Like, both their ults at the same time, like, my god, the dot damage.
Well, there's always the flicker.
That's true, that is true. But the egg, it is time to get into this game, break down the compositions.
Yeah, right here we have Team BOSSKURR having Benedetta, Brody, Cho, as well as the Aulus. Really interesting, and the Eve, like Gideon mentioned, really good synergy in terms of ultimate. You know, they just go in, they want to fight it out. But Team SMG, they have Farsa, Nathan, Lancelot, Paquito, as well as the Estes. In terms of sustainability, SMG has a better team composition, but we're gonna see if they can fight it out and bring the composition that they want. Farsa and Nathan, really good, but who's gonna do it better? Welcome back to the Land of Dawn as we go into game number 2 between Team BOSSKURR and Team SMG.
BOSSKURR going to be on the blue side, Team SMG on the red. They're gonna have to play this slow and rolling, and remember, one of the biggest problems with Aulus is the fact that he needs his level 11 before he starts putting out damage.
Yeah, but looks like Team SMG, they're not going to disrupt because Mom is catching on to him, but maybe a little bit too far. And first blood for Zaim Senpai. And this has been a problem for Mom specifically. A lot of times he gets caught out and first blood goes over.
But Neo, he's already here to try and punish Win so far. Little Wanderer goes into Win's hands. My goodness, Win must be thanking Expedia for playing this Estes because he was very close to dying there.
Well, that's the power of the Estes, right? A lot of teams pick it up because he can heal, he can slow, a lot of utilities, and he's already level 2, which means he can just continue to throw out these circles, and Mom can't even go in. And look at the screen down below, everybody. First blood bounty, courtesy from Team SMG. Scan the QR code or redeem the redemption code at mobilelegends.com/en/code exchange and grab yourself some first blood bounty.
Now, the game is going to be played a little bit slower until we're expecting to see engagements at level 4, but right now Zaim Senpai is sacrificing his HP to get that first push to keep Eve in lane, but you can see that Sasa holding onto his superposition and trying to punish Mom once more, and they find the pick onto Mom once again.
Well, Mom dropping 2 times already, only 2 minutes into the game, and look at SMG, they're pulling a lot of people onto the top side just to make sure that they have the lane priority for Sasa to continue to farm with ease.
They didn't want Eve to kind of rotate over and make the difference, so it was really smart of Zaim Senpai to, you know, sacrifice his HP. He's not giving away any pressure. He's just making sure Eve can't join the fight. Now, Turtle going to be contested by both sides. Smooth, he's already been spotted out by Neo, as we can see Zaim Senpai getting a good stun onto Mom, but a great Shunpo to dodge the CC. Sasa there to join the fight. Brody is a little bit behind, but he might be going back up towards top side as Sonic drops down the unyielding Fury. Moonwell is dropped to slow them down, but SMG have priority over this Turtle with no ultimates to spare. This is going to be a free Turtle for Team SMG.
That's a quite questionable ultimate coming in from Sonic right there, and with that span without any fruition, they're just gonna have to back away and almost getting caught out right there after the Turtle. Switch to Yudu, with the turtle bounty, just scan below and you can get yourself some 20 GB, Scoopos, as well as they're gonna have to deal with Sasa right here, and with the early sharp and all the priorities that SMG gave Sasa in the early attention, he's gonna have a little bit of an easier time, even though he's against 2 person on the top side.
Yeah, look at Sasa playing this well, just slowing down the wave, making sure he's going to punish, but he could find a pick here. He shows himself Void Blast, actually landing on the targets. He drops the real world manipulation. Sasa has the flicker on out of there. Expedia taking the majority of the damage. He will have to eat it for the team. Even Sonic is here to make the difference. Aulus is here to drop his ult. Sasa does not want to be part of this. He has to recall.
Well, I don't think SMG, they're gonna have to want to fight this because...
Oh! Win makes a fat play! He's gonna go for some more! Can he actually pull this off? He finds a double kill onto Mom and Scoopas, waiting for the right timing for Zaim Senpai to drop that ult. Holy cow!
The changes to the puncture for Lancelot actually showed us why it's a really good pick right now, because it resets easier, and Win just simply dashes in and Phantom executes Puncture back out with 2 kills in his pocket.
Yeah, and now here we go. Allus' Unyielding Fury has been dropped. Zion Senpai drops the Feathered Airstrike to say, no, you do not get to clear these waves for free, forcing Suhas and Sonic to recall as soon as they respawn. A little sad here, but now we can see that Smooth, he's already sitting on top of the orange buff. He might look to punish.
Yeah, Vin and Smooth as well, finishing up the War Axe for Vin. They're gonna dive Mom yet again, but the Moonwell just gonna drop, and the turret will fall. Expedia takes it down. So far, turret counts 1 to none. SMG, they are holding the early game advantage right here. And will they continue to snowball? Because if they do, BOSSKURR is gonna have a really tough time.
Oh, Neo already using the Electro Final blow on towards Smooth, but doesn't even get the wave. Smooth can actually win this 2v1. He just needs to get on top of Neo. He flickers a little late, but that's fine. He gets away from the Unyielding Fury. Here comes Mom. He's looking for an angle to actually kick him, but Mom doesn't get the reset off of the third hit of Jikundo.
Well, Sonic, so far, his Unyielding Fury has been not on point. A lot of times, just throwing it out, try to zone someone out, but there's nothing that he could do right after that. A lot of his time is being spent just to try and help his team, which means his experience gain is gonna be slowed down quite a lot.
I mean, we can tell the difference because we're looking... Oh, wait, hold on. Sonic, ooh, he takes a good amount of damage. But yeah, going back to the point here, Sonic level 7 compared to Win at level 9, he's 2 levels down.
It's gonna be really hard because, like you mentioned, Allus, he's gonna have to want his ultimate come up a little bit faster so that he can stack up on those passives. But so far, Sonic, because of the team fights that has been going on left, right, and center, he has to join in an Electro Final Blow.
Yep, they're going in hard as Electro Final Blow has been dropped, but the fight doesn't even start. BOSSKURR understand that they are kind of behind by 3K, and it's a little difficult to engage with the composition that Team SMG has. They pull on backwards, wait for the right opportunity.
Yeah, with a lot of this pressure that SMG is exerting.
Oh!
Way up the dragon onto Expedia.
It's looking good, but Expedia manages to get his ult off in time. And Team BOSSKURR, they tried to find their pick. A good attempt by Mom, but it just wasn't enough damage. It's now Win getting on top of Neo. He's forced to dash on out of there. Team SMG sticking together like a death ball.
Yeah, because Expedia is right there to heal you up if you're down. The Blessing of the Moon Goddess is something not to scoff at, and he does picks up his Dominance Eyes. Oh, they're gonna have to contest this blue buff, but however, Sonic manages to walk away with it. This just means that Sonic, he's gonna have to walk away, no retribution available for this next turtle that will be spawning.
But it's totally fine because Allus does have the purple buff here, as well as the orange buff, so he doesn't want to go too far without it. Smooth, oh, he's in trouble here. Suhas gonna get the charge off. Does he have his ult? No, he doesn't, but Mom, oh no, Smooth manages to flicker out of the way. Now Mom is stuck dead in the water. The changes to Cho, a little awkward, but Mom sidestepping perfectly. One more, doesn't make it happen. The jabs was good enough. Smooth is so low. He's going to give this kill over to Sonic if he can. No, he doesn't. But Smooth missing the jab in the heavy left hand. Zion Senpai will sacrifice this bottom tier 1 as Sasa and Expedia running straight down towards the inhibitor.
Overall, the exchange, a lot of kills gone over to BOSSKURR, but I think overall the exchange favors SMG even better because not only they get the tier 2 top turret, they just lost Smooth right there, no big deal. And a lot of these gold are going into Sasa's pocket.
Yeah, Sasa is getting kind of huge here. He's already level 10, actually almost keeping up with both Smooth as well as Win. Looking at Sonic, he's still... Oh my goodness, the damage coming out of Zion Senpai completely zones off Suhas and AIM. They're forced to recall here, and the pressure that we're seeing from Team SMG is overwhelming.
Yeah, Sonic is just gonna have to continue to farm whatever that he can. And SMG, I think it's up to SMG to say whether BOSSKURR can continue to farm the jungle as the tier 1 bot turret fall as well. With all the tier 1 turrets gone for Team BOSSKURR, SMG, they have even more map control than they already have.
Yep, they have to pull on backwards. I'm Senpai going to use his ult as a sieging mechanism here. Aim dropping down the real world manipulation. You can see the damage coming out of it. Expedia can't get out. It's just way too slow after the purchase. The Ice Queen won. Mom manages to get the kick, but Sasa already switches positions with his ultimate. Here comes Win once again, finding all 3 targets. Thorn Rose doesn't connect, but they find one into Sonic. A great super position coming out from Sasa, locking him down, allowing Win to pick up the kills. Phantom execution for the win.
Wow, all that given in from Team BOSSKURR, but SMG they managed to turn it around and win 2-0 and 3. You might think that Win was actually killing a lot of people, but that was actually his first 2 kills, and they did it really well. And with all those deaths, Team SMG, they were thinking about the Lord, but decides to back off.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these games have quite a relatively low kill count coming in from Team SMG. They are just snowballing out of control despite only having 6 kills. Like, they have a 6K goal lead here.
Well, that's just because a lot of the structures as well as the neutral objectives are going into SMG's pocket and more importantly into Sasa's pocket. And the fact that Airstrike is gonna zone Team BOSSKURR away from this orange buff as well. Sonic, I don't know, man. He's not allowed to play the game.
He is starving. He just wants to eat. But luckily, Sonic is level 11, so he will get the full upgrades for his axe. Let's pull up the item list real quick to see where Team BOSSKURR is currently at in terms of items, and we're seeing he doesn't even have the Endless Battle.
But interestingly, Expedia, the SMG, they let Expedia picking up the purple buff right here. But look at the, I mean, overall, pretty standard items picked up right here. Mom this time going for the tank Cho, which means that he's gonna be able to go in and wish that he could pick up Zayn Senpoi, but it's just really hard to get onto the Farsa right now.
Yeah, it is quite difficult, but here we go. Farsa already dropping her all the real world manipulation as a response to try and slow it down. Win manages to break open the top inhibitor as Botside gets pushed in at the exact same time. This might be it, but unfortunately Neo was there to kind of match that push against Smooth. They don't find the pickoff, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, they're gonna have to wait for another waves to come crashing in, but really nice sinking of the minion waves right here from Team SMG as 3 waves are crashing at the same time.
Up Neo already losing 50% of his HP. They will be able to break the bottom inhibitor. They don't get mid, unfortunately, but hey, that's even more value for Team SMG, who is 10K ahead of Team BOSSKURR.
Yeah, breaking both inhibitors from top and bot lane, which means they're gonna have to Team BOSSKURR, they're gonna have to constantly look at it, but AIM is getting caught out right here.
Oh no, they find the pick onto Smooth, even though AIM was their majority of their damage. A little unlucky for the side of Team BOSSKURR, but a very good attempt. That just means that Team BOSSKURR win back 3K.
They're gonna have to hold on, and Team SMG, okay, the real world manipulation, but the blessing of the Wound Goddess as well, just gonna bring everybody away. The mom is getting caught out yet again.
Oh, wait, he finds it with a puncture, but now he's caught out in the open, uses the Phantom Execution, and even dodges the Unyielding Fury. Oh my god, the killing spree keeps him alive, and Expedia tops him off with 3 members down. Team SMG look to go for the throat.
This might be the game for Team SMG if they can continue to push in right here, but the death timers are not as long. 11 seconds before Neos come in and Sonic, but looks like Team SMG, they will continue to push on to the inhibitor turret, and Sasa finishing up the Malefic roll means he's gonna be able to push even further.
Suhas, he goes down, they're gonna go straight for the end as the next wave is already pushed in, as we can see Sasa looking to end it all. Real world manipulation clears up the way, but Win with a triple kill. Team SMG with a clean 2-0. GG. Well played.
Yeah, Team SMG really well played right there. From the early, mid to the late game, they had all the controls that they want. All the structures, all the neutral objectives, they managed to pick it. Oh, wait, what was that?
Oh! Oh no! They locked down Suhas. They got to do the gesture. If anybody doesn't remember that reference, that's Shield Talks right there. Gotta smash them mosquitoes. Well played to Team SMG. One of the cleanest games we've seen thus far.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, from yesterday, today, they are looking cleaner and cleaner, and it just means that they are preparing themselves for playoffs. And if this is the SMG that is going into playoffs, a lot of teams, they're going to have to watch out because they are coming back.
I mean, more so, it feels like Sasa will be able to accomplish their promise, breaking the 8th place curse, but
Already
also
broken.
getting into top 4.
Well, they're going to have to do that even better if they want to continue that. But let's look at MPL My Real MVP. Tell us who your real MVP is and why. And don't forget to hashtag MPL My Real MVP with your most creative comments and stand a chance to win a prize.
It's going to be the Onimusha Commander, one of my favorite alpha skins. It's so sick. It looks so great. But I'm excited to see who do you think is going to be the MVP. But talking about that game, that was kind of nuts coming in from Team SMG. Let's check out these highlights brought to you by YouTube, powered by Cellcom.
I mean, in this first, it's not the first kill, but in this first encounter between both teams, Vin, oh my god, his Lancelot is just out of this world. He knows, even though with the revamps, he knows this champion, hero in and out. And it just shows you how versatile Vin is when he goes in. And this just goes back to the point that SMG, they are a better team in terms of making decision and decisiveness when Vin is playing in.
Look, I totally get it, man. He's feeling like an absolute champ here. He is absolutely just crushing it each and every time. And especially with the changes with the marks, right? Every time you see a wave, he's guaranteed to have 3 dashes, even though he makes contact with all 3 on that single puncture. So with that in mind, that's when you can see Win really start to pop off, the timings of which he's able to use his Thorn Rose, the iframes that he gets out of it, to dodge things like the Unyielding Fury, to dodge things like Aim's Void Blast, and more importantly, the stun coming out of SUHAZ.
Yeah, and overall, Team SMG, they played a really clean game. They took structures by structures and a lot of turtles as well. And Team BOSSKURR, they're getting slowly bled out, you know. A lot of these controls that SMG put on to their side of the map just makes it so much more difficult. And let's look at the stats right here. 3 turtles, 7 orange buff, and 8 purple buff. This just shows you how well-versed SMG is in terms of control of the map, and 9 towers to 1, which is why Team BOSSKURR, Sonic specifically, is getting starved out of resources.
Yeah, it's really brutal, and you can see the respect coming out from Win's Lancelot. When you look at Aim, he had to first item go for the Ice Queen's Wand, build Warrior Boots, not even Arcane Boots, and even took a Brute Force Breastplate. He was like, hell nah, I do not want to die to this assassin.
Yeah, he didn't die actually, 3-0 and 1, but where's the damage coming in from?
Well, a lot of that damage was supposed to come out from Sonic when he gets that farm, but unfortunately, Mom was not able to create that space, and unfortunately for SUHAZ as well, that Feathered Airstrike was more than enough to take him out.
Yeah, I think the answer to whose ultimate is better in this series specifically, Zaim Senpoi's Farsa did way more than Aim's Yif.
Yeah, and even though you could tell that Aim, he was trying really, really hard to kind of save a lot of these situations. Being able to have a perfect KDA doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be worth it when the rest of his team is biting the dust. SUHAZ specifically, supposed to be the secondary carry, wasn't able to come up online.
Yeah, look at the KDA, 0, 2, and 3. Not able to do really much. Only had a Blade of Despair. And on top of that, an Athena Shield. So a lot of this damage, like you mentioned, secondary damage. SUHAZ ain't able to dish out that damage. But, I mean, look at that. The carry, Zaim Senpoi, 78,000 damage.
Oh my goodness. He was doing a lot of work for Team SMG as the carry, but Mom being the sandbag for Team BOSSKURR. Rich Guy coming in as Win with his 804 gold per minute, and finally the forgotten one going to Expedia.
Well, you know, the sandbag and the carry, damage dealt and received, almost a little bit close.
You know what? That's kind of true. That is kind of true. Coincidence?
Maybe Mom was taking a lot of those damages that Zaim Senpoi dished out. I mean, Mom, his primary target was to get onto Zaim Senpoi, which is why a lot of this damage from Zaim Senpoi actually land onto Mom.
Honestly, Zaim Senpoi, like, you look at the rest of his team, you get the 2 highest damage dealers here, which is going to be Natan and Lancelot, and then you get Zaim Senpoi.
It's like a different league.
I don't know, he's just so consistent. Every time we see Zaim Senpoi, he never seems to fail at his role. He will make something happen. Even when he's not playing Selena, he's playing Selena.
I gotta agree with you right there, man. Zaim Senpai, he is the rock right there for Team SMG. And I gotta say, he might pick up the MVP, but we're just gonna have to take a look at the MVP for this match right here. Who will it be? There we have it, Zaim Senpai, 4-0-5 with an average KDA of 4.6.
This is how you know that truly Zaim Senpai is powered up by KFC. Look at that damage per minute. 6,124 damage per minute, doing 42% of the total team damage. Give him that extra 8%, man.
That's a lot actually coming in, even though with Nathan as well as Lancelot on the team, he managed to pick up 42% of the total team damage. That is just insane.
I mean, he was snowballing so out of control that he even bought a fleeting time just so he could get the feather airstrike up faster. That's how nuts it was. So congratulations to Team SMG and Zaim Senpai for earning the MVP for this round. But it's time for you guys at home. Who is the real MVP? Coming in for Simon Yusuf.
Well, he says that hashtag my real MVP is Sasa because he's really good mechanic, really high cap mechanics for Sasa. His experience that he gets when playing in Indonesia really helps increase the quality of play in Malaysia.
You know, honestly, Simon Yusuf, I don't even feel jealous that you are earning the Onimusha commander because you are absolutely right. We love having import players come over to increase the standards here in Malaysia. And you can see that Team SMG, just because of Sasa, their levels seem to increase as well.
Yeah, I mean, Sasa overall, he's called Raksasa for a reason. He not only that he's good personally, he brings a lot of the changes for Team SMG. And speaking about changes, not a lot of changes in terms of the group standing so far.
Guaranteed upper bracket here. This is the Raksasa effect, getting Team SMG straight away into the upper brackets here in second place in Group A. Unfortunately for Team BOSSKURR, their positions don't change. It is still a very close number. Team BOSSKURR and Red Esports still fighting for their tournament lives.
Yeah, we thought that Team BOSSKURR could close this out and, you know, Red Esports might be out of the equation, but SMG, they are here to put a stop onto that. Team BOSSKURR, they have another game next week, as well as Red Esports. They're gonna have to see who can actually make it to playoffs.
Actually, not next week. It's actually tomorrow. Yes, that's when we're going to know. This is going to be... I know you want MPL to go even longer, but it is only 8 weeks, my friend. It cannot go more than that. My voice can only hold out for so long. I'm going to be real with you. But with that being said, this is the Egg. Go catch him on his social medias. My name is Gideon Q. We're going to be signing off for the English broadcast, throwing over to the interview. Lafell, take it away.
Hello, Sasa. First of all, just want to say big congratulations. You guys managed to beat out Team BOSSKURR, as well as you've made a promise that SMG this season will be at least top 6, top 4, and you have fulfilled your promise. So I want to ask you, how is your journey been throughout this MPL Malaysia regular season?
Sorry? How's your journey?
How have you...
Sorry,
yeah,
sorry?
how is your experience being in MPL Malaysia for this regular season?
For me, this regular season MPL, for me, I think I just like too long I no play. Actually, I 2 seasons no play for the MPL Indo also. For me, I just like a new player. Everything just like new, starting from new. Like for me, also hard actually this season.
Yeah, but again, even though you said this season is difficult, you have been playing very, very well. Which comes to the question: what is the preparation going to be after this? Because I'm pretty sure SMG wants to win MPL and wants to go to M3.
Yeah, this one for sure. That's why we still have 2 weeks to training for the playoff and then let's see how.
All right, for my question, did SMG already found their final lineup for the playoff?
Not sure yet. Actually, not sure yet. Still have a lot of players cannot say anything. Depend on the clutch.
Yeah, because again, the jungler win just came in. He did look very, very good, but there's still a lot of play testing that Team SMG has to do. But again, Sasa, you guys have been performing great. This is the first season Team SMG is going to the upper brackets. You've made good on your promise. So is there anything that you want to say to all of the Team SMG fans?
Thank you for supporting and then keep supporting us. Support until the end.
Yeah, Team SMG is running for the championship.
Good job,
good job. Thank you, Sasa. We will let you go right now. Again, Team SMG dorang main dengan sangat bagus. First time upper bracket.
Satu pengalaman yang cukup menarik, satu pengalaman yang cukup manis untuk pasukan SMG bermain dekat dalam bahagian upper bracket. Sudah memberikan satu kelegaan untuk pasukan mereka.
Ya, tapi kelegaan yang terakhir, pastikan anda semua pergi ke TikTok, tunjuk support kepada Team MPL. Shoot TikTok video, kemudian letak hashtag support Team MPL SAPOT, kemudian mention MPL MY untuk berpeluang memenangi 1000 diamond dan juga gaming chair. Pastikan anda follow social media di Instagram, TikTok dan juga Facebook untuk kena pasti sama ada anda menang atau tidak pada minggu ini.
Yap, betul. Apa yang anda perlu lakukan, rekod video TikTok dan ikut seperti apa yang dikatakan oleh Lafel dan perlawanan yang cukup baik. Oh, ingat saya Fira ke?
Ya, nampaklah macam Fira sikit.
Tetapi memang perlawanan yang cukup baik. Jadi kita akan serahkan kepada Fira selepas kita tamat melihat perlawanan di antara pasukan SMG bertemu dengan pasukan Bosku. Fira, take it away.
Terima kasih kepada caster dan juga analisis kita sebentar saja tadi. Dan hi guys, anda masih lagi bersama saya Fira Fendi. Dan kita sudah pun sampai ke penghujung hari. Jadi apa kata sekarang kita lihat siapakah 10 orang pemenang yang bertuah untuk lucky draw kita hari ini. Dan tanda kepada Razali Ahmad, Aizam Zakaria, Syahrul Nizam, Naim Jamaha, Zam Boboy, Afiq Husaini, Datu Emir Rizwan, Kisuke Lee, Alia Ahmad dan juga Muaz Johan. Dan untuk pengetahuan anda semua, kita cuma tinggal 1 hari saja lagi untuk minggu ini. Kalau you guys nak menang kita punya lucky draw ini, sangat-sangat senang. Just like dan share menggunakan caption yang menarik kerana setiap hari akan memilih 10 orang pemenang yang berlainan. Jadi apa kata sekarang kita lihat pula jadual perlawanan untuk hari esok, iaitu hari ketiga minggu ke-8 kita kali ini. Dan perlawanan yang pertama adalah di antara Orange Esports menentang tim BOSSKURR. Perlawanan kedua adalah di antara Suhas Esports menentang Homeboys. Manakala perlawanan terakhir adalah di antara RSG menentang Red Esports. Dan untuk pengetahuan anda semua, MPL Malaysia musim ke-8 kali ini dikuasai oleh Muntun Power Up with KFC, disegarkan oleh Rexona Man, Digital Telco Rasmi Yudu, raikan bersama Nescafe, bersama rakan isukan kita iaitu TikTok, WeTV, Secret Lab dan juga Esports Start. Dan guys, kita akan berjumpa lagi hari esok di hari terakhir minggu ke-8 regular season kita kali ini. Saya Fira Fendi, selamat petang dan Assalamualaikum.
pass off. He might be in trouble, but Solo's finds. And now Joseph trying to make full use of that passive. That passive, keep it alive.
Bronzo, and Sub hari ni Sub ada mission untuk nak berjumpa dengan the rest of my teammates yang power. So, jom kita jumpa diorang.
Hello, I'm Ismail Zani. So, hari ni saya nak bagi tahu korang my teammates. Nak harapkan lagu je luar biasa, main biasa-biasa je. Lah dia ni.
Ingat saya perempuan, awak tak boleh kena first blood dengan saya.
Simpan je lah adik Tumbo. Macam korang tahu akan aku menang, boleh main semua hero. Hey.
Mungkin first blood awak boleh bagi kat saya, tapi awak kena ingat, awak kena savage dengan saya 5 kali.
Simpan je lah duit tu Ombong. Macam korang tahu kan aku memang boleh main semua hero. You punya ayat, itu saya punya ayat tak? Aduh, Ombong letak kat aku. Salah lirik tu. Kita retake boleh. Okay, 3, 2, 1, action. Sudahlah Los, asasimu tak sekuat dulu. Betul. You punya asasi nak banyak lemah lah.
You kena ingat, you rap memang laju, tapi you bukan fast hand. Stress, all the best time. Oh man.
Untuk Aul, harap bertabah nanti menerima kekalahan dekat All-Star Match. Wow, ganas ayat.
Tim korang akan tahu betapa OP-nya kita orang. Wow.
Kalau orang rotate kau tak payah masuk campur. Kau duduk je lane kau.
Kalau betul penjahat nak lawan 1v1 assassin, marilah kita tengok jari siapa lagi laju. You komen sabun Masalahnya Lozo, you punya jari biasa-biasa saja mah. Korang dah kalah. Maknanya korang kena usaha lebih lah kan.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer.
I rasa for you to know who's my team tu not important. Yang penting you tahu I akan ada je. Itu je.
Oh, you akan ada lah. So you just macam you don't contribute to the team. You just there lah.
Kalau kalah kan memang korang kena stream dekat page kita orang. Ush. Yap, korang. Antara korang akan stream dekat page kita orang selama 1 jam. Serius?
Knowing my teammates, diorang memang kaki penolong. Okay, they are very kind. You know, if it comes to that, diorang akan tolongnya. No problem.
Serius?
Yang dah kalah, kena buat TikTok tu. So just bersedialah.
Tak adalah challenging sangat. Biasa je. Hey, jangan.
You know what? The harimau is coming for you. Don't worry.
Wah, the harimau is coming for you like that.